Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Premiership powered by Intel. My name is Nomad. Joining me is T-Governor as the greatest players in the world have gathered in China. And over here, we got some British guys playing some Dota. T-Governor, are you excited?
That's exactly the introduction I wanted to hear. I was so worried you were about to try and big up the UK scenes way too far. But okay, no, that's good. That was a nice, grounded introduction to this tournament. No, I like that. Thank you.
Keeping it real, keeping it real here. But I am very excited about these games. I mean, we've been following these guys for 4 weeks now, and they've been playing a lot of Dota, and I think we need to explain to the viewers at home what exactly we've been doing here at the Premiership.
Yeah, so when you look at the format, it's not kind of like a conventional tournament. It's actually kind of like an in-house league. So in the UK, everyone registered, and the top 20 MMR players were submitted into the kind of the tournament. We took 4 from every role, the top 4 from each role, and yeah, each week they got a new team. Had to play the games, 2 games a week, and then the players who had the like the highest amount of wins in, or draws or whatever, points, I guess is the better way of wording it, got to come to Manchester and get to play that final best of 5. Again, same format, like random teams, just to see what happens.
Absolutely. I think the key thing to mention is that everybody was playing for themselves throughout the groups in their teams. Everybody's earning points for themselves. So there are no fixed teams in this tournament. Everybody's playing here today is in a completely new formulated team. They might have played with each other for a bit, but this is the first time we've seen these iterations. Now, let's have a look at those all-important rankings. Starting with position 1 and position 2, we've got Moist and Ryan playing for us today on that safe lane position. Meanwhile, position 2, we've got Atlantic and Mode Board showing up. And I think the big surprises here definitely lie in the position 1, where we've got Moist, who is only 5,300 MMR, the lowest in fact, getting that position 1 and on the position 1. And Shytech, who unfortunately hasn't done so great with one of the higher MMRs, but actually coming last in that group.
Yeah, I think Shytech, he had some of the more like harder games, I guess, to play, and he had to really showcase his ability, especially with his MMR being higher than the others. He wasn't able to kind of translate that into wins. And then when you think of Moist, for example, the first 3 weeks he had pretty good teams, and he was able to get the wins in those weeks, which then just meant by I think week 3 he'd already qualified. So it put a little bit of pressure on like Rhyme and Tifty, for example, because going into week 4, like even all 3 of them actually, in week 4 it was the battle of the bottom 3, and Moist had already kind of qualified at week 3. So
yeah, I mean, Rhyme's someone we expect to be very comfortable, is battling for his life in the final week, which is not expected at all, but made things very exciting. Let's have a look over the position 3 and 4 now. So we've got Overlord and Sky playing for us today on the off lane, and position 4 we've got Icky and Chryson battling it out for it. Any big surprises for you here?
I guess with position 3, when you DNC, he had some really good showcase games. He had a good axe performance a couple of times, but again, he just wasn't able to convert those kind of good performances into like that win for the entire team. When you think of Blase, look at his MMR. Is it Vladimir's MMR? Is it his MMR? Again, that's a very niche reference for those people who actually know, but who actually played? Vladimir qualified for the event, but Blase played the actual game, so that's a bit of a rough one. And then Overlord just having a strong performance from week to week. And again, he had the same situation as Moist, where he'd already qualified by week 3 as well, so putting a lot of pressure on that bottom 3 again.
Yeah, and they just got to ride the wave, even on position 4s as well. You know, Bargain, Magic Turtle, these guys had some great games, especially Magic Turtle. He had some really fantastic players throughout the tournament, but couldn't quite make the cut, only getting 2 wins in total.
But I think the important thing to note though with position 4, and like what this entire tournament was trying to do, it was trying to like showcase potential future players within the UK that can maybe create those UK teams that can go to these tournaments and have good performances.
Right.
And position 4 was like the closest group of 4 players. Like MMR aside, actually they're pretty close anyway. Like Bark, I would say he plays a lot better than his actual rating. He probably would be closer to more like the Kryzen kind of rating, like 5.7, maybe 5.8 kind of rating.
Yeah.
But overall, the four of them, they all had really good showings in certain games. Like Icky had a good win runner performance in one. He had the Lena game in like the final week. Barg in the first week, he had some really good tiny games. Kryzen, his Rubik, like personally, I banned out his Rubik just because it was annoying. Like
Respected.
Like in these
absolutely.
in-house games, when you don't really have solid drafts, when you have a guy on the other team that can do random stuff, it's very annoying.
Absolutely.
Annoying.
Alrighty, and then very quickly, we just have nothing really to look at and worth noting here, is that Governor?
No, not at all. It's a competition, and I didn't qualify. You know, it's fair play. Ratboy and Tree, they qualified. Good for them.
Patrolio, of course, used to be a Ratboy, and now it's gone back, and we have a little bit of a compilation here. This is of our fives, I think.
But
there's
key thing to note here, by the way,
oh,
this game
going down again.
I died several times. It looks bad, but we win this game. The triumphant Icky, who's on this stage, his beautiful TP at the end, killing the Ancient, won us this game.
Yeah,
it's great. It doesn't matter. These deaths are whatever. You know, you have to die to win. You don't win a game with no death.
Put that into practice here.
Yeah, exactly. This was annoying.
That was close. That was bloody close.
Yeah, I got a kill here. This is good.
Yeah, it's worth. And they even committed Sunstrike for it. That's like what?
That was a great Sunstrike. Whoever hit that Sun. That was insane.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm happy for all these lads.
Plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, but again, Bar committed here. Look, he might have died because he linked to me. Look at the value from this.
He might have.
In all these clips, it's Bar killing me. That's it. Done.
Alrighty, well, that was the 4 weeks of gameplay in the season, and now we are here at the finals. Our players are looking ready to go. The Aghanims Heroes and the Crimson Guard looking lovely on our stage cameras here.
Yeah.
Manchester.
Like, if you just saw, by the way, Icky just put a hot beverage, a cup of tea, under his desk. So this man is fueled by the correct beverage of choice. No one else. They're all going to have like water. Icky, powered by tea.
Powered by tea, already earning good points in your book. Alrighty, we have of course, had 4 weeks of gameplay. Let's have a look at the path these players trodden to get to this event.
Who are they going to find here? They're going to be able to find Die. Do they get the kill though? The Burrow Strike comes out once again. They do get the kill onto the Ogre Magi now though as well. And Blaze, I think he's been revealed. The Vision, the Dust was there. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick up at least 2, maybe through the Shallow Grave. T-Governor going to stay alive all the way through this fight. And the chase carries on going. Are they going to be able to pick up anything else? This could be the opening they need. The relocate ball will be killed off before he can get the Dark Rift off.
Oh, the toss back onto Die. He just bought back.
He bought back, he dives back for this, and now they take down the Tiny, but it's going to be the lifesteal as well as the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, like you say, still going, still living throughout these fights. Where's the Epicenter being used? The Burrow Strike, but Moist gets the Rage off, and now the turn. They've got the reveal, they've got the Vision. That's going to be another dieback, and Sand King is gone. It's only Rhyme. What's he going to be able to do here? He's found out the lifesteal, but there's going to be ads coming in on this. Rhymes playing with fire. He's going to walk up onto his shrine. He'll walk up onto 4 heroes. There's going to be the Mana Shield. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this? The toss up into the air, the Avalanche as well.
Nice,
it's going to be a 3-man Burrow Strike, keeping them locked down. And the Mana Void, he gets a triple! Oh, it looks like they're going to try and kick off here. Who's actually caught out? It's going to be the Burrow time once again, but Icky does find Solid, and with the Nullifier, are they going to be able to deal enough damage? The Balance Strike, it stops him for now, but the Radiance Burn, it's still coming out. Is he going to be able to get himself away? The 4-staff, Solid in, and now they pick off 2. And Crimson Guard, it could be 3. They do find the Viper now as well, tossing it back into the Wukong's command. And that's just a dead Viper.
Yeah, really cute play. That was really nice. And they can just go back into the Roach pit here now, I think.
Meanwhile, in the front lines, Ember Spirit, he's trying to fight up right now. The only one that has buyback is this Gyro, and the Ember Spirit's going to die for a second time. That is another hero dead. Icky coming back to life, though. And also, this Ember Spirit doing a fair amount of work inside of his Ghost Ball.
Look at the base, though.
The creeps are there. Attacking the Fountain. Oh my god, the Fountain's nearly dead! Mickey, he's going for it! He goes for the win! Holy wow! Oh my god!
Some fantastic games there in the group stage. An absolute massive fun to cast through those. How was it to play them?
Yeah, well, the whole experience, it was just being able to play with these kind of new UK people. Again, like a couple years ago, we had like quite a decent UK scene. That died out, and now we've got this kind of new wave of players that potentially can, you know, use this, maybe improve their MR a little bit more, get a lot better, consistent, and then maybe we get some good UK teams.
Yeah, getting that competitive experience, absolutely, so important. So, Let's have a look at what's coming up today. Of course, the best of 5. These finals we're now going to be playing. It's the Aghanim Heroes versus the Crimson Guard. Now, as I said, the team names, they're just tied to the captains. Don't really mean a whole lot, so it depends who's on the team that
What
really
logo
matters.
do you prefer, though?
Which logo do I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really know. I don't want to.
The Crimson Guard, they're really...
Crimson Guard one is a little... I don't... It's kind of like a demon type. I'm a simple man. I like the raindrop.
Yeah, same. 100%.
Same. Okay, well, we prefer the Aghanim Heroes, but this who's playing. We've got Ryan, Modebor, Overlord, and Chryson and Tree playing up on the Aghanim Heroes. Meanwhile, Crimson Guard are Moist, Xantic, Sky, Icky, and Ratboy. What are the main points which stand out to you about these two teams, T?
I think initially, so I think at this point, just don't even look at the scores of the week to week. You need to look at like the individual players and what they can bring to the team. If you look at Aghanim Heroes, their 3 core setup is better, like MMR wise, than Crimson Guard. So you think of Rhyme, he's able to transition between position 1 and 2 depending on the draft, and he's a very consistent, very good core. Modebor, he's shown that he's also able to flex into other roles, and Overlord, he's had some very good performances on a very small hero pool, but he can play them well. On the other side, when you think of Crimson Guard, you've got Moist, he plays, again, a couple of heroes, and he's more like a supporting factor to the likes of the Xantics. Again, Sky as well, he likes to try and play like a supporting factor, again, to other roles.
Yeah, up to Icky as well, who, when he is enabled,
Exactly.
he can do like really magnificent things. You know, I highlight him as my favorite hero, favorite player, sorry, of the tournament. Yeah, so but then Sky actually came up to me and said that, hey, I know you've been praising Icky a whole lot, but you know, I've actually I've been making the space for him. You know, it's me who's been making the room for.
But that's the key difference though. Like when you think of Crimson Guard, their entire team has so their core players are a supporting factor and they enable others. Whilst Aghanim Heroes, they're consistent overall. All their players, they play their own role and they try and just do their own like individual thing. So it's going to be the balance of, can those two teams which have play styles which are already very different, can that merge into something good and victory for the best of 5? Victorious, that's the word.
Yeah, absolutely. Can they find that victory? Well, we have 10 players playing in this tournament, but only 9 sitting here right now, in fact, as we are missing one. Icky has actually taken a little journey, and he's come to join us in the casting booth, and we're going to hear a little bit from him about his experience going through the group stages. Icky, thanks for coming to join us.
No problem. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Yourself?
Well, thank you.
Great. So, first thing, you know, I want to talk about who your favorite person to play with was throughout the group stages.
Throughout the group stage, it's a difficult question. I'll probably say T-Governor, because he's a great shot caller, and he's a support player like myself, so we see eye to eye.
Brilliant. Yeah, T-Governor, you know, I think everybody loves playing with that happy little chappy. And, okay, so coming into this, you know, your teammates, obviously you're playing with Xantic. A lot of people talking about Xantic versus Rhyme. Do you have any strategies you're willing to discuss? They can't hear us, remember. They've got the noise-cancelling headsets on, so what's going to be your main strategy in taking down Rhyme?
Taking down Rhyme? I don't think Rhyme is the problem, to be honest.
Oh.
I think, regardless, he's got a wide hero pool, so banning him out is going to be pointless. I think we have to focus on Chryson, because if he pops off, he's a strong player, he's been in the game for a long time. I think he's the spine of that team.
Spine, he's the backbone. Yep. Excellent calling there, right. Okay, so Chryson is going to be the target. And what kind of heroes do you want to play mostly yourself? You know, what hero would you be like, hell yeah, like let's go if they pick it for you?
Like Shadow Fiend roaming, that would be quite cool.
Shadow Fiend roaming?
Yep, that would be cool. But obviously that's not going to happen. But realistically, I'd obviously want my Treant.
that's so much more reason. Thanks for bringing it back down. Yeah. All right, finally, last question for you here. What would you like to say about anybody who's watching and rooting for you guys in the crowd?
I hope people keep supporting the UK scene. I know it's just ESL is only starting this year. Hopefully next year brings bigger and better things. And anyone at home, thank you for supporting us.
Absolutely, brilliant. All right, thank you so much, Icky, for coming to talk to us. It was an absolute pleasure and best of luck in this tournament. Well, we are getting set up now for our best of 5 series. The game 1 should be underway in a not too long now as Icky goes to take his place back down. T-Gunner, welcome back. What do you think about what Icky had to say? Do you think it's the right attitude to take to bringing down the Aghanim's heroes by targeting
Yeah, first of all, I think I did have to pay him 20 quid to say that at the start, by the way, about me.
Yeah, you're 20 quid out of pocket.
I'm 20 quid out of pocket now, but it's
worth it though, build your brand.
No, but yeah, yikes. No, but anyway, yeah, I think you made a very good point about Aghanim's heroes. Like, banning out these players that have very large hero pools, it isn't worth it. Like, you saw that in the early weeks that they tried banning out Xantic or Rhyme, for example. But Chryson, he has a very, like, his hero pool, again, position 4 with the meta exactly, he's forced onto certain heroes, but he is the one that can make the plays and has a lot of experience, like second or equal to Rhyme actually. So if you can take away Kryzen, and then Rhyme doesn't have a good game if he's got pressure, then yeah, you can slowly kind of deconstruct this team.
Yeah, so focusing on other issues, trying to play. So regarding the lane matchups as well, because that's something which is going to be very interesting as we come into it. You know, in the mid lane, we don't really know who's going to be playing against who. Whilst, you know, we know Xantic is going to be in the mid lane.
Yep.
That is for sure. But Rhyme could certainly switch things up with Mopor, right?
Yeah, potentially yes. I think the only way that Rhyme would go mid and you have Mopor playing in the side lane is when you have these kind of specialty heroes, for example, like a Morphling or something. I know Mopor can potentially play these carry heroes. I looked at his stats before he. Yeah, I looked
a little bit of digging,
went on his
a little bit of research.
Went on his PC and looked at his most played and stuff. So he's got
like any of those folders in the background, the hidden folders. No,
this is a skirmish PC. It's fine. No, so yeah, so he's got like some carries on his profile. So potentially he can flex into the carry role if there is like a really key winning mid matchup that can completely shut down Xantic. But I think for these games, it should be like the Morphling. If they want to pick Morphling, they might want to put it mid, and then you put Mopor on some like utility side lane. So then you kind of essentially have two offlaners, like the SKs, the Kunkers, plus a Morphling, and then it's like the supporting cast towards this mid lane carry. I think that's like the best way that they can kind of do a role swap in this scenario.
Yeah, okay. That's going to be interesting to see if they do follow through on that, because of course, you know, out of the two teams, I think Nagnim's heroes might be a little bit wider when it comes to what they can pick, as you say, especially within the meta as well. Crimson Guard, however, you know, they've got some really left field picks they can bring out, and a couple of specialist picks which will probably get banned out against them as well. I'm talking about the Pangolier, I'm talking about the Pugna, but actually part of me kind of wants Nagnim's heroes to let the Pugna through. I know Xantic is scary on the hero, but at the same time, it doesn't give you the win condition unless he can completely destroy the game. If you can just hold out against that and kind of abuse the fact that he's not going to be the win condition of your team, that might be a way for Nagnim's heroes to sneak the victory against them.
Yeah, I think the key thing is don't be scared about it. Like, just because you say, oh, he plays a really good, like, Pugna, or he plays a really good, let's say, OD, like, you know from looking at pro games, you know what the counters are to that, and you know, like, if it's coming, you know how to kind of set up your draft to deal with it. So I think just banning out these heroes, it probably isn't, like, optimal. I think just taking the game slow and, already in a draft. There you go. It makes my points a lot easier. I think as long as they don't fully focus on banning out one guy, then they should be good. Aim for a consistent draft and with consistent bans, rather than just doing like all 6 bans for Xantic, and then he still gets last pick and he still gets whatever good hero has left, right? His hero pool is way too big. Same for the other team, like with Rhyme.
Yeah, it's a big ask, so let's see what they do decide to throw out. Of course, Kunkka, banned out, no big surprise here. We always want to get rid of Kunkka. That hero is boring to watch, boring to play. He's just so strong right now.
Yeah, so when we look at Skirmish, it kind of developed its own, like, I guess, mini-meta, where it was like Night Stalker, Kunkka, you had Sand King, yeah, you got your Voids. Like, personally, I'd be taking away the Omni, because it simplifies. The whole idea is you don't have teams, and you don't have practice. So you need to try and get a draft that can skirmish. You need to be able to just play a simple game. You don't want to have these really key timings, which if you don't win by 20 minutes, you're going to lose the game. Or, you know, so you need to have just simple. And like these Omnis, these Night Stalkers, Kunkkas, they're such easy to kind of draft and play around heroes that can scale at all points of the game.
Yeah, when you compare that to, like, you know, the Chen we've seen trialed a couple of times, never to any excess, really. It's a really rough one. Did we see any win Chen games? Did you look at me like you've won a Chen game? But
no. I think I'm not a Chen player actually. No, I think Dai played it once.
Yeah.
And I think it was a big loss.
I
can't remember that well, but I think
it was a pretty big loss. Yeah, they went Chen like in, and unfortunately, it just you know, you give yourself the strict win condition. But when you go for these kind of drafts, right? If you play perfectly, you're gonna win the game in 20 minutes. But asking, you know, 5 guys who you don't play with very often to play perfectly in a draft such as that, it's gonna make you sweat.
Yeah, it puts pressure, and especially like when you think of the calls made. In a team, when you make a call, it's, let's say like, oh, let's go hold this high ground, let's go pressure them. That call is like, it has like sub-meaning, which is like, you still push out like the 2 lanes that you're like connecting to. You still kind of have one core on like farming the opposite jungle with the ability to kind of connect, right? When you make these calls in these games where you haven't got that practice, it's taken very literally, where it's like, hold the high ground, and then you suddenly have 5 heroes just kind of clumped up on a shrine area, and it's like, no, you go, you know? So it's, again, you have to really simplify this and allow the players to kind of play their own game, and then kind of connect at the correct times.
Yeah, it's all about that, isn't it? Trying to get everybody playing their own game as a team. And that's why these kind of big strats don't really work. So Agnim's heroes, they are going to go straight in for the Mirana. No big surprise to see this guy picked up. They don't want Icky to play that Mirana. And maybe put it on... well, you think Kryzen's going to be on it?
Yeah. For sure. I feel like this is just a very default position 4 pick. And then, yeah, this is very skirmish. Get the Abdomen plus Coddle. Okay.
Abdomen Coddle. This seems like a really strong opening from the Crimson Guard. The response from the Agnim's heroes is going to be the Undying for Tree.
The classic Tree Undying. They first pick it. They just pick it whenever it's there. Which I think Crimson Guard understood that the Undying was coming. And I don't think this is going to be too much of a surprise. I feel potentially it can be annoying for the Abaddon in lane. But once you get into like in the later portions of the game, your dying will fall off, especially with the amount of team fight already being shown with the Coddle pick. So
5 seconds remaining. Dire team
the
back.
moist lifesteal are gone as well.
Yeah, I don't want any more ultra kills on that bad boy. They're on the highlights.
Maybe he wants to get the rampage now. Come on.
Yeah, true.
See, the thing is with drafting in skirmish, it's like you can't think about like the meta and what's really needed, because like you get to the point where what hero do we need, and then you say like 3 heroes. And then the guy's like, but I've practiced all these non-meta heroes. It's like, okay, lads, let's go.
Yeah.
10 seconds
yeah, you got to
remaining.
sort of adjust to what other people want to play.
Of course, yeah. If you
5
ignore
seconds
what they
remaining.
want to play and then you just try and do a meta draft, you're gonna hinder yourself a lot, because obviously they're not gonna understand their timings and stuff. So
But
thinking the
weirdly, I mean, yesterday Sky was saying, I'm not going to play a Baden, I'm not going to play a Baden, I'm not going to play a Baden. Looks like he's going to be playing a Baden.
yeah, I think his hero sheet initially was, I think he said he wanted to play like Necro, Pugna, Venge, what's the other one? Pangolier, and then maybe there was like a Slardar or Bristle in there. And all of those heroes, do any of them sound nice for the off lane?
Yeah.
Any of them sound
it's-
good? Maybe the Pangolier, sure, it can be done. It's fine. It's an actual thing. But the rest of them just sound. Whew.
Yeah.
He has to
what
adapt.
you
I
put
think
down
his team kind of put him in place, and now he's in a good stead to have some good hero picks.
Indubitably. Well, we have the Void banned out
10
as well,
seconds
so
remaining.
these carries getting targeted down a little bit here. And as you rightly predicted, there's very
5
little focus
seconds remaining.
coming on to these big players, Rhyme and Xantic, who are actually both in the drafting seat this time, are being more or less ignored, except other than the gyro ban.
Yeah, it's the smart way to draft. They're doing proper drafts now. You can see from the first week that Skirmish went down, the adaptation from draft from the first week now it's clear.
So out of all the players which we've got on the stage today, who to you seem the most focused?
Most focused.
Yeah.
I'd probably say just the entire Aghanim's team. They were just like of course. So Crimson Guard got here first. They were just playing their pubs and
10
talking and kind of
seconds remaining.
as a team.
They did a lot of talking.
Yeah, Crimson are showing that they're like an actual trying to
5
be a team for this.
seconds remaining.
Aghanims, they're all just like on their PC by
Radiant
themselves,
team
doing their own little thing. So
Lena.
they're like properly focused, but not like the correct focused.
Oh.
Crimson are less focused. They're more like nonchalant,
I see.
but it's also good. And
It looks like Mirana's used Moonlight Shadow on both teams.
they've all got amulets right now.
Oh.
Shadow amulets, and they're all disappeared.
Well, that's intriguing, but it is Alina picked up for the Crimson Guard, so again, this feels like an icky hero, but they've got a lot of heroes they can work around right now. They can, change the battle to the 4 if they want to, Lina can be mid, just nice flexibility.
Just the overland pick here. And yeah, so that's the thing when you have I was going to say that. Yeah, when you already pick the Abaddon Coddle, the Lina is, you already know, like, you need that kind of ranged pairing with the Abaddon. So Aghanims don't want to use that ban for the Lina because there's more value in the lifesteal of Pugna. So again, I feel Aghanims kind of already knew this was potentially coming, hence
10
why
seconds remaining.
they're not going to be too concerned in the draft right now.
Indeed. Now, Crimson Guard, they've got 2 more picks to come. Is there anything we're expecting? Well, I'm going to ask you your predictions right now. Is it going to go for the Chaos Knight? Wow, this is slightly unexpected to me. So this is a hero which used to be very popular, and I think it was Demon Slayers who were playing it a lot earlier on in this patch. They had a fair amount of success with it.
It is a skirmish hero, to be fair. It has been picked up quite a lot. I think Shytek played it. Moist has played it before. And again, it does fit the criteria
10
of
seconds
it has
remaining.
laning presence. It can provide easy team fight. It
5
has a very
seconds
clear kind of like,
remaining.
if I have ultimate up, we can go for a real team fight. Without ultimate, I will kind of want to farm. So it kind of hits that criteria of we haven't done much practice together, but we can have a good overall draft.
Yeah, we can push issues very easily, and it's just so nice that you can have that objective taking power as well in the CK. It's something which you often forget about, or something which you kind of don't focus on a lot of the time if you're drafting. You know, you're just looking at the hero matchups, you're looking at the heals, you're looking at stuff coming out, and you're like, oh god, we don't have any like tower taking potential. Roshan still, CK's not like amazing Roche taker, but he's certainly alright.
The only fear right now is that Aghanim's already has the Legion that can deal with the illusions from the CK at the early points. So at this point, with the OD pick now, you now have this was the fear with the CK pick here. You pick the CK because you want to have the Xantic last pick. Yeah. They've already got one soft counter to CK, and now they can pick a hard counter to the carry as well. So now it's on Xantic to then pick a very good mid laner to deal with the OD. Rhyme has played the OD in safe lane in some of his pubs. He can also potentially play it on mid. I believe this should be the Rhyme OD, personally.
Rhyme OD, yeah, I mean, that does serve to reason. He loves playing these kind of, you know, he likes plays to draft around him, which of course he should, because he's the best player on the team.
Yeah, correct. We'll see with the last ban. They're gonna, I think you're gonna maybe have some like Quap hero, some kind of tempo mid laner that can deal with the OD.
Another nice thing about this OD, by the way, is that they've got the Mirana as well, so you've got that set up for the arrow, which they were previously lacking pretty heavily. I'm still worried they're lacking lockdown pretty harshly here on Aghanim's heroes, and literally I was talking to one of the players on Aghanim's heroes and said, you know, lacking lockdown is the easiest way to lose a pub.
There's the Quap ban.
There it is. Nicely picked up there. All right, let's try and get some predictions into the last two picks here. Aghanim's heroes looking like they need a space-creating carry, or maybe a mid laner, which can also change in.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to, I think the specialty that you have right now, or the kind of unique point, is you can pick a mid laner that can flex to the side lane, and then you can have Rhyme potentially playing the safe lane OD that he has done in the past, or just play it mid. So I think that's like the safe way to deal with the fact that Xantic has last pick, and obviously Xantic having last pick, if he's playing into mode boar, there's quite a discrepancy in the skill. So mode boar potentially can take away the win in the lane, but you would expect Xantic to have some type of like lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got plenty of reserve time to play with on both teams, actually. These have not been slow drafts by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, the main issue, though, with Aghanim's draft is they do lack a way of going high ground. And when we describe these heroes that they could pick, where it could flex between mid and carry, there aren't many heroes that can actually do that and still provide that kind of high ground push. Yeah. So they need to decide if they want to have the flex to be able to outdraft Xantic and then play the game, or if they want to have a way of going high ground.
Drow Ranger.
And there's also that was one of the few that can flex pick and can now do the high ground.
Yeah, this Drow kind of turning this into a little bit of a strategy here with the OD and the Drow just enabling each other. This is going to be one terrifying out of the bar. I mean, what is the pick here? Do they have anything? The Pugner's been banned out a while ago. It's
10 seconds
Sniper
remaining.
perhaps?
Yeah, Sniper can be an okay pick. You can also potentially go for like an Ember. You know the lane's going to be rough, but overall in the game you're going to be able to deal with the Drow, connect with him. Undying Mirana doesn't do anything to him. It's actually, but it is to be clear, it's a very, very bad lane for him, especially with the Mirana coming in with the arrows. So they just need, I think they need right now is a way to get to the backlines, get onto the Drow. Like, sure, they have the CK. If he goes for a kind of BKB Blink type build, then he can get kind of just jump in the backline and not care. But I think if they have one more way of reaching that line, then they're going to be in good stead.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of just deciding what they wanted to go for. They can either go for something which is really aggressive, you know, go for the scissors and jump in the backlines. They can go for the rock and just try and hold back, hold the lane, hold the higher ground, and try and play into the late game here. It's a big decision to make for Crimson Guard, and you know, this first game of the best of 5, you don't want to start it off on the wrong foot. Xantic taking his time over this one.
Yeah, I think.
What are the potentials? Can you give me any hero names?
I'm trying to think right now. I'm racking my brain. You've got the Ember, you've got Snipers. There's Legion there. DA.
Oh, rough. They will eventually decide upon the Templar Assassin for Crimson Guard here. That's going to be their final pickup.
Yeah. Okay. So they decided to go for more a. They're gonna. Okay. So this is what Crimson Guard probably will do. Xantic is going to aim to farm his Deso Blink. He's going to play lane, farm, be really greedy, and as soon as he gets that timing, he's going to try and gather his team up and then make forward moves. As long as the lanes don't go so bad that they can't actually achieve that.
Yeah, and don't forget that OD does take off 2 of these refraction charges per hit with his Q enabled, so that's going to be something which Zantic will take into account here and have to play around with the refraction. But I think this is a great draft coming out from both teams. There's clearly been a lot of thought put into both. Are you impressed?
Yeah, I think it's a good draft. Oh, straight to the hit people. Yeah, so I think it's a good draft, and I just think that as much as the you got the Crimson Guard, sorry, has a nice looking draft, I think Aghanim's Heroes has the answers to deal with it. They've got the OD to deal with the CK, they got the Legion Commander that can deal with the illusions again from the CK as well, but also you've got a high physical damage mid laner against the Legion Commander. And when you think about Skirmish, all the Legion has to do in this fight is lock down the Atlantic, Rhyme can deal with Moist, and the game's good.
Shout out to Moist's grandma who's cheering him on in the crowd.
Right. Shout out to... Oh, and Dupes.
And dudes, yeah, gotta get those shout-outs in. Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 1 in this best of 5 series here at ESL Premiership. We are here at the finals, ready to go, and we're gonna start things off with a Drought lineup versus a TA and a CK core. We're running against them. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the games in the group stages didn't seem to have, like, you know, there were a lot of kind of these picks which came through, and you just be like, okay, well that's like that's a huge kind of easy pick to secure the game for you, and sometimes that didn't translate to gameplay, but they often made their way through. But this time didn't ever feel like that was the case. I don't think either team have like an easy path to victory here. I think I'm slightly favoring the Aghanim's Heroes though.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking at it a bit more, I think Crimson Guard, they do have this kind of brawler type lineup, but I think Aghanim's Heroes just has the answers, like I've already said. I think that, yeah, it's going to be rough. If Crimson Guard do take a couple bad fights, it's going to be an uphill battle for them to kind of actually get over this lineup.
Yeah, for sure. So we got Moist here just kind of overseeing the rune. Boy coming forward as well. Very aggressively rotating. So, oh, the arrow nearly coming in. But no one's going to be able to grab this one. And with the blinding light, they'll secure this bounty rune quite easily for themselves. And that should be 2 for 2. Or have they managed to grab an extra one. Dire, Sky coming in and just able to steal himself a rune here. So that was very nice for them. Starting off on the right foot here, Crimson Guard.
It's actually the most annoying thing in the world, by the way, when you're playing against these Bassy 4s and they just click you non-stop.
Yeah.
You think the blinding light will be able to actually help you, but it doesn't. You click it and then instantly you get clicked down. So annoying.
Couple of claps coming out for the cheeky arrow there. Kryson under a microscope here. Feels like, ooh, nearly getting the curry with the side blades as well. Tree looking over to Icky. Icky getting stunned up here. Oh, sorry, Tree again.
What's Sky's level? Oh, okay. I was hoping if Sky leveled his passive there, that could have been a bit dicey for the Undying.
Yeah, the slow could have really helped out getting that harassment from the leaner. It's a really nice little combo. Where do you expect the first blood to come from this game?
Ooh, first blood. Oh, must say, maybe I'm gonna bot lane. I think bot lane's gonna be the key one.
Oh, there it is! There it is!
Nailed it!
Easy cool. The first blood will be drawn by Sky as Bodeball takes a fall. That's a pretty cool. Now Ryan's like, man, where's my aura gone?
It's fine, it's early. He's only lost it for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
We're in the clear.
Safe from the flame for now. Meanwhile, Moist and Coddle just battling up in the top lane. What's interesting about Moist as well is that obviously he's the lowest MMR 1 position who came top of the leaderboard. And I'm starting to see why here. Oh, hold on the phone a second as Trees falls back, but just a little bit of harassment coming out onto him. They couldn't close the gap there with Sky, so no ability to slow him down. Still level 1 as well anyways. But yeah, I can kind of see why Moist has been able to secure himself so many wins, because I think the #1 thing I've seen coming out of his mouth most of the time. Oh, Kryson now on the run as well. Can Ratboy finish the job here? Patrick looking for the kill here. Kryson, no, will not be able to get the deny. And that is a kill for Ratboy.
It was a nice try, but this is going to make top lane a little bit awkward. I think the fact that you have these levels on the CK and Coddle, especially with the fact that if you mana the CK, you get the double crit. So there's going to be this top lane is like a battle of sustain. So the only people dying should be the Coddle or the Mirana, depending on who gets the initial like.
Yeah, it's actually a stun up. The Legion Commander's getting really low here. She's going to need to run herself away. Using the Overwhelming Gods, they should be able to get to safety. Yeah, interesting. She doesn't go for a point in the press the attack here to purge off the stun or the blinding light, but choosing instead to go for the Q and the E instead. Oh, beautiful arrow connecting onto the Coddle here, but the blinding light doesn't come through. Kryson gets a kill anyway. Mirana drawing more blood up in the top lane. It's coming into carnage already. A lot of kills coming out in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Yes, the battle of the supports. Who's going to die more? Yeah. who do you think is going to die more? Let's make a prediction right now. So it's between Undying Mirana and then obviously Lina Coddle. Who do you think is dying more?
It's always Undying. I've got to say the Agnes series are going to drop more deaths, but
Oh, I'm not saying teams. I'm saying.
Oh,
I want you to call out a man. Okay, Tree. Trees.
the Undyings love to die. That's what they do best.
I'm gonna say the Cottle. We'll see who wins at the end of the game.
Dire's
Yeah.
structures are fortified.
Mid lane actually, TA is taking, but up at top, and there's actually every single lane here. There's violence going down as bottom lane. They get the kill. Moist being chased through the trees here as Chryson's on top of him, cancelling out that cell, but getting a little bit of health back from the passive anyway. Bobal goes. Oh, Moist is actually dead. He drops. Chryson grabs a kill.
This was just the Cottle went to go pull, and Moist still played aggressive. You had the double wave pushing into the tower for Dire, and Moist still played next to it. Like at that point, you need to kind of drop back. You need to let yourself play near the pool cam. And you can see on both teams, they've got a deep ward in the lane. See, there's a Radiant ward just in front of the tower, and also on the Radiant side, there's a Dire ward. And this is why some of these kills are coming into play, especially for the Dire side.
Meanwhile, Ryan's starting to get a little bit low here versus the TA, but overall, doing okay. Nikki actually very low down here, but
And that's the ward for the Dire side, especially.
Learned nothing.
Chryson actually gets a kill onto Ratboy up in the top lane here, finding an arrow and just getting himself a solo kill. Chryson doing so much work so far. My goodness.
Yeah,
This Marauder pick certainly doing something.
Yeah, there's not really much kill potential for the Crimson Guard, the CK and the Cottle. So it's all about if you hit the arrow on the Cottle, he will be dead.
He will. He's a little bit of a squish. And now we can see the CS, and we see that Ryan there, 20 and 8, and 23 and 8 make back in 3 CS with the okay, that's value. Really doing a number on Xantic so far in the mid lane. Of course, TA can never be counted out as she's always able to go to these side camps and get some jungle creeps, but not as easy when you're on the Dire.
The only thing is though, both these heroes, they have the same playstyle. They play the lane and then they go kind of sit in the jungle and farm up. So right now, OD having the lead. No, this is fine. Oh, and then the arrow. Oh.
The arrow.
And
Leaving
dead.
it suspense. Yeah, it's going to go down.
He
though.
was so dead. It was like, whatever, we knew it. Gone, whatever.
Who cares?
But yeah,
That's like other things.
so the TA and OD matchup is like they're going to go farm. So it's who can utilize the jungle better.
Down. Tree could be in some trouble here, but they can't quite get the commitment here, so they're going to turn their attention to Bobal. But look at the damage Icky is just putting out on this Lina. In comes the silence. Oh, he's really going for this one. That's the right idea, Sky. He's going to get brought down. That is a...
yeah, that's a very good tip. That is probably the best tip of Skirmish so far.
The strength is there. Tree's not going to die to that. Easy zips coming out there.
And that is the problem when you have this Undying, when you can't actually bully this hero. Like, you want to pick Undying so you can bully the offlaner. If you can force...
Okay.
Oh, he should be fine. He should be fine. Like, if you can bully a solo offlaner, then Undying accelerates, so it's really strong. But when you're forced into dual lanes, and especially when you're carrying as a drow, you can't really provide much into the lane, it means that you're actually at a back foot. Like, this Lina and Abaddon, it doesn't really care. Unless you're diving the towers like Sky just did. The Undying doesn't provide much.
Ratboy doing a good job there of actually just killing off the neutrals nice and quickly so they couldn't make the pull through. Very nice. Getting some farm for himself as well. Meanwhile, Chryson continuing to try and farm the Cottle, but he's been playing a little bit safer now.
I'd like to see the Lina actually go sit into mid lane and farm up whilst the TA farms, and then maybe push the Cottle into bottom to pressure onto the drow. Because then it enables the whole idea of Icky and his playstyle. You know, you want to have this support. And you can see now, Morano's going to try and rotate away, and the CK doesn't need the supporting factor of the Cottle.
Yeah, she's getting wards down, going for an adventure, holding that arrow ready, able to just put pressure onto Xantic if he dares come back into lane. Overlom, of course, is going to be punished for this one. They realize that this Morano is gone, and they will immediately start pushing him out of the lane. Xantic has now found Chryson. Chryson should be okay, though. A leap down the cliff, and he's going to get himself to safety.
He could have blocked that camp.
He could have found
He could have 1 second blocked it.
Oh, could be an arrow in the middle lane, actually, but up at top lane, Overlom's getting low. The stun will not get the kill, though. Tree comes in. Meanwhile, at mid, they were able to connect with the arrow, looks like, as Ryan will put an end to Icky. Now they look over towards Chryson as well. Chryson on the run, and Xantic trying to chase him down here. He's got a trap down. He's got another one coming off cooldown, about 3 seconds. Oh, the creeps! Get out the way, creeps! Which side are you on? Chryson, he's going to go over towards the trees, but coming under the trap. He can pop it late here, trying to get a little bit of extra value out of it. Chryson turns around, takes a creep,
no, that was
death.
Okay. So right now, so before that engagement happened, the Undying TP'd top to try and save the Legion that had already kind of got past his tower. And then that left Drow solo. So I was hoping that the Lina might instantly go make an aggressive play. And the TP from Icky, it was a wild one.
Yeah, it was a little bit off the mark there, but there we are.
That's fine. Now we're getting this pressure on the Drow that should be there.
Next on to the abandoned Chryson, finding the hero at the back. I'm not sure that was deliberate, but it looked damn good. And now they look towards Icky as well, but Mode Ball getting really low. Can't get caught by the Life Striker Ray and will not do so. Signing around needs to throw in the right clicks if he wants to win this engagement. Icky does not turn around and he accepts his fate in the tree line there. Icky does get dropped, meanwhile Ratboy on the run. Oh, hi, says Gaben. You may live this time, Kotl.
Oh, Papa bless RNG. 2 rune savers.
Oh, Trino nearly fights him. Ooh, on the run. He's going to make it out and waste everybody. He's
he has
playing with fire.
He has a stick and soul rip. Ratbutch, get out of there, buddy.
He's playing with fire, but I think he's just taunting Tree around a little bit, wasting his time, running him around the jungle.
I think he probably should have killed himself there for the value, but it's all right. You know,
he's going to now. He's going up
nice.
Tier 2. He'll make it eventually. And here we see at bottom the look at that arrow.
That was very close to hitting.
That was like a creep there. That was Icky there, but he finds it, threads the needle.
That was abuse.
Professional. Could Icky have killed Mobor if he just turned around and face tanked the shot?
If he'd hit the stun, then maybe, yeah.
Well, yeah, if he hit the stun, of course. Well, currently net 0 advantage pretty much. I mean, a couple of gold in favor of the Agnim's heroes, but really no one taking a big lead here as Zantic has been able to come back from that middle lane disadvantage earlier on with some jungle creeps and a nice little kill as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like this game right now in the laning stage, Agnim doesn't really have much kill potential outside of the arrow. They have no real stunts. So the fact that they've got these kills is kind of apparent. It's based on Cryzen making these rotations. So Crimson should probably have a lot more kills and have a more kind of controlling early game, but Agnims are just showing that they're clearly a little bit better at the start of this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, you got to give credit to Cryzen where it's due. I mean, he's done an absolutely stellar job on this Mirana so far, actually. 6 kills, and now all Rhyme actually taking a Laguna Blade to the face. Over the heal comes through, they've kept it alive for the time being. If he can get up to the high ground, turns around with the ultimate, brings down Sky. Icky as well being chased here, the zombies on top of him, and that is going to be a kill onto him. So far, 2 heroes dead on the side of the Crimson Guard. And Zantic, he needs to get his way out of here, and he needs to get out now, but he's turning it around, but he gets arrowed up. Cryzen catches it, the kill, it comes in! Cryzen grabs another one, and Zantic is dead. A huge win for the Agnim's heroes down at bottom. My goodness.
Yeah, I think Agnim's heroes are playing the map a lot better than not Cryzen. Cryzen's not Agnim's hero. I mean, Crimson Guard, sorry. Yeah, I think they're playing pretty well right now.
The Agnim's heroes just tore it up. I mean, Rhyme surviving there is absolutely insane. And here we see him getting so low, but the heal coming in from Tree. Thank you very much. And then turning around with a kill into Sky.
And it was the high ground with Tomb placement as well, very classic. Just means that they can't deal with that at all.
Already Mode Ball being chased down once again, but they're on the defense here. They're trying to chase back Sky.
Oh, wayward.
Yeah, Sky's gone back into that one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But you can see how when you have the Rhyme v Atlantic matchup.
Here we have the Weaver statistic actually on the screen, provided by our lovely friends there. And we see Cryzen on this is compared with professional players, by the way.
Yep.
And this is 7 kills at 11 minutes, which is better compared to 35 in the top 1%. So that is really quite something as Rhyme fighting up with Atlantic a bit.
It's a good performance so far.
Very good.
Back to my point previously would be when you can flex Rhyme into this mid lane and deal with Atlantic, you fully take away this whole kind of the power that
Atlantic going for the tower. He's going for the tower. He's going to get it. Mode Boy, he didn't get the deny in, or I think his arrow came in just as Sky's right click came through as well.
Taking away that tower, opening up the jungle now.
Not a really long arrow here. They're going to go for this though. This is a tanky hero. They do have the duel if they want to go for this hit, but he's going to be able to get out the ultimate, turn this one around, and just bunching at heroes right now, getting some health back from that passive. They'll turn around, look towards Overlom. Overlom is plenty tanky with that bracer though, and now with the ultimate, they don't have the sight, so the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow them to get away. Overlom staying though. He's just going to come in, go straight for the duel here. Cryzen's on top of them as well. Do they have the damage though? The Blinding Light going to buy him a little bit more space. Moist is not going to die to the duel, but he is going to die overall. But Rhyme comes in from behind just to make sure they pick off Ratboy as well. It's going to be 2 kills up at top, and another one down at the bottom lane as well. As Zantic looking at Cryzen, trying to find him here. Zantic's on the run, trying to make his way through the trees here. Rhyme showed up, and this is pretty terrifying for Ads right now. He's got to play his way around this nicely, and Rhyme's just sitting on top of him, but Atlantic knows he can't just sit here. That would be too much time wasted, but does manage to... Oh no!
Rhyme had enough, yeah, he had enough. So I think, yeah, the Aghanim's heroes, they're bringing the right heroes to the engagements and making sure they're not wasting their TP. Crimson Guard right now, they're, like you can see, they had this abundant TP top lane. They didn't have the detection when they're making this defensive play. It's yeah, Aghanim's are in a good position right now, especially with their draft as well, and the fact that they have the answer for Crimson Guard. It is scary for Crimson, that is.
A little lag there, but looks like we're okay. Next thing, I do want to point out that he doesn't have enough mana for Laguna Blade right now, so the pickle potential is very unlikely. Sky backing himself out. They need to find themselves some mana on this Lina if they want to stand the chance of getting a pick off and starting this fight off on the right foot, but they are just chasing them back. No real attempts here at an actual kill, but look at this net worth. Look at OD. He is so far ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's looking pretty disgusting here with 1,800 gold over at Xantic, who's not been having the smoothest time.
And yeah, do you know at the start of the game when we spoke about how Crimson Guard has these core players that are like supporting factors? If you look at Sky's levels right now, he's actually the second lowest level in the game. He's level 7, and then like Icky's already level 9. So if this is kind of worrying, where this core Abaddon, it excels from having kind of the ability to frontline. But if you don't have the levels and you don't have the farm, you can't frontline. And then the whole aspect of the hero is kind of negated. So it's, can Icky have such a good performance that it can kind of mitigate this Abaddon? But
yeah, another Weaver stat coming up here. It's the top 2% of professional players at 13 levels in 14 minutes. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Rhyme is having a very good game right now. He's had the good rotation top. He's killed Atlantic a couple of times, and yeah, overall, he's just farming up. The key thing is, if you just play your own game and then connect with your team at the right times, then it's good. When you try and make unnecessary force rotations, then you'll naturally kind of be in a bad stead.
That's why you love OD versus Abaddon, because you can just pop that borrowed time and then stuff him up, and he's going to be dead meat now as the Legion comes in and grabs that 10 dual damage, getting on the board now with extra damage on the Legion Commander, and looking forward for more here. They're not going to allow... Boy actually comes in for that one, and just with the Blinding Lights, able to take the bounty rune.
Yeah, they got the double blink now on the Legion and the OD, so they both picked him up roughly at the same time, so now they're just going to be really aggressive, and they want to play together and really push it into the Crimson Guard.
But they kill the Abaddon, there's no more reveal, you know, the Cottle definitely knows about both of them now, so there's no chance of any surprise kills coming out. They should know about this. Icky has to be very, very careful about defending this tower. In fact, I'm not sure there's that much he can do.
Yeah, this push right now is one of the best pushes Aghanim can do on the map, just because of the vision that they have at the Tri-Camp area. They've got the high ground ward and the one on the shrine. So this engagement, especially with the double blink, if anyone comes to defend this, they should just be instantly jumped.
Arrow
just like that.
And good night, sir. They pop the ultimate. They know they need to get that kill out of the way quickly as they turn around, try and look for Icky right now. Icky's getting low to the Starstorm, but turning around, gets a stun, gets the Light Strike Array. A lot of value from this death right now. Tree's getting eaten up here. The heal comes in, though he's not dead yet, but with the Reality Rift, they will be able to finish the job. Now they look over towards Overlord, though. Overlord trying to find the front lines with Rhyme here at Xantic, trying to do the damage. They suck him back in. Another Reality Rift, another kill for Moist. Moist with the double, trying to back away, but it's a Xantic who's in trouble. Turns around, trying to bring down Crisis, but it's not going to happen, and Overlord just turns around. The zombies and the Legion Commander are enough to bring down the Crimson Guard, fighting so far forward, but they're still here. Do manage to avoid that arrow. Crisis doesn't have that much health, and Sky's looking to him right now. He doesn't have a leap, so he is going to go down just to a miscoil. They look towards Overlord. Overlord should be getting out of this one okay. They don't have any interrupts for that TP. That will put an end to that fight. Getting a little bit sloppy in the bottom lane here for the Aghanim's heroes, but still coming out with a pretty okay result there, would you say?
Yeah, it was... I expected that to go a lot worse than it actually did, and meanwhile, just Icky just enjoying his little farm he had. So
yeah,
Icky probably should have been there, but oh well.
He was there. Actually.
Was he?
Yeah, he got a Laguna Blade off at the very start of the engagement.
I am blind. Sorry.
Yeah, that's alright. He respawned right top.
Did he?
How dare you?
Oh man!
How dare you play
just,
my Icky?
You know, I just didn't want them to fight there. That's the issue. I was so okay, my bad.
That's alright. That's alright. Rhyme with the double damage. Is he going to do anything with this? I always find this Veil build on... I know it's like done by everybody now on an OD. It just seems really weird because his Q is pure damage, right?
It's all about his ultimate. It's all about the fact that like you have the Agi mid, the strength core, like all the cores from Crimson Guard will blow up to the OD.
Yeah, and it's not just the amplified magic damage, but the stats it gives you as well as an OD. It's pretty delicious.
The armor as well against the TA. So it's overall it's just a very good item just to buy up, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the build-up's really tasty as well as a mid laner.
So I'd like to see Aghanim still kind of forcing the pressure right now. You can see the vision now for Crimson Guard. They've kind of cleared out that jungle area in the bottom, the tri-camp, and now they're placing these defensive wards. I'd like to see them maybe make a move and get a deeper ward out so that you can see when Aghanim's being greedy at the farm. But overall, yeah, Aghanims will be pushing these objectives, utilizing the fact that they have this Drow in the team and trying to not allow a CK to have a game. If the CK does get to a point where it's got maybe like an AC, a Blink, a BKB, and he can just jump onto this OD or this Drow, then the game does get scary.
It's already pretty scary, at least for the Crimson Guard. And with this smoke, it's going to get even scarier. They're wrapping around on somebody here.
Top tower is under
But the
attack.
OD ult just came back up again, so this smoke will be very scary. And again, they're making another move. So they controlled one area, and now the move they're trying to make is into an area that is controlled by Radiant.
Overlord, he's going to see everything right now. They're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow and go for the safe retreat here. So it looks like the smoke will not do much other than just ousting the Radiant heroes from their jungle.
So hopefully, if they can use, I think this smoke, they should continue and try and get a deep ward out, just to try and get some value from the smoke. Because right now they've grouped up as 5, spent about a minute or 2 together, but not really utilized anything. Not got any map control, not really farmed up on the cores, and this is just putting Sky at a bigger disadvantage.
Yeah, coming up on this 20-minute mark now, and we'll see where the runes go, but it's looking like Aghanim's heroes are in control. But as you say, you know, this isn't as convincing as it looks on the score sheet. 20 and 8 on kills, but they have to be doing this. This is the nature of the Drow draft. The Lom is going to lead the charge. Moist will be an amazing target for them to find right now, and they both simultaneously blink on top of Moist. He is surviving through this rather long time, but no one's coming in to help out here. They are just going to let Moist fall, and that's going to be a kill from Rhyme.
And that is a product of the vision right now. Radiant doesn't have any vision on the map because it just got dewarded as it was so aggressive. Crimson Guard only has the 1 ward bottom. So right now, both teams are pretty much playing on a very dark map. And again, it's very scary when you can do that. You need to have these wards out to allow for movements to be kind of predicted.
Well, Kryson starting with the arrow and not the Yules there, which maybe isn't the way around you want to do it, but...
Correct, that is not the combo.
Thank you.
Or he used him to arrow the guy behind him.
Yeah, true.
Predicting. Yeah, that's big brain.
Middle tower has fallen.
So, middle tier 2 now taken. Dropping very quickly indeed as Ratboy's also actually brought down as Kryson finds a kill on the back lines and, well, Zantic finds a kill on the front lines. He's looking for more here. This does feel a little bit greedy, especially with an invis rune. Oh dear, the Zantic, he's going to be left screaming. Meanwhile, the Jewel comes out up on the top. They managed to find Sky there. Both Rhyme and Overlord just get on top of him. Once again, just forcing him to spot that ulti, throwing him into the Astral Imprisonment and just waiting for its end, setting up for the Jewel perfectly. It's a really easy combo to pull off.
Yeah, and especially again with these cores, there's like other than if he uses the ult, you just imprison, you get Jewel after. But all of these heroes on Crimson Guard will die to a Jewel plus OD. They don't actually have saves as well. Like they rely on the Abaddon being there for the save.
Oh, an arrow. That's going to be a kill. Icky's going to be brought down, and that's 2-5-5 gold going to Rhyme. Once again, he is just mopping up right now. Currently has himself 8 kills.
I think even though Aghanims are getting all these kills, they're only 4k ahead. And that is because Zantic's still hitting the jungle, and Moist is still keeping up. He has died a couple times, but he's still kind of hitting the creeps. So if Aghanims, I feel like Aghanims right now, they're at kind of like a timing where they can pressure and take these good team fights. But if they don't do that, and Moist does get these items, it will be scary for Aghanims for sure.
Yeah, it's back to the wall time for them, to be honest with you. And they're doing well with their space they're getting themselves, but another smoke.
Like this smoke here is like the last smoke pre-double BKB on the Crimson Guard cores. So they're going to have to use the smoke, they're going to have to get kills and turn it into objectives. But bot lane's already pushed out, so after this smoke, the only play they have is going
Moist again, though. He is going to get caught out so close to that BKB. And, well, somebody get Gabe out on the line because we're having a couple of connection issues here, but we can assume that Moist is dead. And, we'll get back into the game as quickly as possible. Doesn't seem to be affecting the players. No one's really standing up, throwing anything over, smashing any keyboards. So I would guess we're okay. We're going to try and get back into this one as quickly as possible. But, yeah, I mean, just finding that kill into Moist there, delaying those BKBs could really create an opening, and that was so deep, that kill as well. If they can transfer this into objectives, this could be really big.
They're all running on treadmills right now. They're all just talking about what they're going to do next.
Yeah, got to get that fitness in, you know?
Oh, we had the party chat there.
Oh, don't want to read that.
That could have been drama.
Let's see if we can get back into this one. But I mean, it's all a case of, you know, where you're finding the kills. With being so aggressive with these smokes, for diving in so deep, you can always transfer that into objectives, which we've seen so far.
But I think right now is just the disconnect between when you Aghanims are playing
the game.
Yeah, true. That's a very good point. There is a big disconnect between us and the game. Actually, what I really like is whatever the scoreboard was, we would need them to play the exact play. I want them to do the exact CSing, the exact kills, and replay the exact 30 minutes up again if we have. No, but again, like, more importantly,
representation.
Exactly. No, but Aghanims, you can see that they played their lanes, and they had good moves made by Kryzen, which allowed them to take these good smokes. And their smokes and their movement have been into vision and have been together as a team.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard, they've been playing with limited vision. Their TPs haven't been as strong. If anything, they have been quite poor with their TPs, therefore forcing them around the map where they don't want to be. And then it just puts them into the back foot. And their lineup is about, they need to have strong lanes and have the tempo. Like both drafts, if they get a good start, they can have good tempo and just roll over, right? Aghanims, they've had this tempo and they're not really forcing it that hard. But Crimson Guard, well, now they're forcing it. Good stuff.
Oh yeah, they're bloody forcing it onto the high ground now.
So yeah,
leading the charge.
So the important thing here to note was when they killed the CK, there was no real play to go, right? They couldn't get the CK and they shouldn't be able to go mid. But during the disconnect, the Cole and the Abaddon died, right? Which now means the high ground defense of, for example, the Coddle is now gone. So this is the perfect time for them to go high ground.
Forcing the issue and moving up to top as well. You know, with Icky dead, there's not much defense they can really offer right now.
Exactly.
There's no way Crimson Guard want to fight without Icky.
Yeah, and this is the critical thing. The team plays from Aghanims have allowed for some advantage every time.
Here we go, Moist pops the ultimate, and Zantic jumping in with the BKB on the front lines, trying to fight up immediately, but the arrow catches out Moist at the back. He is their catch. He is what's supposed to bring people back in, and they will be able to take down Overlord. Looks like that's going to be it, but they're chasing out for more. They really want to find something, someone, anything, as the silence comes in, and Mo Ball will be able to get himself out okay. Reality does not cancel TPs.
It doesn't, nor does a BKB. No, but yeah, this is... Oh, Icky with a wild TP there.
Oh no, that's not looking too hot.
All right,
but
Crimson Guard's crumbling, lads. Okay, so I'm gonna recast the disconnect part. CK gets jumped, Cottle TPs in, Abaddon TPs in, they all TP in, and then they die.
Whoa!
And then they can't defend anything. But then they respawn, and because they're alive, they can defend.
Wow!
And imagine if they didn't waste their TPs on the shrine, they defended mid-racks, and the game wouldn't be like this. There you go.
There we go. That was just some studies watching the thing,
yeah.
I think.
I'm never doing that ever again.
Manic representation into this. Alrighty, well, we have a performance index here, which is a set of parameters here. I believe you know better than me. You've worked with Weaver plenty in the past, but it's a set of parameters based on their role, how they're performing amongst, and it's compared against professional games in the last year.
That's
pretty much it, right?
Okay, yeah. Do you wanna put one up there, mate?
Let's throw it up, see how everybody's doing. Any surprises here?
I would say the key thing is
on 18, Jesus.
But you have to. Okay, so let's be serious here. You know. So think about what we're comparing against. We're comparing about pro teams. Pro teams, they have 10 pro players, which means the quality is a lot higher, right?
Yeah.
So then when you think about the performance that Kryzen's having, he is having a good game in terms of kills, for example. But the other kind of effects that kind of get this value, he might not be doing so well in, you know?
Absolutely. Well, it looks like the high ground push is coming in once again. That Coddle ulti not off cooldown just yet, and that's going to be the big one. Sky coming in on the front lines. They just want to get that ultimate out of him, but he's keeping it just on the line there. But the racks not looking like they're being kept so easily. They really want to wait, and they manage to get the duel out onto the Coddle. Coddle needs to live here. He is their team's fight, and he is just going to get blown up by Ryan. Kazaki comes to the back lines, no finds a kill on the tree. Ryan from the front lines, trying to fight up into Sky. Sky actually making some use out of his ultimate for one. Kazaki comes forward here, doesn't have much help, but no one needs to fight anyway, but gets killer shot by Ryan. Moist going to go down as well. Sky as well, hitting the deck. 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes dead.
They just can't get to the back lines. This is the issue. They need a way to get onto this drow. The OD is so strong in a counter draft where they need to get rid of the drow and then somehow deal with the OD. This game was fundamentally won based on, I believe, draft alone. And I think right now, Crimson Guard reliance on trying to have this last pick for Atlantic, it doesn't work. When you pick your CK into a soft counter with the ability to hard counter, it is, yeah. Crimson Guard, they need to have a good chat and rework how they want to approach drafting against this Aghanim side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a really strong draft there, and a really fantastic performance from Rhyme and Kryson as well. I think two standout performers.
No, I think the key thing, all of them, they all had a good kind of team effort. I think Kryson had good rotations. You then had Rhyme, obviously, who had a strong OD. You had Legion, who had a good laning phase. Obviously, it was a kind of, as a Legion, you don't do much to him, but then he had a good itemization and good kind of movement. And then Tree, he had some nice tombstones. And then Mo the old lad, he's playing Drow. What's he going to do? He's going to enable his Rhyme.
I feel like you're short-changing Tree a little bit here. The game-changing moment where they nearly got that pick-off on the
so
Rhyme.
Soul Rips. Wait, okay, yeah. There's also Soul Rips, all right. But fair play. So yeah, I think good high ground placement, tombstones, and Soul Rips. So overall, Aghanims, all of them. Team effort, mate.
Team effort, absolutely. Yeah. Team play wins the day. That's a little bit surprising for me, though, because, we said coming into this, we had some teams which looked like they were, buddy-buddy, looking friendly. Everybody was kind of on the same page, and this was the other team where everybody was practicing individually.
But this is where it comes down to the experience. When you think of the calls made, I would assume that Kryzen would make some calls, and I think Rhyme as well would make calls. So you have calls coming from the support and the core, and that's what you want in a team game, in a real game, right? You normally have your supports make the calls in the early game, and then your cores, with their win conditions and timing, start taking the calls in the late game. When you think of Crimson Guard, for example, Exantic is the guy that will make the call. They're also talking to him with his headset on, so I don't actually know how much is going in there.
The noise-cancelling headset.
Exactly, but Crimson Guard, they rely on the calls made from Exantic. Out of the other 4 players, there's no shot caller, so that's the discrepancy between the two teams.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, game number 1 will go to the Aghanims Heroes. We're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 in this best of 5 series. We'll see you very shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. My name is Noah, joining me is T-Governor as we get into the second game in this best-of-5 finals.
Hello, mate. Yeah, good.
Doing alright?
Yeah, doing alright, mate.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, mate. I was just thinking about that first game still, and how the second game changes need to be made.
Absolutely, but that's why it's good that we've got a best-of-5, right?
Yep.
Because they've got plenty of time to start making these reads. You could call it a bit of a cheesy win, but I don't really think that'd be fair considering it was just a nice strategy, pulled off well. But I don't think we'll be seeing it again.
In no way was it a cheating strategy. I think it was just a very solid draft and just good team execution. But at the end of that game, you can see when Crimson Guard had lost, they huddled up together and they're having a good chat. So hopefully there are going to be some good adaptations.
Yeah, I do wonder about the content of the chat. I'm hoping it was all positive, or maybe, constructive or criticism, but hopefully the team hasn't imploded. But considering how kind of happy and jovial everybody was this morning, I hope that mentality still remains in the team.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's going to be too dire. I think the main thing for them is kind of understanding that they need to play the map more together. Right now, they're all kind of playing their own kind of game, and they're not really gelling together at the right time. So I think improving on their vision and improving on how they move together is key. Like this fight was it was Radiant favored, but they still took it. Okay, that's where it was.
See, he
just okay. I just
he gets the stone, he gets the Guna, dies, and good night, everybody.
But no, I think like even in these fights, it wasn't the best, but they did get a couple kills. And if they could have done this a couple more times, maybe where they can get into the back line, get a couple of those kills, then maybe the game would have been closer. But I think it was like the sloppiness of the team, and like when the CK died mid lane without the vision, and then they TP, rotate, or react, and they die as well, and then you lose your high ground defense. Against a drought strat, you can't make these mistakes because you will lose your base. Like the game was pretty close at like 24 minutes, at 27 minutes, you can pretty much say it was over. So
yeah, a downright good performance, honestly, from the Organise heroes from draft to gameplay, and hopefully Crimson Guard will come back from this with a strong attitude to the second matchup. I think they will. Zantic, he's had plenty of competitive performance, and he can share that amongst his team, and they know that one game isn't the be all and end all. So, what kind of heroes are we expecting for game number 2, perhaps?
I think the key thing in terms of heroes for these teams is Aghanim's heroes. Their players they align themselves with the meta, with the heroes that they want to play. Crimson Guard, they're a little bit different. Moist hero pool, it kind of differs a little bit. If you think of Sky's hero pool, it's probably the most drastic change to meta out of all the 10 players. So kind of accommodating him and allowing him to have a game is also needed.
Yeah,
and then,
yeah, that's the point I was going to make as well.
Like Atlantic and Icky, their hero pools, and also the support player, all their hero pools are not perfectly fine. But it's mainly the 1 and 3. You need to try and accommodate them and let them have a game.
Yeah, for sure. There's those players as well. When you start to enable them, it makes it so much easier to play Dota as a team. When you have your 3 and 4 position who actually have farm, they're the guys who can make plays. They're the guys who are going to be initiating or being aggressive, and it just makes it so easier to follow these people around the map.
Yeah, and when you think of the previous game, you have this like Legion. You have a clear blink timing, right? He had it like I think around 14 minutes, and then you have his blink dagger plus the OD's blink dagger, and that's a very key time just to go, and it simplifies the game. And in this skirmish format, you need to have simplicity to win games. Crimson Guard, they have this Abaddon. He was like level 7 at minute 10. He then got given a tome, and then eventually got some levels, but he was so handicapped from the start of the game. They don't have an easy, clear timing. They don't have this guy who can just go in. So it's ensuring that they have good lanes and that they can transition from that into some good team movement. Like their lanes were so outright drafted, they couldn't even kind of transition into the mid game with any good coherent kind of plays.
So, what's a slightly easier core duo to pull off here? Because obviously the CK and TA is a little bit off the wall, in terms of how these guys play together. And it counts, obviously, they don't have any anti-synergy together, but they're certainly not 2 heroes you expect to see with each other often.
I think the CK and TA is fine in a world where your CK isn't counter-picked by 2 heroes.
Yeah.
The issue that you have in draft is when you're first pick, like the Aghanim heroes were, you control the draft all the way up to the last pick. And this type of draft will counter these like last pick gimmick heroes, because if your draft is very like succinct, you don't really care about whatever last pick comes. There's no player here that plays these broodmothers and these real cheese heroes. Every player here is just a very standard kind of player. So as you can see here, the bans will most likely be the same, but I think utilizing first pick like Aghanim's did is what will win them these games against this Crimson Guard team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
You see
like,
zero time in batting out that Mirana.
and again, Crimson Guard does have last pick, so it'd be interesting to know actually if Aghanim selected first pick in both the games. Actually, that'd be something to note for the game 3. We'll look into that, because I think Aghanim's first pick is really important for them to be able to win. Having control of the draft, because again, you pick the first hero, you see 2 heroes, you react. Second phase, you see a hero, you react. You see a hero, you react.
Yeah.
Like, it's so strong. If you know what you want in your draft and what style you want, especially when you're not pulling out strats and you're just pulling out very kind of succinct drafts, first pick is most extremely strong.
All right, what are they going to start with? Aghanim's heroes. Plenty of options here.
And the gyros through as well.
Gyro. Yeah.
Adaptations to the draft.
I'm expecting a first phase gyro. I would be really surprised if Aghanim's heroes don't take this gyro.
Dire team pick. Lina.
Okay, I'm really surprised they didn't take this gyro T.
Well, no, you see the Lina. Potentially Crimson Guard can react with a gyro +1, or it can just be put through. It is a hero that Moist and Rhyme can play, but again, with the way that Aghanim is drafting right now, I really like the idea of them picking Rhyme's hero a little bit later, and or allowing for there to be a bit of kind of confusion between is Rhyme playing mid or carry, utilizing the fact that Mode Ball can play these kind of utility side laners, and again, utilizing the first pick, like I said. So I think Crimson Guard now, they obviously have Abaddon's present. I don't think they'll ever pick it again after that first game. I think it's they need a bit more kind of control or team fight, and like some Sand King +1, so like Sand King, Mirana's banned anyway, so you could even be wild and be like Sand King Windrunner or something for the Icky, because you know Icky's hero pool, it's Windrunner, Lina, Tree, Tiny, Clock, these heroes, even a Zeus can pull out.
Legion Commander.
Oh, instead they're going for the Legion, okay.
Yeah, this hero always feels really strong. I mean, just being able to break people out of stuns is always nice, so easy pick. I'm a big Legion fan.
Okay. But the question is now, they can either pick a position 5 that has save, or they just pick their ranged 4 that's going to be able to play the game out.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
Ideally you pick your position 4 here, because you don't see what you're playing against in terms of off lane.
Yeah.
You want your 5 to have a little bit of counter, or as well, a way to deal with the first pick kind of power is when you enter second phase, you pick a very generic opening 5, right? So you pick like a Bane or something. So then you're not really showing anything too Radiant, and you allow yourself to see one more hero, then you get to pick your kind of 4th hero into your draft. So I prefer to see like a position 4 picked here, and then see one more hero, then pick your position 5 in an ideal world.
Yeah.
But again, the issue right now is the classic pairings with these Legion commanders or these kind of offlaners are these range guys. Instead, they go for Jakiro, which
Okay, that's a little bit surprising.
And they go for the Abaddon. There you go.
Okay, so that was pretty expected. Just great save from the Legion commander and a hero which Legion doesn't really like dueling unless you got someone, you know, like we saw the OD last game who was able to banish the Abaddon. And when time his ulti came off, so it made it really easy to duel him.
I want Aghanim's heroes to pick CK, TA, and
the ultimate flex.
and just copy their drafts.
Yeah, just bully them out the tournament, bully them out the door.
And again, it's the same. Like Aghanim's heroes is exactly the same bans, right? They've done the same bans first game, for first phase and second phase. So they're going to keep to the same strategy, and they're not going to change anything in their style. But Crimson Guard, after the first game, they've changed 2 of their bans. They've taken away the Undying and the Mirana this time, and also now the OD. So you can see how Aghanims aren't going to change anything in their approach to how they want to draft this game.
Yeah.
And that is mainly because they've been given a first pick both games, and Radiant both games. Yeah. And there's the gyro now.
There it comes out at last. Crimson Guard will be the ones to pick it up. Not that prioritized for the Aghanim's heroes, it seems. So,
but it will make that Abaddon Lina lane a little bit scary. The only issue I find is if you have the Jakiro and Gyro in the same lane, the Abaddon can just purge away the Jakiro's kind of spells, which then means the Gyro kind of damage isn't really there. There's not going to be these slows and these hard stuns that do transition into kills. So
yeah, and trying to find the rocket barrage damage is very tricky for the Gyrocopter when the target isn't slowed, that is.
Exactly.
Alright. Aghanim's hero is going to start taking up some calls now, I would imagine, assuming the Lina is in that full position, of course. Can flex across to the turf needed. She's a flexible lady, that Lina. Does her yoga.
Is it? I think it's the rap boy he's named now. I think it's Petrulia before. I think he played the like these lean as 5 or something. But I think this game, yeah, 100% should be the 4. Overlum, I believe he's a level 25 axe or whatever the phrase is in the compendium. Not compendium,
Battle Pass.
Battle Pass, that's it. Yeah. So you know he's played his fair share of axe.
He axes pretty hard, yeah.
Yeah.
I was pretty disappointed when I saw him in person. He's not that ripped in real
10
life.
seconds remaining.
Shame.
I
There you
think
go.
more
Then again, he hasn't taken his top off yet,
5
so.
seconds
Oh God,
remaining.
stop. I'm joking. Alright, anyway, more importantly, I think the key thing to note here is this actually allows for potentially, like I said earlier about whole Rhyme playing this mid, they have the chance where Modeball could play this Abaddon safe lane. They could then pick more, so after one more hero here, they could pick Morphling, put him mid, and then they have this like double off lane side lanes with Alina plus 1 kind of also ganker style support, and now they have a very good solid laning phase plus this very clear win condition in mid, because Morphling v Gyro is very much Morphling favored.
Yeah.
You farm better, well not better, sorry, but you do a lot more damage into the mid game. That's the better way of wording it, sorry.
Yeah, and then you steal his flat cannon, and
Exactly.
all of a sudden you've got a much stronger gyrocopter.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Crimson Guard taking their time this time. The Zantic feeling the pressure a little bit
Radiant
perhaps,
team pick.
and he's going to go in with the Rubik.
Okay, so this actually also does mitigate the fact that if the Abaddon is going to be in the lane opposite the Jakiro, it does now allow for the Jakiro gyro lane to be scary for the Axe. The Axe should play the first wave, and then after that he should go skip, force the Jakiro to play away, and then allow the Lina to chip at the Gyrocopter. The Rubik plus Legion lane, again, very strong
10
lane. So
seconds
Crimson Guard now have
remaining.
realized from the first game that they need to have solid lanes. And I would say right now,
5
based off the fact that
seconds
Abaddon isn't laning into Jakiro, Crimson Guard does have the stronger lanes.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I mean, Rubik Legion is so difficult to criticize as a laning pair. It just always feels so strong whenever you're playing it.
Yeah, it's all about the fact that Legion has this natural sustain. You have Rubik can mitigate damage with his Fade Bot. He also has, like, obviously Lift. It's just 2 heroes that just complement each other. One can purge, one can, you know, it just works well.
It's funny, throughout the past year, Legion Commander has rarely been picked up as the very first pick, but the past few weeks, about the past few versions, this patch at the very least, it's been extremely common.
Yeah, it's just his skill set. It allows him to go for 2 routes. You can either go for the passive, leveling passive and then your purge, whilst also going for, let's say, like a pipe and stuff. So your laning phase is very strong, but then you can also then pick up these aura items and really enable your team.
Yeah.
Or you can go for the other one.
Seb pioneered that one, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Bringing out the utility Legion Commander, which no one was really doing before.
Exactly. And then in the previous game, you go for overwhelming odds because you're against these illusion cores, and now you're dealing with that. So you can deal with quite a lot of the meta picks right now.
Yeah.
And then okay, so
You
this
have a save, which everybody loves right now. Everybody loves a good old save, a good old purge, a good old, you know, dispel. That's
oh, there we go.
Gotta spat it out eventually.
But again, it's interesting to see actually. Agnan actually has drafted weaker lanes than before. So you have potentially this Abaddon Jug lane, which isn't going to be beneficial for the Jug. You don't really have kill potential. You don't have this setup or slow for your spin. So he's going to be playing on the back foot, which means the Legion will just free farm. Then you have this Axe Lina lane, which the Axe has to skip, which means the Gyro should free farm. The Jakiro can potentially deal with the Axe because when he goes to skip, you have all this kind of magical damage, which means he's going to have to bring out more regen. He's going to maybe have to kill himself a couple times in lane. So overall, I think Crimson are in a really good spot to now utilize this last pick. And especially when you have first pick for Agnums, and you've kind of drafted this way where you seem to have weaker lanes, it means that you haven't fully utilized it. And in the first game, it was a beautiful draft. They really showed like the way to first pick, you know, how to deal with it and how to counter. But Crimson Guard adapted to that, and well, mainly because this gyro has been put through. The fact they can just pick this gyro with it not any cares, and it doesn't really have any straight counters. Like for example, like the Morphling was one of the key counters. The fact that's not been picked up, it means Crimson Guard has survived the kind of the threat of being second pick.
Yeah, absolutely. They've weathered the storm, and now they get to revel in the bounty it provides them.
It'll be interesting to see what they actually want to play for mid lane. And especially after this game, we'll see, is Rhyme actually just playing mid at this point? With this Invoker pick, Mobile and Rhyme both play it. So, boom. Timbersaw will destroy Invoker in lane. So you can see from this, Rhyme's now just playing mid.
Yeah.
So I think we can take away the whole aspect of potential flex I think it's simple as Rhyme is just playing mid against Azantic for this skirmish.
Yeah, seems to be that way.
Yeah, so Moboy is now just playing the carry, I believe. But the Timbersaw v Invoker matchup, the Timbersaw does not get pressured, and the 5-minute mark, when you get the catapult, he will be pressuring that tower, skipping the wave. So it'll be really key to see the Rubik and Jakiro potentially move into mid, or even the Gyro if he gets an early 6. If he makes that key rotation at the 5-minute mark with the catapult, there will be a lot of pressure coming into Rhyme. And again, with how these teams stack up against each other, it's all about like how these mid laners can enable the rest of their team. And I think in matchup alone, last game it was Rhyme had the matchup that allowed him to crush the game. This game, Atlantic has the matchup that allows him to crush the lane and potentially give the tempo for the game, right?
Yep.
So it's weird how from game 1 to game 2, the drafts are kind of flipped now. So it's now, can Crimson kind of utilize the fact that they have a strong draft and show Aghanim that they can take it to more than just 3 games.
Absolutely. Smiles across the board for both of these teams as we get into game number 2. It's the Aghanim Heroes versus the Crimson Guard here, the ESL Skirmish, as we get into the second game in these final best of 5s. And I gotta say, I think I favor Crimson Guard. I think we might be heading towards a 1-1 situation if everything goes as planned. But of course, plans mean nothing when it comes down to the heat of battle. We'll see how they can bring this fight to the Aghanim Heroes and reclaim their initial embarrassment coming out on this this best of 5.
But yeah, you can see as well, they've actually moved Sky into a safe lane. I think just allowing him to have a lane which just lets him farm up. I think it's interesting to see because when you put the Legion v the Jug is actually a fine lane. Legion can free farm, and the Gyro can deal with the Axe. So what you can do in these lanes where you have Jakiro Gyrocopter, the Axe will go skip and the Jakiro can deal with him. But you can also allow the Jakiro to take the lane, and the Gyro can then go and deal with the Axe as well. Like, what people normally think is the carry always has to hit all the creeps all the time, right?
Yeah.
But in these scenarios where you have a hero skipping, the carry leaving the lane, especially like with a Gyrocopter, being able to pressure that offlaner, it means he won't be able to get anything. So it's interesting to see that they didn't actually put this Gyro-Jakiro match up top, because it has the mechanisms to deal with this Axe free farming.
Yeah.
The battle
100% agree with that
begins.
one. Yeah, there's a little battle over the runes there. Overlord actually comes in and grabs it though, as Ratboy kind of chased off 3 heroes all by himself. Lena coming in from behind, Sky comes over and just right-clicking Overlord a little bit there. But that is going to mean that 3 runes going towards the Radiant. So last time, that means they've lost, right?
This is the exact same thing that happened last game, by the way.
Statistically, they've lost now.
This exact thing happened. Oh, sorry, I'm more confused. I'm more impressed by the fact that this exact thing happened in the first game. They go for runes. Ratboy then clicks Kryzen. Kryzen then clicks Ratboy. Kryzen has the Bassi, and then Ratboy goes to half HP.
Yeah, they're doing their dance of death, and it looks like Ratboy's not really coming out too favorably on this one.
Don't win these trades as the 5. You buy regen on 5, and the 4 buys the damage.
Yeah.
Already haven't used
no, Kryzen, you did him dirty. He gets his salve.
This is a sad one.
Yeah.
Poor old Ratboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't like the way that Crimson actually approached their lane. I think they've actually made it a little bit hard on themselves. But again, potentially, bot lane, Gyro will be able to bully this Juggernaut, especially early on. Again, simply because of the fact they have this Abaddon Jug lane. So.
And meanwhile, Moist Nicky down in the bottom lane, going to get spun upon by Jug. Not really much of it. I say that, Moist is losing a fair amount of HP to this one, as he's just able to stay in range with speed alone. But still, not really much damage coming out. Just a casual spin, a fun little spin. Not sure about that.
A single pull as well from Ratboy.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get this pull through. Not with Kryzen guarding the hard camp with all he's worth here. Really can do nothing but lose all his health once again. Lifesack luckily doesn't land.
Yeah, a really undervalued thing from the safe lane is actually doing like a half pull. So if you just delay your pull by like 1 second, you pull 1 range creep, 1 melee creep, which then means your carry still gets creeps on the tower, or like creeps just in front of his tower, sorry, and you still get the XP and kill the small count.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah. Nice to hear, man.
No, I'm just bad.
Yeah, I can see in your eyes when you looked at me, I was like, that's a lie. But no, like, utilizing these small plays just allows you to, like, safe lane in this patch, thank God it's over by, like, Tuesday, by the way. Like, safe lane is so hard to play. When you're playing position 5, you have to buy regen, you have to give Tangus away, you have to buy these ward things. Ugh, these yellow sticks
Ratboy is
terrible.
finding that out pretty brutally right now. To be able to get rid of the battle hunger, and again, just trying to trade with Kryzen. He's like, I'm a Jakiro, I do this well, right? But Kryzen gets the stun, but Sky coming in, defending his Jakiro's honor. Get back, gentle sir. I will save you.
But this is the type of game where you know that Aghanim doesn't have these heroes that can rotate. I would have potentially the Jakiro could have bought more regen and not had to buy these wards.
Use overwhelming odds and didn't get a creep kill, so the Battle Hunger remained on him. That is just a bit of a
Good old Sky is going to be fine.
little bit painful.
But he's already got like more levels than he did in the Abaddon game, so he's doing great.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit happier. Even complimenting the enemy team's mustache. Although I don't think any of them have mustaches, though.
Wait, do they? No, they don't. No, the Crescent has a beard.
Close enough. Oh, God, Ratboy, he's having such a bad time up here. Fajolero is just getting bullied incessantly up in this top lane by Kryson. No, that's the life of a 5 right now, isn't it?
I'm just going to have to walk back. Kryson is going to try and go
Radiant's middle
potentially
tower
for the
is under
snipe, but it
attack.
won't work, I don't think. Oh, what the?
Ratboy knows. He's just giving him his position away, and he's trying to not go under the tower here. Needs to stay away. Kryson, he's tempted. He's tempted, but he can't make anything work here. So Kryson wastes his time. This is pretty good from Ratboy here, just to delay Melina.
Kryson should now straight away go back to that hard camp, go pull it to the side, reset the lane, and then punish the fact that Jakiro can't deal with the pull.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane. There's not much happening, to be honest. It's just Moist farming up versus Mode Boar. The carries, obviously, they always just shake hands and go, you want to hit some creeps, buddy, you know? Yeah.
They did make that agreement at the start of the game. It's like, we need to have some good CS this game.
Yeah, need to...
No, but I'd like to see a
Moist
little bit
needs
more
to crack
aggression.
down.
Shout out. No, I would like to see the bottom lane be a bit more aggressive for Crimson. Just punish the fact that, like, because Juggernaut, he's sure he has the spin, but when he gets higher levels, that's when he gets scary, when the spin's on a low cooldown. So I feel right now, be aggressive, accept that you're going to take some damage, accept that you might even die a couple times, but just get some pressure in there. Juggernaut can't farm the jungle that well.
Legion Commander caught out by the stun here, is able to purge off the Battle Hunger, but is it going to matter? No, the right click comes in and Kryson gets a kill, and that is your first blood going down in the top lane. Meanwhile, at mid, Xantic's fighting up into Rhyme here. Rhyme is getting low, but TP's himself out, but Tree's just like, take me instead. I offer myself as tribute.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was... Tree disappears and he just gets whirling death to oblivion. But also Rhyme TP'd to the shrine, it seems, and then it wasn't up yet, so now he's trying to leech the XP. But this is what I mean about the Timbersaw v Invoker matchup. The Invoker can't do anything to him.
No.
And now it's 5 minutes, you can see Rubik rotating over, and you have to have this pressure from another support so that you can ensure that his catapult stays alive. If this catapult dies, then Timbersaw has to wait another 5 minutes to be able to make this aggression
getting chased down, Ratboy and Sky on his tail, but they've got nothing else to give here as Kryson's going to land the Light Strike Array onto Sky. They now turn their attention to Kryson, but I'm not too sure there's a kill coming out here. The Dual Breath is out onto him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ryan goes down. The Rubik's coming into the mid. Ratboy, though, going to jump spawn here. They're going to purge off that Battle Hunger as Sky continues brawling right now. It is just an all-out scrap across the map right now. Ratboy, though, he is very much... He did get the dual breath off onto Overlom, so he should just be able to run him down with right clicks here. Sky, is there anything he can do? No, he cannot. The kill comes in. Ratboy is dropped, and Sky can do nothing but run himself away.
And mid-tower falls. You just don't have the kill potential. Like, when you have this Jakiro, you want it to be able to play with it, like a carry or any core that has a kill potential. This Legion, he's a very passive laner. He has a way of getting, like, he can get his HP back, he has his purge, he wants to just farm up, get to his item timings. So the matchup of the Legion Jakiro, isn't that good.
It's not. It's Xantic, it's just kind of...
And look, the Axe has 33 CS compared to the Legion 17.
Yeah.
And again, this is just the fact that Axe v Legion, melee v melee, Axe wins these lanes, and Kryson has been able to keep the Jakiro away from the lane for the most part of the laning phase, so it's been very advantageous for Overlord. And especially, you see on his icon, he's got that little level 25. He's ready to play.
He's ready. He knows what he's up to this game. Meanwhile, Mode Boar spinning, trying to force them back and keep a tree alive, and he will do so successfully. I mean, the flag...
Be aggressive, chase him.
Now Mode Boar's in trouble. He's already used his spin here. The shield comes out, saving him from a little bit of damage. Moist is chasing, though. There's also a healing ward out, which they'll have to get rid of.
Two ranged heroes.
Get rid of it, and now with the Rocket Barrage, they bring down Mode Boar. You hear that? Oh, the audience are going crazy right now.
Yeah, good old Icky. But, I just
love a bit of Icky.
Look,
I think
look
that's Moist love as well, just showing him the support.
That is true. It probably was more the Moist love there. Shout out to it now and again for the 4th time so far. No, I think, look at this. Oh, Timbersaw v Invoker, look at it. What does the Invoker do? He does nothing. Look at this tower. Like, okay, so you're Aghanim's heroes. You have an Abaddon. What does he do if he comes mid? Nothing.
Oh,
what does Alina do?
He's going for this. Xantic's trying to chase right now. He manages to get the tree, but it's not quite enough to bring down Rhyme.
He's level 7. He won't take any damage. Like, the only way he dies is if there's, like, some axe cool into any leanness on into jug spin or any like it takes so many heroes to deal with him right now. And this is what's so good about actually having a solid draft into a good last pick.
Kill the top lane. Icky once again finds a kill. This time onto Kryson. As Overlom's on top of Sky right now. Sky getting himself back. 3 heroes surrounding Overlom right now. Overlom could not care.
Radiant's middle
He
tower
really
is
can't.
under attack.
He's just chasing him down, but maybe he should start to get a little bit anxious here. Sky's trying to fight. Oh, the Cutting Blade gets cancelled out by the Ice Path there. Not going to be able to get in that damage to finish the job here, but Overlom's still not dead. And actually, well, the Legion Commander will be. Sky's brought down. They can't keep him alive here. And Icky doesn't have that much health. Kryson happy to just right-click him a few times more, forcing back the Rubik and holding this top lane. I'll admit, Ryan is under his tier 3, wondering what happened. How did he get to this stage in his life where he's sitting on tier 3s, but doing absolutely nothing?
The important thing to note, during that engagement top, Ryan actually walked behind the Timbersaw. So Timbersaw was skipping his wave, but he didn't skip it in a position where he could save his next wave to apply the pressure. Then Invoker then ran behind, grabbed the creeps, aggroed them up high ground into the Ancient area, and then killed them off. As much as this is annoying for Timbersaw, it still isn't that good, because Timbersaw doesn't really care about the push right now, but it's just the small things that Ryan done just there to allow for a little bit less pressure. The key timing is at 10 minutes, when the catapult comes again, if the supports come in and they try and pressure tier 2 into high ground. Because this 10-minute mark, 100% in this game, this should be some high ground type pressure.
That's, you know, we're scoring a 75 out of 100 of the performance index here, obviously doing quite well, but Invoker's not even doing that badly. 42 at 9 minutes 20, but he's in some trouble right now as he's being chased down under the tier 3. The Light Strike Array comes in, but Azantic, he's now got 3 heroes to worry about. They're all turning around and looking towards him, but 24 stacks of reactive armor. Azantic couldn't care less.
Like,
now,
Kryzen's only level 5, Azantic's level 9. He's forcing all these rotations pre-catapult. So right now, they're just going to get stronger in this time. Yeah. Like the 10-minute mark is the key timing.
He's even threatening kills here as well, despite being completely alone and surrounded by 3 heroes. Icky's come to join in the party as well, but he's got to be a little bit more careful. He's not quite as tanky as a Timbersaw. That's even dropping items to use his soul rank now as well. He's just not scared, not remotely.
I'd really like to see right now the Gyro go sit top of farm, the Legion go bottom, and both supports come in right now. This is honestly potentially the game-winning play right now for Crimson Guard, just to put so much pressure onto Aghanim.
I mean, this tower doesn't really seem to be lasting too long. Meanwhile, oh no, Icky, he finds a cliff onto Tree. Tree doesn't have a TP scroll either, and Moisa's going to come in with a Rocket Rush, try and finish the job here. Sky comes over.
No.
Are they going to let him get the duel? They're going to let him get the duel? Tree's like, no, no, please don't duel me.
Wait, he didn't have a TP, and you just let him stand there. Oh no, they should have just left him there.
It was on his side of the map though, so
I know.
it's very likely they're going to get through.
That will get dewarded now, but okay, so the fear I have right now is the fact that you brought the Gyro up to mid as well. I think you're now over-rotating into the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw is meant to be this kind of factor that allows for great amount of aggression and kind of black hole of all everyone has to go there, everyone has to deal with him.
Yeah.
And now, if your Gyro comes as well, you're going to be underleveled. Like both cores are here. This should not both cores right now should be farming. Like the Axe is free farming, the Jug is free farming. They are.
Kryson gonna get dueled up, so they're gonna find something for this at the very least. But with 4 heroes at mid, they're gonna need more than they have got.
Like the mid catapult is the mid catapult still alive? That's the question. So the mid catapult's died. They forced everyone here, and now. And then potentially as well, when you look at the levels as well on the dire side, they're going to be potentially underleveled. Yeah, look, they're underleveled as well. So the good plays made from the matchup is now kind of lost from the rotations made from the double cores of the dire side.
Well, that was a ride you took us on there, Robson. Thank you
Sorry,
very
but I feel it's important.
Yeah, no, it's great analysis.
No,
Thank you
fine.
very much. Now we need to look at putting pressure across the map. That's the overall point you're getting at, right? You know, the mid lane's good, but you can't commit too much to that. They have taken the tier 2 though. That's going to open up things a little bit more and make them feel very unsafe on their own side of the map. But it's going to be such a long time before he gets that Midas. So we're looking at a maybe 17-minute Midas, provided he doesn't die a bunch of times in that time. Meanwhile,
oh, this is beautiful.
oh, look at this support. This support is sick of his life being beaten up by Kryson 24/7. He's taking these creeps for himself in the name of the Rat Boy.
Is he gonna get them though? Is Boca gonna clean up one or two maybe? Maybe.
Sky's going, what's going on?
Oh. Kill him! Oh no, Red no!
He finds it, Jakiro, he took everything and loses everything as well, but they do get a dual win onto Rhyme for that.
Was it worth it, Riley? Really? Was it worth it? You killed one little Jakiro, but you're dead, mate.
Yeah.
Was it worth?
And his team feel much better about it now.
Is though,
Kill some creep stealing support. Meanwhile, Icky's spinning.
There's something else going on there. Is Voice being called up here, actually, with Bryson coming in with the Laguna blade. They might have enough time to finish him off, but no, he's going up to the high ground. In comes Mode trying to finish off Moist, and down goes. You can feel the tears of Moist's grandma as he's finished off there in their jungle. They're looking towards Icky. He's in trouble, being beaten up as the Omni Slash comes through, and it's going to be another one here as Icky's brought down as well. Crimson Guard really starting to leak right now.
Yeah, I think that was just another overstaying their welcome. Like they're currently riding the wave of their Timbersaws having such a good game that they also have this confidence.
Mode 4 is still being chased right now. This might not be over. The Zantic, though, doesn't have a tree to jump to. Oh, the Shakram shaves the hairs off his buttocks.
Yeah, so you've got Invoker's really low net worth. You've got the Gyro and Legion. They're kind of following up behind the Axe and Jug, and Jug actually is one of the very good hero against the Gyrocopter. So this can be scary if the Juggernaut does find his farm and get his place in the game. Then I think it's really important that Crimson slow down the game a little bit, allow for their cores to farm, and they continue to make plays with the Timbersaw, like as with the support duo. I think they need to reset the plan originally stated at 10-minute mark. They need to kind of implement that to the 15. The issue now is Aghanim's does have the levels. They have their 6s, they have and more, and they have a couple of items. They need to got the blink on Axe. The Juggernaut's going to obviously have high levels. He's going to have his spin, maybe a drum or something. Phase drum most likely. Or he does have phase drum, yeah. But
and Tree is actually going to go down as well. Sky's able to finish him off. And now Zantic comes over. I smell there's an Invoker here. My Invoker senses the Timberling, finds him, and continues.
Oh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sorry, admin, can we deduct 2 points from Ryan, please, for all chatting unnecessarily, please? Thank you.
Yeah, that was not important.
That was great.
No, but he did finish off his Midas and has used it already, so much faster than I thought. And I guess that's from the kill he got in the jungle. And able to grab some creeps and such as well. Meanwhile, Overlon, he's going to scream at nothing, screaming at the wind.
Yeah, but this is the point I was making earlier. Again, it's like the Invoker, as much as he's pressured, he'll still be able to farm and find things, right? So it's all about like how your supporting cast can also find the farm in this time, right?
Look at Moist, just absolutely start. I was going to say, if he doesn't use a cooldown, that's pretty rude, but they will be able to bring down Ratboy. And Moist, he's going to dump all of his damage into Tree.
Doesn't have the Omni Slash.
Mopor trying to go for the TP out. Can they do the damage? They certainly cannot. See you later, buddy. Almost gets him there, but not quite enough. Meanwhile, the missile homing down onto Tree, and Rubik's like, nope, see you later, guys. I'm out of here. Oh, no, that's actually due for the Juggernaut, I guess.
Oh, look, all chat popping off now.
Just a little for it. They're throwing it down.
So far, we've had 1 tip, a bruh, and a flex. Yeah. We've got 3 things to account for.
Rhyme okay here. I'm going to go with no, since that Timber Chain actually cuts through the Tornado, continuing to chase Rhyme up onto the high ground with Mobor coming in from behind, but Zantic is not done. He wants to get him with the chat ground, but nice juke to the side from Rhyme. Now they look towards Mobor as well. They've managed to get the duel out onto him, but gets a spin in before the duel connects, meaning he's not going to be taking the damage here, and Sky's actually delaying the tower here. Omni Slash comes in, they group up, tank it together. Oh, no!
RNG is on Mobor's side today.
Yeah. Somebody tip Gabe N, please.
I'm going to put that there as well.
Out massively.
So we've had 2 tips. 1 and 2 all chats.
All right, hold the phone there.
Free
He's jumping on street right now. He pops a borrowed time to try and get himself away, though. Should be able to do so. Over he's on top of him right now. There's a lot of fire, a lot of damage, but unfortunately the the ultimate from the Jakiro took down the tree, so Zantic couldn't connect with the Timber Chain there. A little bit awkward, but nice ice path onto 2 though. Jakiro is not done here. Ratboy chasing them down, pushing hard. Nicky's throwing forward as well. They're really putting the pressure on now. They are buttering their bread, slicing their toast, and look at the damage from this spin as well. So he's able to dodge out the Sunstrike, able to jump through, and Rhyme just gets obliterated. And now Mobor coming onto Icky though. Icky will be brought down as they look towards Zantic as well. It's Zantic here, he's all alone, but he doesn't have the reactive armor stacks off either, so he's still trying to fight up right now. He is going to get dropped, and that is a kill onto a Zantic. 574 gold going towards the Radiant. This could be a big swing.
See ya!
Burn, heavy burn.
That was pretty rude.
That was beautiful.
Christ just one-shots Jakiro. Alrighty then. But yeah, this could be a big swing in momentum now, even more so with that kill onto the Jakiro into the Aghanim Zero's side. I mean, they now find themselves a bunch of space on this map. They're still holding on to 2 towers up in the top lane and 1 tower down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so this is just a product of the playstyle that is implemented from the Timbersaw pick has been kind of pushed into like poorly done at 10 minutes, and then at 15 to 20 minutes, they're still trying to do the same thing. And that just doesn't work. They need to adapt to their playstyle a little bit. And again, hopefully, if they can slow down and find the farm and get a couple items, then they can go for these plays. But right now, they're kind of going high ground. They're trying to be all played, not cocky, but confident together. So I think be calm, lads. Like, yeah, your draft is still good. You've missed your very good timing, but you still overall have a very solid draft. So don't try and meme it up and go high ground tier 3s and stuff at 15 minutes. Just take it slow. Skirmish. We're expecting a 40-minute game, 50-minute game.
Yeah.
Expecting a little bit back and forth.
Yep, we're going to have some fun with this one for sure. This game has a lot left to give, but still very much, I mean, I want to say Crimson Guard are on the front foot here. And Juggernaut is one of those heroes which has a power spike kind of when he hits his level 6, level 12, he feels very strong. Then he definitely hits a slum where we don't feel the impact of Juggernaut too much, and that's what the drums and kind of Maelstrom build allows him to farm up. He's actually in some trouble right now, but he's managed to get the spin back, and Zantic chasing forward, so maybe looking for Chryson instead, but they've managed to get the duel just as that spin's about to end, so should get a kill here. The healing ward's still alive though, it's allowed him to survive through the duel. He's surviving through everything right now, but finally they will bring him down. Icky says no and throws in the Fade Bolt to finish the job. That was really close for him surviving. If he microed the healing ward to keep on himself a little bit more, then he actually might have survived that one even longer, but of course the healing ward survival would have been another matter entirely. Really, really close to being an insane getaway, but he does die, as he should, and now Crimson Guard can look towards putting some pressure on the bottom and maybe taking a tower here.
I'm happy to see Moist TPing away and trying to farm. I'm happy to see this. Like, disconnect himself from the team. They just had a good fight. Utilize the fact that there's going to be a little bit of space on the map.
Strike over onto... Oh, I think that was Icky who took that one to the face, and well, they're looking to get their revenge on Rhyme right now. Beautiful ice bomb, my goodness, catching on to all 3. The meatball comes down. Rhyme's actually dropping real low inside his own meatball, able to run himself to safety, but it's Zantic. He's not done with him yet. Shakram comes out. Rhyme is going to get caught on the edge of this one. Can they finish him off, though? Doesn't look like they can. And now the silence comes out from trees. He's managed to hit him 4 times with that Curse of Avernus. Moblor on top of him, but Zantic getting beaten down, trying to make his way through, but then Torch, he manages to catch him overall, grabbing that Zantic, and Zantic will die, and that is a kill going their way.
I think Zantic's getting a little bit too keen for the whole Rhyme. I think he sees Rhyme and
he's got a bit of a man crush, doesn't he?
A little bit, yeah. So like the Invoker's already running away, and at that point he should just turn. And the Abandoned are very clumped up. He should turn and just try and go for them.
Beautiful deny from Chryson, throwing down the stone to the gyrocopter and stealing that tower away from under him. So, 20 minutes in. Are you now favoring the Aghanim's heroes? They've made it through this kind of really scary early game. We're actually going to see a bit of the mid game here.
No, I still think that the Crimson Guard draft is overall better, and when they do play as 5 properly with items, it will go in their favor. I just think right now that they put themselves in a position of like handicapping themselves, that they now need to kind of have a little bit of recovery time. So
yeah.
Like, this is where, like, Aghanims, if they play off the Axe and the Invoker together, like in the first game, right, you had this Legion OD, now you got this Axe Invoker. If you get this pull, and then you get the Sunstrike on top, you're going to be able to find these kills anywhere on the map. And this Gyro, for example, should be dying quite a lot. Like, you don't have saves outside of the Legion for the Gyrocopter, so he will be dying every time there is an initiation, if they get the correct initiation.
Rubik is Omni-slashing Tree currently, which is a thing.
That was the most underwhelming... like all the sound of it as well,
but you know they're gonna kill him. So I guess he stayed on him long enough to bring him down.
But this is good now. Now that should allow for a tier 2 tower take at bottom.
Yeah, I really want this tier 2 at bottom to go down. It's been alive for way too long.
But you can see, look at the Axe. He's just playing his own little game. He's just been farming up. He's joined a couple key fights, got the calls off, but he's playing his own game. When they go high ground, if this Axe has like Blink, Blade Mail, BKB, these very key items, it's going to be very scary. He has a very strong ability to turn these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not been farming up a lot, but also been able to, you know, just be in the fights as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Weaver shows.
Oh, and that was in top lane. You got the Axe Gyro. They went for the cool into Sunstrike combo.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough to bring down Moist, though.
Yeah. Oh, they actually grab it, though. Juggernaut comes around the back.
Nice.
Able to find himself a kill, but a Juggernaut onto the Juggernaut here, trying to get the duel off, and they will be able to do so. The damage coming in, but when they finish him off, yes, they can. No duel victory, but a kill onto Mode Boar does get ample revenge for their Gyrocopter, but still very much worth it for the Juggernaut, I feel.
Yeah, so that only shows how the Axe right now with his build, he's got Blink and Hood. But when he does get that Blade Mail, these Sunstrike kills will be coming into play, and the Gyro can't be in those positions. And I think that was a little bit of greed as well, where he's very low HP, and then maybe he ran towards the shrine area, and they already got vision there, which means the Jug can just be very greedy, go for the kill. Was it worth it? Probably not for the Jug, but you know.
To flex on them, yeah, absolutely. Sure. You send a message, you're like, I'm done. I'm going to come behind your tier 2s and kill you, even though we've been losing this game.
But if he just straight Omni Slashed and then spun TP out, then it's insane. But of course, the Legion being there, you can't really do that. So
it's inevitable. Icky might have been called out here as, sorry, might have called out Kryson here, but actually Tree's coming over to help out the day with a nice little Aphotic Shield. Keep his buddy nice and healthy.
The position 4s have an equal farm. They've also been given the lane quite a lot of time. So you can see how these offlaners, obviously Axe can go jungle, Sky naturally runs around a lot, which means Kryzen and Icky will have these items in this mid-game fights. They're not starving themselves.
They're not. They've got plenty to chew on here.
And look, Rhyme's now got Ags, Midas, close to a Blink. Like, his game's fine.
Yeah, he's found so much gold from nowhere. It's quite impressive.
It's the Timbersaw Invoker matchup. It still allows for, as they go on mid.
Oh, nice. They find the duel to the sidelines, going for the secondary target, and that is going to be Kryson, dropped like a stone. Sky finds himself a kill, and the first a little bit of duel victory there. Sorry, 38 is actually on now. My bad.
But I still feel like right now, like, sure they get that duel, but the lanes aren't in a position for them to be able to capitalize on this. They can't turn this into any high ground. They don't have like an insane high ground, right? And this Axe this entire time still farming, Jug's still farming. I feel these moves are good, but like the move needs to be made with one core still doing something else.
Oh, the call from Overlom actually misses here, but Mofor's still on top of him, and I think they might have a damage boost with the Omni Slash to bring him down here. They do. Doesn't jump to the creeps, and with the Culling Blade, they bring him down.
I can speak from experience of playing with Sky. Right now, he always said, why are there 2 cores in my jungle? This is meant to be my jungle. 100% he said that.
Well, maybe ask him afterwards.
We'll get into you, don't worry.
Yeah, Overlord maybe in a spot of bother right now, but actually he's not taking any damage at all. Yeah, Baden helping him out, and the Lina in as well, able to get rid of that homing missile. They're going to keep him A-OK.
Oh, the axe though.
Overlord fighting it up with the Sunstrike coming down, and Zantic in some trouble. Needs to get himself out of this one. He does have the reactive armor stacks up right now though, so he should be okay. Kryson just trying to do the damage from the high ground. Meanwhile, stun out onto the axe. Going to put an end to this engagement, so despite a fairly exciting fight, nobody actually goes down.
It's the battle of the tanky boys. Radiant has axe and Dire has Timbersaw, so if you jump over these guys, unless like you're fully committed to him, neither will be dying. But like, who's the vessel buyer? Like, for Radiant, you kind of want someone to buy a vessel. And you don't really have that person. Like, Abaddon doesn't want to buy it. Invoker, I believe, obviously he went for the Midas Ags build. Ooh. So,
Twitter voting quite close, yeah, but poll on Twitter asking the fans who they thought was going to take the victory here, and it was slightly favoured for the Aghanim's heroes, actually. This is for the entire series overall, the full best of 5.
I would say, again, these teams are pretty balanced in terms of what they can bring. It's just, can they bring it when they play?
That's what it really matters. So this game is coming to a very, very even head right now. We're going to start to see Rhyme offering some huge contributions to these team fights.
Yeah, it's instrumental right now that the Axe finds some pickoffs with the Blade Mail and the Sunstrike. It's a very key timing. Especially, you can see that they have the deep ward in the Radiant jungle on the top area of the map.
Sky jumping in, he goes for the ultimate onto Rhyme here. Can they bring him down in time though? There's no follow-up. All they've got is the macro pipe, but they will be able to bring him down. The overwhelming ult puts an end to Rhyme's life and secures this pickup up in the top lane.
Every time the Jakiro ults, Azantic tries to Timber Chain. And his Timber Chain,
where the trees go?
The tree just dies. Oh, beautiful.
Oh dear. Tree on the run.
But like, if you look at the minimap right now, this is exactly what you kind of want to be doing, right? You have this aggression. You like right now, this is bad. Showing on this wave, this is really bad. If he was able to just farm jungle and be aggressive and deep in his own area,
There's 2 heroes coming from this. There's Jug and Axe. Now it's straight down. Moist could be in some trouble. He needs to play his way out of this one, but walk straight into him, and there's the easy kill coming through. Moist brought down, farming low to the bottom lane. Well, I don't want to say you called it, but
that's a discipline thing where the creeps were not. He was like 10 or so seconds away from the jungle creeps to spawn. He's in that position where he knows that his team are all showing top. He should just farm the jungle, should not show in lane, and play elsewhere. If he wants to farm that wave, he should maybe throw down his ultimate, get the range creep. But he has to stay off the map and utilize the fact that he can just accelerate his farm. If as soon as you show in a lane, in these types of games, like these players, like sure they're not a team, but they understand Dota, right? If if 4 heroes show top and 1 hero shows bottom in a lane, you have a shrine up, he will die. Like you can't make these mistakes.
A to B. Moist, maybe feeling the pressure a little bit of, you know, it's something you will always have to take into account, right? You know, it's a lot of these players' first time playing on a stage in front of an audience. The pressure is certainly there, and this Axe is in some real trouble right now as the damage is coming through. They get him down to about half, especially with the Whirling Death, doing a great job into him right now, but they're actually looking for going past the phone lines here, but Azantic, he's taking damage, he's taking real damage. The whole team just battering him right now. They're trying to get him down though, but Azantic has survived. Meanwhile, Overlord and both Boar as well have fallen. They're chasing forwards for more, but I think this fight is already over. Can they get away though? Tree just trying to tank him in the front lines, using that burn time to keep his team alive. And they should be okay for the time being, but I mean, 2 big cores being taken down right now. There's a real opportunity to go high ground.
100%. They have the creep wave coming mid, the Invoker's boxing bottom. I'm assuming he has bots. Yes, he does. So yeah, he'll just be able to just plow through. They just go mid now.
Yeah, just pushing up onto that high ground.
And this is the thing right now. Like now that they have items on the cores of Dire, if Atlantic does put himself in front of like the Axe, so the Axe jumps in, Atlantic creates a wall where all the Dire heroes can jump in the Axe 4v1, and they can eventually get through him. He's so tanky, they need time. Atlantic buys that time. He has a pipe, he has the Bloodstone, he eventually have a Lotus. Like
Rhyme jumping in though, gets the Tornado onto 2, they've got the Axe respawning, but they immediately jump onto Rhyme here. Rhyme is dropping low, but they can't find the full damage. Maybe they can, yeah, they will bring him down. Atlantic gets a kill onto Rhyme. He doesn't make the space, and Overlord jumps in too late. This is looking almost disastrous for them right now, but they're holding just about. But still, the barracks, they're being sieged. They're not out of your base, they're just not attacking you.
Lina doesn't have mana for her ultimate right now, so it's all about.
And then they go with the call to the backlines. Maybe they can bring down Moist. The Omniscience coming towards him as well. Can they keep him alive? No, they cannot. Moist gets brought down, but Overlord will die as well for this one. Meanwhile, Boar just going crazy on the backlines here, jumping in really, really deep. And that is going to put an end to Overlord. Very least look over towards Tree as well. Tree being run down. They've got the Yules up onto the Juggernaut, making it the +1, but Kryzen just putting himself in the way of everybody. They've actually saved the Abaddon. Boar now got out of this one as well, but he's maybe thinking of turning around, going aggressive. There's very low HP heroes here, which he would love to just eat up by his blade, but it's big ask for them right now.
Yeah, that healing ward was like rack saving healing ward. He kept his supports alive. Obviously, buyback still not in the Axe Invoker. The Invoker getting caught by the Jaw. Like that was dangerous for Radiant. That was really close to just them losing a Axe.
They actually do it though. They actually keep hold of the barracks, which is so important in this game. The creep equilibrium stays on their side of the Radiant, and I mean, Ryan Watson did give his life for that, coming back just in time to throw out the Tornado to buy the time to get Overlord into the engagement. A little bit of more time, you know, just syncing up a little bit nicer between the two of them. That could have been a crazy hold and maybe even a win for them, but it was a little bit off the mark there, and Ryan does end up dying for that one, but still, they hold on. And this game is still well within reach for them. Only a 3k advantage for the Dire side. And the heroes, that was kind of their big peaks. I mean, this BKB on the Gyrocopter is going to be the next one we're looking at.
And that comes from like when you see like this Invoker dead or this Juggernaut dead, like you still have to respect the fact that the Axe is having a very good game. Him being alive, he has this kill potential. He has the Blink Blade Mail. He's always going to kill the Gyro. He's going to kill like the Jakiro, Rubik, and Gyro will all die from this call, right? Only the Timbersaw and Legion will be able to survive. So you need to like position yourselves to allow for the defense. Like the Rubik needs to be ready to lift if the call comes in. You need to Jakiro to be ready with the Ice Path. Like you need to protect your Gyro. If you want to take that Rax, like you can be greedy there, but you need to be set up in the right positions.
Now all of them heading in together, playing around each other. They know that they want to be aggressive on the Crimson Guard, as they have been doing all game. They don't want to allow Rhyme to be picked off anymore. Defend him.
Yeah, this Axe is at a point where all he needs now is a BKB, and he's pretty much set for like, even if the game goes much longer, like he doesn't need that many more items to actually have like that late game impact. So I'd like to see him potentially either working with the leaner and go for some big plays, or just sit behind a key core, bait out someone on the Invoker, because you already know from how they've been playing on Dire, if they see Rhyme, they're running. 5 heroes from no matter what, they're running at this guy. They want him dead. So maybe kind of use that to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just kind of got to play these kind of games right now. Is
The Duel?
Oh, Duel as well onto the Juggernaut, but once again, getting that spin off for the Cataclysm coming down, but they've already brought down Sky. There's Mo Boar who's the victory of this Duel. Now he's going to get killed off anyway, though. Moist grabs himself the kill. They're going to look for more. They gather around the shrine, trying to keep themselves nice and healthy for this fight as the X of the Ice Pass come through. Tree, though, popping that borrowed time, doing a lot of work here as Moist popping that BKB, turning around, fighting into the Axe. Axe is being chased right now as all heroes just jumping onto Overlom. They will bring him down. Overlom is dead. Rhyme as well tries to throw in the tornado, but it's not going to do anything. So the BKB Moist as in comes Mo Boar. He's brought back into this game. He needs to make something huge happen with this, and killing Moist might be enough, but he gets frozen up. He will get the kill out onto Moist, however, but Tree is brought down the backlines as well. And Zantek has been left unchecked, but Mo Boar's going through them right now. Moboar's going to be the next one, and Ricky's going to follow as well. Mo Boar gets himself another one with the help of Bryson, and now they look over towards Zantek. Just ignoring him on the backlines of this fight was exactly what they needed to do. And now with the coming through, he can't use the Timber Chain. It's not going to do anything, so he's just got to try and run. But then comes the Tornado. They're controlling him up. They're taking his mana with that EMP as well, as Zantek slowly being whittled and whittled away. It's taking so long.
And the Legion's TPing him back mid, so they should watch out. They have the Purge and everything coming back.
Blade comes in with the Purge. Getting himself up north. He's living through this. The health regen is enough. The Timbersaw is surviving, and Zantek will live.
One tanky boy.
Gracious. One tanky boy. My God. And Zantek, he lives, and he gets so much done with his life as well, just stopping them doing anything from this fight right now.
At the end of this game, I'd like to see a highlight reel of the scene. Like, he stands in front of a tree and he keeps Timbersaw chaining right into the tree. Because he clicks to like to chain into a tree, but like further. But yeah, don't worry, it's fine.
All right, mate.
It's great.
You're good.
I'm loving it. I'm just keep watching it. Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
It's
This
engagement though, it's like even though Radiant win it, they used a Lina and a Juggernaut buyback, so that should put confidence into Crimson Guard that these fights are good for them. There was a shrine up for Radiant as well, so like they fought into a shrine, they fought double buyback and active shrine nonetheless. So this should mean we should go again. We should fight and just continue. Like as long as like the Legion duels, he keeps dueling and the Jug gets a spin off. So maybe the Jug's getting quick on the spins, or maybe the duel's coming a little bit slow. But either way, like if you can get the duel off pre-spin and there's no buybacks, obviously on these two heroes now, like these fights should be really easy for Crimson to kind of transition into some high ground.
Yeah.
And especially when the Gyro gets Satanic as well. If he gets that Satanic off, he's not going to be dying in these fights.
No, I mean, with the extra status receipts as well, it's extremely helpful. You can just tank up into the Juggernaut, win those man fights, and yeah, it just continues to be a force at the front.
Like, as you can see there's like a 5-minute window right now.
Look at this wraparound. Look at this wraparound here.
Very good.
Dire, they're looking for something here, and Rhyme's going to be the target. It's absolutely perfect to get the duel out onto him. Overlord jumping in, but he can't save Rhyme. Rhyme does eventually drop down to the duel, and now they look for more. They're going to try and pop Baden's ultimate, but that's not going to happen, but Overlord's just brought down the backlines instead. Now they can look towards at least getting this ultimate used, and now the duel's up. It's TP, and good night, Mr. Tree. That's going to be 3 heroes dead. A clean assassination coming out from the Crimson Guard here as they find that momentum. They find the fight you said they would be looking for, and now looking to turn that into some objectives. Top lane is not going to be a safe place. Neither is mid. They're pushing in both at the same time.
But please note, the 3 heroes they killed all have buyback. The 3 heroes they killed all have low cooldowns. So this high ground push will be very scary. A very good start to the fight. They're running high ground into no vision. There's really good smoke. This was like really good improvement from the first game. The first game, they weren't able to connect any smokes. This game, they're in a position where these smokes are actually transitioning into good movements. And they had false confidence, because you see as well, the vision they had on Radiant's side made them think that they could play in that area.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they are whittling away at this barrack, trying to deconstruct it piece by piece, and they do not want to use these buybacks, so they
Invoker did use buyback though, key to note.
He did.
He used buyback and still lost the Rex.
That is extremely costly.
Instantly turning into a shrine, you should now hold up this area. You should potentially then skip top and mid wave, waiting for when you want to do Roshan. The lineup on Dire isn't that good for Roshan, but you can still bait it out. If you control the area, the Radiant will be pressured into it. The Invoker then, of course, will be playing the opposite side of the map, but then you can then set up for kills. If you control this area, you allow for the Legion to go for these pickoffs. But they're instead actually just going to try and commit to the Roshan. They've dewarded the area and now have quite a lot of control there.
Yeah.
But I am worried this could be...
They have great Roche fighting.
They've scouted it out. Will they get there? I don't think they're set up in time. Okay.
They have to get there now. They're not coming into this one as well. So it is going to be a Roshan for the Crimson Guard. Okay. Although Timbersaw jumping forwards here, they might be able to find Overlom. No, blinks himself away to safety.
And that is a clean line drawn of end, get me out, we're going bottom.
Yeah, let's put an end to the shenanigans. This pajama party will come to an end under our watch with this Aegis. That's the plan anyway.
The interesting thing is actually
charges. A lot of heroes converging in onto this axe right now. They've managed to get the duel off in time, and he's going to be able to be brought down. There's no help coming for Overlom at this point. He didn't use his buyback earlier, so does still have it.
Yeah, so I think Vision is actually one of the biggest takeaways from these games so far. You can see that both the high ground ward spots have been controlled by the Dire side the entire time from pushing into Roshan. So, which allows you to get these picks onto Axe. Like, these hill spots should always be dewarded as soon as the heroes vacate.
Oh, Icky.
Forever being aggressive, trying to push out that extra wave.
Yeah, always looking for a little bit more, our man Icky. Yep. Just trying to push out and find an extra bit of value, but sometimes that extra bit of value just comes back in, but it's not so bad. It's 75 on the performance index, though. It's quite high for him. In fact, the highest in this game. Got to be attributed to the way he plays these fours.
When you want to push out that extra wave and you're going to get punished, it makes you look good.
Nice tornado, but not really doing much to hold yet. Tier 4 already dropped. Xantic not really fearing much right now. Will Chimpa chain himself away? They've got 10 seconds left before the axe comes back. They're showing a lot of respect to this axe as they back themselves away.
Yeah, again, just take the shrine. And right now, at this point in the game, you should just be controlling these high grounds, keep skipping these waves, and force them to like feel like they need to go make a play somewhere. As soon as you feel forced, that's when the misplays come in.
Yeah, but Moist is showing top, so, you know, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable to come out of their base, you know, take control of their own jungle, get a little bit of farm.
I'd like to see right now, yeah, I'd like to see Gyro instantly run down. They scout out of the regen. I'd like to see them instantly take control of the jungle, and Gyro get the regen behind them and instantly run bot. Of course, there's a vision here, so they might kind of show this play happening, but the idea that you see a core on one side of the map, and then you assume that this other side should be safe, right? Like, this kind of play, I'd like to see it happen soon. Okay, Gyro's running bottom now, getting the regen.
No, he's coming to mid. He's distracted by Rhyme, which is exactly what Rhyme wants here. I mean, he doesn't really care about a tier 1 tower at this stage.
But it's good now. Now that the Abaddon is clearing out the ward, now they have actually vision in bot lane. It went from Radiant having like really poor vision to now actually having really good vision to be able to kind of skip and dodge them. You have a deep ward in your jungle, which means you can see when the Gyro is being greedy and farming, and then you have this aggressive ward here when you, for example, when you're disengaging from, let's say, a bot fight, you'll see if they TP out early and take the fight. So I like the vision right now from Radiant. It allows Rhyme to actually have a little bit of a playstyle.
Absolutely, yeah, it's enabling him a lot. I mean, that's pretty much been the whole game. Magnum's heroes, through either fault of Rhyme or fault of his team, have been able to enable Rhyme to a huge degree, despite the horrible lane. And he's scouting around right now, but there are a lot of heroes on top of him. He's going for the courier. Like, God, Moist just walks past him. Moist just literally walked past him, but they're looking for the kill onto Overlom instead. I guess that's going to be the priority now, and they don't quite get the duel off in time, but that's whatever. Meanwhile, Ratboy's found Tree. Tree, does he have any way out of this one? Well, as long as Ratboy has the ice path, Tree will not be able to escape. He's got a Yules as well, even, on the Jakiro, so...
Yules really instrumental pick up to deal with the axe as well. Like, if he's not there with an ice path, you instantly just use the axe, you can save your Gyrocopter.
Sometimes it's even preferable to ice path, though, isn't it? Because, oh no, they managed to find the duel just on the steps as the ultimate's running out, and Tree will be dropped. How much duel damage do we have now on Sky?
134. No, but I really like the way that Crimson were able to reset their kind of early game, find the farm.
Down to the front lines, double Chakram out onto him now. He's going to have to spin himself to safety, but safety he shall get to. Damage is coming down onto the barracks right now. There's a Laguna though, onto Moist. Moist, you okay, buddy? No, he's not. He's going to lose his Aegis just to the sidelines of Chryson and Rhyme. They're holding. The Cataclysm though. Oh, the Omni Slash though, it gets Lotus Dwarf back. The Dance of Death they're playing right now, going all over the place. Moist on an adventure coming out on the front lines right now. He's going to be absolutely fine. Reflected absolutely perfectly there as they look forward over towards mode 4, but with BKB pot from Sky, there's not much initiation they could do. Meanwhile, it is being held back. They try to jump in on this one, and Dark Side comes down. Little
Tornado's out as well, holding everybody still. Azanti though popping the Bloodstone, trying to get himself some health, and in comes the duel. They manage to find Overlord. Can they bring him down? Legion also dropping really low. They're both going to die. Overlord, this guy taken out of the fight. Azanti needs to run himself back, and run himself back he will. Maybe turning around, looking for more. He has got the health regen to play with here, but they've got to be very careful. And Rhyme is looking for him. Rhyme is looking for revenge for earlier on, but Moist comes in. Moist making the turnaround. He gets himself one. He might get himself another. He gets himself two. Moist is finding out that three right now is three on the run. He's going to get caught by the fall down. Finally, Mode 4 will put an end to Moist's shenanigans, but still a great turnaround for him, finding himself 3 kills with the turnaround there. And now Icky's just playing with the Juggernaut. Stops, he says. The stunt is so long. Icky, what are you doing, buddy? Finally, Sadler is going to be able to escape the spin TP out of this one, but my god, what a ridiculous end to a brilliant fight.
Oh yeah, that was really good. During that fight and all that engagement, I was happy to see the Jakiro. He just kept liquid firing the melee racks, and they did take that. So this dive, all this fights and engagement, they still were able to capitalize on it. And again, yeah, Moist as well. He found his farm, and he's able to actually get a fine contribution. Like, okay, so Icky, every game, he TPs to a wave, he will push it out, and he does not care who is there. He will just be there. If there's like 2 heroes in the base, he'll still click the racks. It's so annoying.
he's been an absolute menace, isn't he?
Yeah, and you can see how in this game, where you have Sky playing this Legion, like the Legion, all he needs is a tough PI. Alright, let's look at the replay first. You start with getting out the Yags. See that Jakiri's just in the top left corner, dealing with the racks, throwing out a couple ice paths. Moist always playing on the right hand side, disconnecting them, not going deep. This is much better discipline than earlier in the game. Just being able to get a nice chip damage off, resetting, and at this point, they're so focused on going on a Xantic, it means Moist can just turn around. Right here, him turning around here is really good. I was like, if he ran away there, just because of the call was back, the fact he went back in was really good. Like, sure, you can easily just run away and just save yourself, but dying here, like, you can get 3 kills. Like, it doesn't matter that he dies here, realistically. Like, getting the 3 kills, like, if he ran away, this gives so much map control to Aghanims. So it's really good to see Moist just man up there and just accept that he's just going to give his life away, which then allowed Icky to have this fun 1v1 jug situation.
Yeah, yeah, the only 2 players left. Oh my god, Overlord, what happened to him?
He disappeared, mate. That's what happened. He's playing against the Timber.
Got his cocktail a little bit shaken.
Very much so. Just keep running at them, Crimson. That's all you got to do, lads.
Just smash your faces into their base.
Relentlessly.
Either their base breaks or your face breaks.
I'm sure their base will break first.
I think so. Satanic now completed on the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, this Gyro shouldn't be dying now. The only way he can die is if he doesn't BKB or Satanic, gets Blink called with Blade Melt, and a Cataclysm comes in whilst getting like Omnislash or Spot. I honestly don't see him dying.
I mean, part of the threat of this high ground is definitely Chryson and Evoker with the huge threats. But you have the Lotus Orb, but in they go, they get the duel off. Oh my god, Mode 4, he's just going to lose his life instantly.
Oh,
he's got no buyback. That is just an amazing way to jump into their base. Sky finds the pickoff, and this might be
That's it. All right, cool.
That's
nice.
it. GG is called. Rhyme will call it, and the Crimson Guard will take game number 2.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that was really good. Oh, look at Icky. Look at him so happy. Oh.
You did it, boys. There we go.
With a little flex as well.
There we go. Yeah, showing the crowd what they want to see.
But that, I think it was really good to see. The first game, Crimson Guard, their draft was all around the place, and their playstyle was all around the place. Second game, they clearly had a chat, and they just drafted so much better. They made sure that they had these like open picks. They weren't like obviously outpicked. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we had a proper game.
Also, the Aghanims draft was very weird, personally. Like, they went for these no stuns, weird kind of lineup that had some weird timing. They allowed themselves to get counterpicked. Like, but yeah, overall, Crimson Guard, they reset themselves, had good teamwork, good vision, good movements, much better play than the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have this sound strategy to play around where you're looking in and you're saying, you know, we know how to play this, we know what we need to do, and sometimes it took them a little bit longer than we would have liked to maybe make some certain rotations, but in the end it didn't matter because when they were doing it, it worked.
It's all about simplifying the game, and you can see that when you, like, for example, he had playing Legion, his job, blink duel, and team follows up with the damage. Yeah. When you play the Abaddon, it's like you need to have a good lane, and then you need to kind of roll with that. Again, we have another Abaddon game, same issue. You need to have like now it's a support Abaddon. It's like the same. Like it doesn't provide much outside of like if it has a strong lane, then it's a good hero. On 5, it's just not that good of a hero. So I personally think that Abaddon should probably just get ignored for the rest of the series. I think they should adapt from that and just move on, get another hero in the mix.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. It's just a tricky hero to kind of play around and a tricky hero to find the value from, which is all about, you know, what we've seen here. Crescent has been able to find a ton of value from his heroes. Admittedly, Lina, when you're defending high ground a lot, always feels great, but he managed to get off like 29,000 damage as a support Lina, which is very, very impressive. But as I say, kind of a byproduct of defending the high ground, but still finding really stellar performances here. I think it's for me, it's almost like Crescent and Rhyme holding the game for that long and just trying to make plays around Overlom's jumps, but it was so hard to do that.
Yeah, again, this first game, it was all about like how all 5 players work together, and we ended the game with a bit like that. Mo's just coming in with a little bit of
yeah, he's just coming in with a bit of love, you know, team talk. Yeah, let's hype it up, guys. One here when they lost, wasn't he?
No, now he's here. He's just trying to claim credit. No, but I think importantly, the games won are because of an overall good team coherence, and it's game 1 was Crimson, game 2. No, game 1 is Ags, game 2 Crimson, game 3.
Alrighty, well, we'll see who it is in game number 3. That's going to be coming up after a very short break, and we shall see you then.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We are here with the UK Skirmish Finals, where we are 2 games into the best of 5 series, 1 apiece now. So we are definitely going all the way up to a 4th game. My name is Nomad, and joining me is a man who very much enjoys tea. It is the tea governor himself.
Hello, mate. Yep, all good.
Right.
Yep, it's all good. Nice. Yep.
Love the enthusiasm every time. Hello, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, it's all good. It's just because I get to sit here and think about, oh, look at mode bore, hitting us with the OK sign. No, yeah, I'm just enjoying watching some good UK Dota. That's why I'm just chilling, loving life.
None of that, please, Tree. None of that, please. Come on. Alrighty, but yeah, I mean, game number 1, it was a bit of a stomp one way. Game number 2, it was not quite as a stomp, but still, you know, convincing. They're in the driver's seat. Net worth may not have reflected that quite so much, but for sure, the heroes they had, the way they were playing, they were just in a pretty commanding position. You know, always on their side of the map.
Yeah, I think so far it's showing that Crimson Guard is kind of developing through the game. Obviously, the first game there was a large disconnect. The second game, they're kind of more on the same page, and I think they can only improve from here, right? They're kind of just gelling together, and I think obviously game 3, I think it would be one of the closest games we get. I think both teams at this point, they've had an understanding of why things went wrong, and they know how to improve from this point. So,
but yeah, no one's like back to the wall just yet. No one is there facing elimination, so there's less likely to be any of the nerves just overriding everything else. So that's always nice to see.
Yeah, I think again one of the key takeaways from the 2 games so far is vision is dictating quite a lot of the plays that are being made right now, and I think the lack of proactive warding and or controlling areas properly by de-warding and like kind of making sure that the area is safe, that is making these games a little bit back and forth. So when a team should just be outright winning the game, it is making it a little bit harder. So I think the position 5s do need to improve a little bit on that side, just to allow these games to be a bit more, you know, in their control.
Yeah, completely right there. As these highlights here, these crazy, crazy fights as Moist just turning it around and fighting, but did eventually die. They're both him and Dante went down in this one, but again, you know, their game understanding was really nice. It was the thing I was most impressed by was the fact that they were never being like, oh, we lost a fight, let's go and farm for the next 5 minutes and let the game get back into the, you know, give them control of the game. They didn't do that. They kept the pressure on. They kept on, you know, recognizing the position they were in the game despite even the net worth wasn't agreeing with them, but they just knew they were stronger.
Yeah, it was after
Great game sense.
Yeah, after like the 10-minute misplay from them, then it was like the full reset into farming.
Yeah.
And then the group up after, it was the demonstration of the reset and then the group, and then still grouping after that. That was like the good series of plays that allowed them just to close out this game. So
yeah.
And I think, again, one of the biggest takeaways is that the Skye Icky combo, when you have Skye on a hero, that his item, for him to be online with a BKB piercing stun, i.e. a blink jewel, for example, that allows him, oh, wonderful. That was directed to Moist, most likely. I'm going to say Moist.
Moist has a lot of fans in the audience,
does,
I've noticed. Yeah, they certainly do.
But anyway, more importantly, back to the Skye Icky, the gameplay. No, yeah, so Skye, he plays a hero that doesn't need much farm to have impact. He then kind of backs away. Icky then takes the farm. At some point, I think Icky had 14k net worth and Skye only had, let's say, like 8k, 9k or something. Like, Icky was able to get these big stills, get the LSA stuns. Like, Rubik v Lena is very Rubik favored. You steal the stun, you got a 10 years worth of stuns to throw out. So yeah. Icky just having those items, being able to get in the right places, it's just a combination of those 2 play styles. And when they actually get to demonstrate that, it then enables, it allows for Moist to be aggressive, it allows for Atlantic to do whatever he wants once you get to these mid-game engagements.
Yeah, for sure. And this isn't something which has come about by chance or by like similar play styles. Like they've been talking about this for a while now, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Last night, at least, at the very earliest, you know, they knew how they want to play together. They know that Icky is greedy, and they know that Skye is happy playing sacrificial. Make that changes, allow them to slot into each other nicely, like 2 cute Lego bricks.
Oh. What color are the Lego bricks?
I think Icky is a blue Lego brick.
That's nice.
And I think Skye is
yellow.
Yeah, yellow. That's a good one.
That's nice.
That's red.
Because then together, blue and yellow is green. Green winning.
Green radiant.
Sure, I'm just going for the sure. They have been
Going
radiant
for the
twice.
win.
Actually. No, they've been diet twice, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, they've actually been died.
Oh,
right.
oh, we should have found that out. Because right now, they've been first pick both. No, they've been second pick both games, and Aghanims have been and Aghanims has been first pick both games. So now, here we go. Crimson are now first pick. So I 100%, I feel
things up.
The real question is, what is the battle? Is the battle the side or the battle of pick? I promise we'll find out for the 4th game. Oh no, the 3rd game.
Yeah.
This is the third game. For the fourth game, sorry.
Fourth game, yeah. Yeah, we're absolutely going to 4 games as well with a 1-1 situation right now.
But the question is, how are they going to change their bans up? Oh, because Crimson, they changed quite a lot after the first game. They threw out an Undying and a Mirana ban. But the bans still in play were the Kunkka, the Night Stalker, and it was a Sand King wasn't banned. What was the other ban, mate?
What's the ban, mate? Don't know.
Don't know. Alright, that's fair play. I'll give it you.
I don't remember bans. That's boring stuff.
That's true. We'll find out. They're probably going to ban the same heroes.
Probably.
I think this time Crimson will still ban the same heroes, which will be Undying, it'll be Mirana, and then Aghanim's obviously will probably still have to default ban the Pango just so that Sky has to be
taken down. Sand King as well. You know, there's no Sand Kings getting through today. Well, maybe they will.
Is Icky drafting now?
What? Zantic's taking a step back, or we've actually paused the game.
So we paused.
Might have been some accidental fingers here. If you get a little bit too carried away.
You can change the drafter in the game.
Yeah,
so
right click. Players, in case you don't know, you can
there,
right click. Just
there we go.
There we go. Zantic's now drafter. Let's get that.
And now they're on pausing.
Yeah, I'm pausing. Okay, this really was a problem. Icky's just too keen, isn't he? He's just too ready. He's like, is that the start game button? Yeah, go.
Me.
That was a become captain button.
So now they've used up all their time and now eating their reserve time for this first ban because of their own mistake.
Every little thing, it all counts, doesn't it, T-Gov?
It does. Aghanim's keeping the same ban. Kunkka, Crimson Guard, Night Stalker. Same bans still coming in the first phase. The Skirmish meta in full force. But will Crimson Guard adapt? Last time it was Mirana and Dying. Now it was Night Stalker and Dying Mirana with their 3 bans.
Yeah.
Will they keep that? Because again, they just won with those bans.
It's a tricky one. It's a hard choice, but I feel like you kind of do want to do that. I mean, Chryson was just deadly on that Mirana.
The only thing it does change though, you have first pick, right? So if you ban out, so really your position 4s, you have Lina and Mirana, your key ranged 4s, right? So if you ban one out, you know you're going to get the other with the first pick, and or you're going to force the ban out from Aghanim's. And I think now that Aghanim's has second pick, their draft approach will be different. Of course, when you think of first pick, like I said in the previous draft, first pick controls the draft. Second pick, you get to pick like those combos. So for example, if you see a very weak first pick, let's say like a CM or something, you can very easily go like the ES Morphling type opening, right, on second pick. It's a very strong combo, of course, if you watch the major, and obviously previous events to that. And Brime is probably the only player out of all these players that can play the Morphling. I know that Atlantic doesn't, I know that Moist doesn't, and again,
Moist doesn't play Morphling.
He doesn't.
He's betraying his own name there.
That is true, but maybe in the new year, he'll learn the Morphling and then fully get into the brand.
Ah, yeah, really apply your own brand management.
Exactly.
It is important.
Okay, so Legion is now higher up in the order because obviously if you're first pick, you're going to get those pairings, and they're valuing more the offlane pairing than the range combo. So Aghanims will now be picking up offlane plus Lina or Mirana. That'll probably be their safe double pick opening, depending on which one's let through.
Yeah.
Because again, Crimson, they could potentially just first pick the Lina. I don't see them first picking the Mirana, maybe, because I don't think Icky's... It's like one of Icky's top heroes. I think... Okay, it is. Okay.
No, Icky does like the Mirana. He played it a lot through the group stages.
It just, like, for me, the way that Icky's been playing, Mirana doesn't kind of follow that suit. You know, quick pushing out the lanes, being annoying, being in your face, being around the place. Mirana can do that, but...
Sounds pretty Mirana to me.
Not to, like, the full extent of, like, big go. Like, his itemization as well doesn't... We'll see. We'll see how Icky plays it. It just changes from being the annoying farmer to, like, the annoying ganker. That's, like, the key difference.
Yeah.
And that's the other Baden, maybe Alina or Rubik. Oh, Rubik's still free. Yeah, of course, Cryzen Rubik. Yep.
Okay.
This would be very good, because Cryzen playing Rubik is a very good hero. And now, he gets the chance to steal another stun. If he actually hits the arrow...
Yeah, you're not getting woken up.
You're
just got to accept your fate. It would be really nice then to grab a Dispel here, but at the same time, all that is Oracle and...
10 seconds
what?
remaining.
They could still just pick Gyro right now.
True.
And then they just have a solid... Like, because Gyro's not going through second phase. The bans will most likely be, like, Lifestealer plus Gyro, or... Like, they'll just ban out, like, the more comfortable Moist core heroes, which then forces Crimson into these awkward situations where they might pick up the CKs and stuff that can get countered. So I think banning out the safe cores is what Aghanims want to do. So I think Crimson should focus on picking that key carry hero right here.
Yeah. They really burned down this reserve time though, down to 1 minute already. This is similar to a T-Gov draft.
That's true. It's because you have to like, you really need to like ask, like reserve time. Sure, it's fine, but if you don't have last pick, you don't really need to know that last.
Huh?
Oh god, I really hate Bristleback.
You do? Yeah. Why? His personality, his gameplay.
It's just useless. It just doesn't stun, doesn't do anything. Can lane. He's gonna already get like good purge
charges.
Yeah. Unless he's like picked into like a really key lineup, he doesn't provide high ground. It's just awkward, you know. But the key thing here is Moist said he wants to play at carry, and Sky also said that he wants to play at off lane. So they have now got a flex pick all the way to the last part of second phase, okay? So they have kind of covered themselves, but they don't have to reveal anything up until that pick, right?
Yeah.
So for them, they've kind of created their own scenario where they have like a last pick, but in the second phase, right? So that's this is good overall. I just really dislike the hero. They need to really build around good stuns and good drafts around, good low cooldown heroes around it. That's it. So he just wants to go.
Yeah. You need the draft to now work into this Bristle. You have kind of put yourself in the position where you have to play around him, but at the same time, he's a pretty versatile hero in terms of timings as well. You're just not kind of looking past the 30-minute mark, though.
But he, for sure, if he does have a good game, he can be this like unkillable unit that does frontline. But you need to have someone else that can do something to enable that, right? And unfortunately, like the heroes that Sky plays, I don't think allow for the high ground. Potentially you play some Pugna off lane, but then you have no team fight. You just have some Bristle Pugna, right? So if Moist is playing, if Sky's playing it, sorry, the Moist hero, like if you're playing a Gyro, you don't have team like real like stun team fight. You obviously have your cooldown. And then if you're playing like Lifestealer, you just want to farm. So that's the only issue I have with this pick, is just simply the hero pools of these players on the Crimson Guard don't really pair well potentially with this Bristleback.
Yeah.
And there's the Pugna ban as well, because you do need a way of going high ground. Like in the last game you had this Timbersaw, but you did have this Gyro eventually would be able to go high ground.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit too much pressure, I think, for them.
Yes,
exactly. It's a great mix of physical and magic damage as well, which is, when you have the Bristleback, you always want to try and get a bit of magic damage as well, just so that you can force them to, you know, have to build pipes or BKBs, or, you know, just put them in a situation where they're not just, like, blocking all of your damage off with armor and Crimson and such.
And this is a key point in Aghanim's draft where they show if the Abaddon's a core or a support. And now it's going to already be shown. The Slardar is an off lane, Abaddon is now your 5.
A little fishy coming swimming into the game. Haven't really seen so much of this guy, but he has been played a lot throughout the tournament.
I think, again, it's one of Overlom's like 25 heroes, by the way. Or maybe it's like a 20 plus in the battle pass.
Ah, I see. I thought you meant he had a hero pool of 25 heroes, and I was like, that's
no.
1 of 25 is not that impressive to me.
No, he's like, he has like 3 or 4 heroes that are all like 25, all off laners. So I think it's like Slardar, Axe, Legion plus 1. I can't remember the last one.
Scary stuff. But yeah, I do remember there's 1 or 2 Slardar players, avid Slardar players nonetheless, in this tournament. So yeah, I imagine Overlom was one of them.
Oh, and it's a good enough counter to the Mirana. You don't have to bring detection to the party. If you jump the guy first, Mirana can't ult. Thinking ahead, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course the AoE stun as well. Always able to catch heroes even if you can't see them. Lich.
Trying to mitigate the armor with the Lich. Obviously, the shield deals with the physical damage.
Yeah, it definitely does. And just teaming that up with a Bristleback, who's already quite tanky, just makes him absolutely ridiculous. And then you have nice AoE slows to throw down as well. The only thing I'm worried about, where are their stuns right now? Or you're relying on Arrow.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like the first game when Aghanim's only had the Mirana for their real fight. They now rely on the same thing.
Yeah.
And especially when I think this is the most critical part of Crimson's draft, is seeing this hero and then picking and deciding is the Bristle offlane or carry, and picking a really good counter, because they know they're not going to get like the perfect matchup on mid simply because they have this last pick for Aghanim. So they need to somehow round out their draft with some team fight and a way to go high ground. And same for Aghanim's. They don't really have a way to go high ground right now, but they still have last pick, so they can answer those questions later on.
Yeah, round out the draft, smooth it up a little bit, get the Johnson baby wipes on there.
Because Aghanim's, it's looking clean. It's Crimson. I'm kind of worried right now.
Yeah, we'll see how they manage to bring this one. But looking back to the Aghanim's heroes, we now have to start getting some cores online. We need a mid laner, we need a safe laner. and we need them now. This does mean the Abaddon's probably going to be played as a 3, right? So that's like the switch for them, right?
No,
Or is
Abaddon
it
will be 5.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Rubik.
Abaddon will be 5, Rubik 4, Slaughter most likely off lane.
Yeah.
But again, Overlord could just, he'll be 3, but he might play it safely, and obviously it depends on matchups. But Overlord will be playing the Slaughter, I'm 95% sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's good, though, because we said the Abaddon off lane was feeling really, really weak, but now they're just taking in the 5 position instead. So that gives it in a different direction, and they go for the Weaver. So they're really abusing. They're saying, like, these guys don't have any lockdown. Look at these fools. That's just, I imagine this was kind of looking at all the different heroes, you know, Storm Spirit would be another one as well, Slark, heroes which can really abuse teams which don't bring much lockdown to the party. Weaver is definitely one of those. And yeah,
I think especially if Modepor, he's now playing the side lane, instead of playing his mid, which obviously was the role he applied for, he's now in a new role, which means he might not be as confident on certain heroes. And Weaver is one of those active heroes that is, it's an easier carry to transition into. It's like a high tempo, like Slaughter Weaver, the combo, it's a very classic combo. It's good aggression and go. And there's the Gyrocopter. So they've decided that the Bristleback is now off lane, which I now fear because sure you have this Bristleback front line, but like the Bristle wants to kind of have this early aggression. Gyro wants to potentially have early aggression, but wants to farm. Slaughter naturally counters the Gyro in the mid game. The Weaver does again also kind of counters the Gyro as well. Like I'm worried that Crimson's kind of put themselves into a corner, and like I said in the first game was a real perfect demonstration of how first pick is very strong for the first 4 heroes in the draft. In the second game, Aghanim showed how not to use first pick, and in this game, Crimson has somehow also shown like their first pick draft was also pretty weak. They've drafted 2 games on second pick, so they're not really that, I guess, practiced on how to utilize the first pick.
And it feels really bad right now when you have this ninth pick. You know there's going to be a 10th pick coming out, and yet you still have to answer this Weaver, which you haven't done yet. You can't just rely on this kind of blanket damage they've got coming out to take care of the Weaver. He can just tank up a little bit, you know, go for the Dragon Lance, go for the BKB. These items are going to help him be on the front lines easily. You still need a little bit more lockdown to ensure that you can kill this guy, and then you have to be preparing for this mid lane, which is going to come out looking like... Oh, they banned out the Alchemist. Okay, good, because they banned out the Timbersaw. That usually suggests Alchemist or an Invoker, something along those lines.
But that could actually be the hero for Crimson, would be the Invoker. Or, okay, Tiny. They needed either Cosbuck's Invoker, or, again, like this Tiny, for example, that can create this tempo and can create this kind of, like, teamfight momentum. Yeah. So now with this Tiny, he's going to want to pick up a Blink, and he's going to be able to connect. And he is going to be able to go to either the Gyro lane or the Bristle lane, and potentially should be able to find some kills. Of course, if you're laning into the Weaver, you aren't probably killing the Weaver unless you get like a avalanche toss into Arrow, and then he'll most likely die. But if you go towards the Abaddon lane, or even the Slardar lane, you should be getting these kills once the Tiny gets to that point. But
yeah, so we're saying Tiny's going mid. He's gonna get like a couple of spells online, then start rotating around the lanes, right?
Yeah, he'll play off the rune, so he'll keep farming, and if he gets a good haste rune or maybe an invis and the lane's in a good spot, he might go for a gank. But it's mainly the blink timing is the timing in which he will try and create all the momentum.
Yeah.
And they still lack the high ground though, so if Aghanim picks any mid hero that can push out waves, because that's one of their biggest issues, right? They can't push out waves. So Razor, he can push out waves, and is obviously a very good hero normally against these melee heroes. Tiny, to be fair, can potentially make some cute toss plays where if he does get the link on him, he can just get that disconnect, break the link.
Get out of here.
Exactly. The big brain play is if okay. So you put your ward revealing your own camp. So you know so on brain side you got the camp next to your tower, right? Get a ward showing that camp. So after 1 minute, when he links you, you can just toss him straight to that camp. Of course, it will reveal that you have a ward there, but like then you're forcing someone to come to mid, get a D ward and stuff. But that is like probably the cleanest way to secure that you'll always get a disconnect on the link. Yeah. Other than that, you're hoping that he links you in the wave, and then once you get to a tower, then you can toss him back to your creep. By then, he's already going to have enough damage to kind of beat you. So I'd like to see this play.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. I think it's unlikely, but it's certainly would.
But if it happens,
yeah.
Boldest prediction of Skirmish.
You're just all in on.
You have to all in on one prediction per event, right? And this one might.
God, if they do that.
Yeah, if they get the neutral creep toss ward, or even throw it on Ancients and just toss the Razor into Ancients. I don't know.
Yeah, always many options, but very few ways to make it really happen. And as you say, we'll get the order very quickly. I'm not sure they want to use that ward for that, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's get into it. Game number 3 out of 5 right now, as we are 1-1 in this best of 5 series, all tied up. It's the Crimson Guards versus Aghanim's Heroes. And as usual, we're starting off with plenty of baddies. Icky's got one, Chryson's got one. Are we going to see for the 3rd game in a row, Chryson just beating the hell out of Ratboy?
I would like to think so, but they're on different sides now, so I don't get to see the physical exact event, you know? Like the first 2 games it was, but this guy, they've actually got 3 heroes in the bottom lane.
They're there. Hi, buddy.
It's like the last 2 games, they've always had dual
Come on, we know it's going to happen. Start fighting.
Like they've adapted the way, like the first 2 games was always 2-on-2, very static. So
Yeah.
potentially in this 3rd game, they might be too comfortable in the idea that, oh, of course, there's going to be 2 heroes top, right? So this is very interesting. Oh, he's gone for the rocket as well. The rocket into arrow. Hopefully predicting that the rocket will hit.
No!
Oh, the rocket!
He went for the arrow beforehand. My
was
God.
good.
All right, fair enough. They get themselves a kill. Beautiful arrow coming in from Icky, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Moist.
Very nice. Like, yeah, you just have to hit the arrows to get the kills. It hits the arrow.
Oh, and Zantic was like, I can... No, I can't. No, I can't. I got to run. Oh, he's sucks a little bit. Missing out on the block in order to try and steal a bounty and then to be able to get it.
Oh, Rhyme's actually playing the Weaver this game. Okay. He is now playing the character. Okay.
I was confused. They secured the bounties. Yeah. No, I noticed that when they actually picked it up, but didn't quite manage to mention it just yet. But yeah, Rhyme will be playing the safe lane this time around, so they do swap it up. I think this makes more sense to me. Weaver is a very high-risk hero to play. You need to be very, very aware of what you are doing. Not saying the mode ball wouldn't be, but it just makes more sense to have your kind of higher skill. And Rhyme wants to be on the win condition hero as well.
Yeah.
We know this.
The only fear I have, though, is like if Atlantic does have a good laning phase where he doesn't get punished too much, then potentially if he gets this early blink, he will always be able to kill Rhyme, right? The Weaver needs items. The Tiny just needs levels and blink. So there's kind of be a window where Atlantic can kind of move his team towards killing the kind of win condition on Aghanim and moving it into some kind of forward momentum.
Yeah, and as usual, we see the goo coming up, but it's actually Chrysson that goes down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, at mid, a little bit of... no, Overlom's in trouble as well here as the blocks coming in from Icky as well. It's going to set up for another kill as 2 kills happen down in the bottom lane.
So this
3
time...
in total now.
Yeah, but so this is actually very good to enable Moist and allow him to actually get some farm on the gyro. You know, you shut down this off lane, you're not going to have this aggression coming out from the Rubik. But then your Bristleback, he relies on actually getting whatever XP is kind of given to him, right? Like, sure, the creep wave's in here right now, but if the Abaddon goes and pulls, stats the camp and resets, the Bristle shouldn't be able to get too much from this lane. So this Bristle should get punished from the fact that there's a tri-lane bottom.
Sky is, again, a little bit low here, but he's not really too scared as Ram as well, also taking some hits. They're just kind of trading with one another. Tree, he's having some fun, stacking some camps, doing some work.
At this point, his regen on Sky, he's only got 2 tangos now, so after the next kind of engagement, he's going to... Okay, he's going to need a rotation, so Mirana coming up, which I feel like it's going to be okay to help, but it might be better just to kind of truly enable this...
Tree very low here. Icky going to try and finish the job, but I'm not sure he's got the capabilities of doing so as Tree gets himself under the tower and to relative safety. They're going to throw some clicks into Rhyme as well, but he's perfectly fine right now, sitting on full HP.
And the Tiny as well, look, 11-7 CS, so he's having a good time mid, not feeling too punished by the Razor right now.
Oh, yeah, he's doing alright, he's got the range.
He has a ward there. If he quells the trees, he can then toss. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to let you kind of keep continuing to pontificate about that one. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Rubik getting real low real quickly, as is Abaddon. And Sky is the one who's going to go down. Sorry, Observer. That one's on me. That one's definitely on me. Bryson takes that...
yeah, I just don't think this Mirana rotation top, like the Bristle...
Lich. He is going to get finished off down here in the bottom lane. Ratboy ran down by Chrysson and Overlom.
This lane's already hard enough for the Bristle to play. I feel like Mirana staying bottom, doing a tri-lane, and then the Bristle skipping behind the waves. Remember at some of the previous tournaments when you had 33 playing Bristle for Nets back in those days? Yeah. He'd collect 2-3 creep waves, he'd just get by a bottle, he'd just like quill them, drag them into a camp, he'd be really annoying. Abaddon can't deal with that type of play. So sure, you allow Weaver to have free farm, but then the Bristle will have free farm. Right now, the Bristle doesn't have free farm. He's feeling quite like, I don't know, pushed out a lane, or like he's trying to get whatever scraps he can, whilst Weaver's still free farming. So I think that Sky could potentially have done other stuff in this lane to allow for the tri-lane to occur bottom and to punish them.
Yeah, trying to draw them into a situation, into a lane matchups where they wouldn't be comfortable. I do agree, that's a very strong way to play. Sky's being run down here. Rhyme's on top of him, getting behind him and throwing on those bugs, giving them the vision in the tree. Tree and Rhyme both chasing, but the stun does come out, but immediately taken off by the Abaddon. But Abaddon now actually getting blocked up, but he's going to be okay. They'll both get back to safety as they get the kill onto Sky. And
actually another thing to note is during this time, even though they got some kills in bot lane, Slardar still only has 5 CS. So the Bristol's not having a good game, but the Slardar as well isn't actually having a good game on farm. And also level, he's only level 2 as well, so...
He's taking some rockets right now. I'm not sure Moist wants to go quite on tower for this one, not into the stun, which the Slardar can offer. But still, mid lane, that is a kill onto Chryson as Xantic moves himself down towards the bot. Modeball watches on, but unable to do anything about it as Xantic has put himself in a great position to pick up bounty runes down here. Rhyme on his way over to grab the ones on the other side of the map, but it looks like it's going to be a battle between the Mirana and the Abaddon to grab the two up here, but Icky is going to be the successful one, and thank God it's worked. He's just picked himself up a bottle as well, so picking up his bounty rune is a big deal.
I think it's interesting to see that actually the Bristol's getting kind of this much CS. There's quite a lot of crits being forced into him. Normally Weaver gets
through the pit, but is unable to do so, but he's got to leap up onto the high ground, so no real threat.
Mirana's good, great mate. The fact you get 3 leaps, like the first level.
Pretty cool.
On new patch on Tuesday, it's going to be changed. He's going to have 33 leaps.
Sky, you're right now. Rhyme is really diving hard for this one. He doesn't have the ultimate Rhyme, but he's relying on the shield, and the shield is there. Rhyme gonna salve up as well, really trying hard to keep him alive here, and does do so successfully. So a risky dive, but it pays off big time. The Sky goes down again here in the top lane.
He's going to have to arrow this catapult now. There's going to be way too much pressure coming from the Weaver Abaddon. Potentially as well with the Bristol coming back with full mana, he can just crawl the wave down as well.
Does Icky arrow catapults though? I think he exclusively arrows heroes only.
Let's find out right now.
Yeah, we're waiting for it.
This Abaddon could die, or should die. He will die.
Yeah, they're chasing pretty hard right now, and there's no borrowed time. He's only level 4, and Icky will take the kill.
Oh, now you don't need to care about the catapult. There's no creep, so he'll just die. That's nice.
Ryan was still playing around there, but he can just run himself away with the with his Coochie, so not in any real threat, although Modeball's coming up. He's joining in with this one, and Icky's taking some damage. He needs to get himself to safety, but he's trying to get rid of this bug and just fighting up into Rhyme right now. I'm not sure that's a play. Modeball coming across as well, and that's going to be Sky dropping yet again. In comes that Xantic, though, and that's going to be 1 kill. He has got some damage to the bottle, but really realizing that there's no kill potential onto the Razor, so no point popping it. Nice and patient from Xantic.
Good rotation from Xantic to get the Weaver kill. That could have been really bad.
Yeah, yeah, it was close to being awful.
This kind of highlights as well, like how this game's going to go in the next kind of 15 or so minutes. Sure, Rhyme's on this hero that has a good place in this game, but Tiny does naturally counter this. So you're going to have a 15-20 minute window where this Tiny should completely control the game.
That shouldn't have happened.
That shouldn't have happened for sure. And especially if Moist can get a good farm and get by the correct times at this time, and they play well together, it could be very scary for Aghanim's.
Could be indeed. It's not looking, you know, they're going to be feeling pretty good about these lanes, I think.
Yeah,
whilst the Gyro's doing pretty fantastically, the Razor and the Weaver are doing amazingly in their lanes. So Mobor taking a bit of damage from the combo, but happy just turn around. He's actually popping the ultimate, but suggesting he actually wants to go for this one, but I'm not quite sure that's an option. Xantic is pretty tanky. Mobor on the run here. If they manage to get the toss forward onto Raptor, then maybe they get the kill. They couldn't have the vision on them in the night time.
Yeah, that TP was a little bit unnecessary from Lich as well. I think this is, like right now, this could cause punishment in the bot lane, but I think, again, Lich just instantly running back bottom, just allowing for him to kind of keep his gyro safe.
Going for the drums, actually, on Moist. Always a strong item on the gyrocopter just to get those early stats, get the early chase potential. Yeah. Run people down with your rocket barrage. Very strong spell.
Very early timing for them in this game.
Oh,
nice arrow from Icky.
Beautiful. Icky finds him. The sniper comes out, and this is going to be Chryson dropping eventually here, though. He's getting some nice blocks in, but unfortunately the Fade Bolt didn't land onto Icky, so he can get him down with the right click. Now Boy chasing Boy, but deciding not to go for anything more.
I'd like to see the gyro actually go for a different...
Oh, bottom lane ends. Overlom in trouble, and Overlom is dead, and Xantic with the rotation grabs the kill with the cooldown from Moist as well, playing around these strong heroes right now. Sky, he doesn't really do much. He's just a pretty non-factor. So they just play around the strong ones. Just play Gyro and Tiny in the lane together. Tiny doesn't have much CS, but he's Tiny. He will always be able to kill you.
Yeah, Sky can somehow pick up like one aura item to enable his team, and I think if Gyro goes for like a very early like phase drum, maybe even like Yasha BKB into some type of butterfly type item, because again the whole lineup is like physical damage. Weaver, Slardar, all about the right click. So I don't think Aghanim is good this game on the Gyro.
Punch, toss, arrow, the damage is there, but they need to finish him off somehow, and the Starstorm might be enough, but he pops a Fairy Fire, and the shield comes in as well. Oh, Tree coming in to save the day, keeping Mopor alive and allowing the turnaround as Icky is sent to the grave. Zantic trying to find the turn here, needs a little bit more. The toss is not enough. A 1 will save the day, but Tree might not be so lucky as Sky's chasing him down here. Gets 1, but now turning onto Mopor. Mopor's going to actually grab himself the kill, playing on the edge of death.
Yeah, Zantic
comes
Tiny
in with the avalanche, but no, it's not enough. He makes it out the end of the avalanche just before the final tick comes in and kills him off.
And the Weaver now chasing the Tiny
away. He's looking for him. He gets him. Ryan makes the rotation, gets the kill onto a Zantic. And that was a very, very close set of circumstances in the middle lane. But the fact that Mopor gets out alive and a Zantic does not makes this a really, really bad trade for the Crimson Guard, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a really good demonstration of the power of an Abaddon TP. I think as well, the Sky TP, if he, in this time, he could have just maybe got some more XP top, as you can see here, right? They jump on him, they try and get the initial kill, they get the double starfall, he fairy fight, and then, now he's safe, right? Now you just need to get out. At this point, this is now over, but Sky still TPs in. At this point, there's a quick wave coming into his tower. He could have stayed top, got a little bit of farm. Sure, you nearly get the kill, but it's the pressure that's been put on mid. Sure, your Mirana dies, but your Tiny can just reset. It's just a little bit sloppy from him. And also very good from Boar using obviously the Fairy Fire and the good TP from Abaddon, of course, nonetheless.
Yeah, making the huge turnaround plays there. Boar just going to claim up these creeps in mid. He's also going for the drums as well, so a lot of heroes going for the drums, matching each other's speed. Always a good idea just to find... I mean, do you think drums are getting nerfed?
Everything's changing, mate.
Everything's
Map changing. There's probably going to be some, like... I would like to think... You know when Talents came out? It was like the most game-changing like mechanic.
Yeah,
it's going to be something like that.
For a while.
Oh, it's going to be good. Good old Tuesday patch.
Patch. Get excited, people.
I think importantly to note here the net worth, you know, like Razor will of course have net worth against the Tiny. He can jungle, he can always play in the lane, but Xantic is making these rotations. So it's, can they transition this kind of active playstyle now and turn this into some like actual map control? Because the Gyro is playing really aggressive, so look how far he's playing up in that bottom lane, right next to tier 2, now resetting.
Yeah, and Ramon's Weaver putting in a pretty stellar performance, top 3% of professional players at 11 minutes, which is one nice little statistic for him to throw there, supplied by Weaver.
Yeah, it's good.
Tree, Ratboy making eyes with one another. Hello, stranger than the night, but now Rhyme going to jump in and make this menage a trois and bring down Ratboy pretty easily there. Yeah, he was uninvited to that party. Ratboy was unprepared. He's so used to just trading with people in the jungle alone.
It's sad to be a Lich and just running around, especially when there's a Weaver. Instantly die.
Yeah, that guy can really do some damage. It's Icky carrying some creeps. Always nice to throw out arrows when there's like a backstop there to catch your arrow for you and get a little bit of value as they actually turn around into this one with the Gyro turning up to this fight as well. But unfortunately the Razor's got a ton of damage. They can't bring down Ryan before he gets that ultimate off, and Moist needs to get himself away because the Razor's just doing too much damage. They get themselves back, and it doesn't look like any blood's going to be spilled over this middle lane just yet, though I say that. The Zantic's coming in, he's got the avalanche, he's got the dots, he's got the damage. Down goes Mopor, getting too cocky, but they won't be able to take down Icky in response. It looks like Ratboy might be following him to the grave. Meanwhile, Moist needs to keep his distance, but in comes the bugs. Rhyme, is he going to dive this one? He's got a shield on him, but he thinks better of it. And Zantic coming in, throwing in the tree, but it's not enough burst to finish off the Weaver, especially with the Abaddon healing him up with the wand as well as a Mistcoil.
And meanwhile, the Star is catching up bottom, the Rubik's farming top lane, and Sky is kind of catching up as well. So these engagements, I'm liking that Weaver's being the active one and allowing his Slardar to have a game. If he kept farming top just because he had a good lane, it would kind of like ruin the Slardar's game even further. And it's the same playstyle that Crimson Guard was having like the previous game, but instead of it being Sky Icky, it's now like Rhyme and Kryzen or Rhyme and Over. It's like the moves that Rhyme are making are enabling multiple hero players on his team to get back in the game.
Yeah, some very dramatic statistics here actually from the performance index, which is saying that they got an 85% and a 93% on the Gyrocopter and the Tiny, and also an 89 on the Weaver. So
yeah,
you know, this is kind of a result of, you know, being in the environment.
So yeah, but this is a product of the Tiny is making these good rotations. The Gyro has had free farm in his lane, and the Weaver is free farming lane and has moved away to get some kills. So all these heroes are being active and utilizing what they've been given.
Alright, I'm just looking around here. Oh, the arrow. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that was inside him, but apparently not. Apparently he's okay as Tree. Inadvertently popping his... I think Iki actually poked him once or twice, just to make sure that popped.
Little peck, yeah.
A little tap on the shoulder.
Meanwhile, Sky free farms in the mid lane. No, top lane, sorry.
Oh, catches him out without borrowed time. You know he's going for this one, and with the Didactic jumping in as well, they're going to find themselves a double. Overlord tries to save the day, but didn't realize the Tiny was there as well and gives his life for nothing.
Save your friend syndrome.
Big time, big time. That is a little bit costly, but on the bright side, we have now completed this defusal, but they find the +1. Christ dropped as well. It's a triple kill for Xantic.
And it's the blink timing of the Tiny. They get the blink, they want to go.
He does go, right.
TPs are your best friend in this game. You've got Fear from Lich, obviously Tiny skill set, an arrow, and you've got maybe a bash, stun, and a lift. So you've got both teams really do lack the ability to stun a man.
Yep. Keep those TPs ready, people. But Xantic, he's got his eyes on Rhyme. He wants to be the Bug Swatter right now, but does he have enough damage? He's waiting for the +1, but the +1 is going to be a Bristleback, which isn't really enough to give more to this fight right now. But he's got it by himself. But Xantic does the damage and brings down the Weaver.
Yep, Tiny v Weaver. And really good getting the Weaver toss on there. Very close to the creeps. Could have easily accidentally hit one of the melee creeps, so
yeah, that's
good for the Xantic.
Oh, arrow on Chryson. This is a Mirana player, don't forget.
Oh, I'm ready. I want to see like a 7-second, 12 second, 30 seconds, 200 second stun. Oh, it's beautiful. Rubik, actually.
Rubik is a hero. We live in a society. All right. Yeah, I mean, that was just as the Diffusal Blade comes out from the Weaver as well. So he wants to be doing stuff then. He wants to be kind of joining the next engagement, but instead just finds himself getting dropped. He needs to have eyes on this Tiny. If he doesn't know where the Tiny is, then he has to be scared. Yeah,
I think another key thing to know about these offlaners is the item progression is actually favorable for the Bristle. Like, both of them had bad games where if the Slaughter had a good game, he'd be buying Blink and having the tempo that the Tiny's having. But now he's still going for the Blink, which means by the time he gets that, the Bristle should have some aura item or some team item, right? So the team items naturally counter the Blink. So there might be a point where Agnes think they're strong, but actually fall foul to the fact that Crimson are itemizing to counter this.
Yeah, it's all about the items and the rotations and timings, etc. The arrow does not connect though. 4-star from Mode Board gets him to safety. Razor will live.
Nice item from the Razor. He just needs to be like an annoyance in the game. Like, the Weaver's going to do all the damage, and he just needs to be about the place. He needs to...
Xantic trying to follow up on this one, but they got the lift off. Can they keep him alive though? Mobo's actually surviving through this. Xantic, he's going to try and get the TP away, and with the toss in from Cryson, he stopped him in his tracks, and that is Xantic sent to the grave. A great steal from him, and absolutely saving the day in that middle lane as they punish Xantic for that deep, deep dive.
He does need to calm down there. The first jump, sure. The second jump, it was like, all right, mate. Like, you gotta respect that there are going to be people there, and it's a product of the vision that they have. Like, both of the heroes were deep into the tree line, the only area of mid that they couldn't see. So the fact that they were there, very good. Cryson with the...
Oh, the alley-oop from Log. Tree's on top of him, and Icky doesn't know what's going on. He suddenly's got an abandon on his face, and Rhyme chasing him down as well for the damage, and that is another kill going their way. Really expanding upon this kill onto the Tiny, knowing that the Weaver can play freely now that he's dead. There's no pickup potential on him. He can do what he wants.
Cryson now making a couple key plays to kind of keep the momentum even and not making it one-sided right now.
Yep, yeah, big ups to this Rubik.
But I really want to see some contribution from the Gyro. Like, he's one of those heroes that after laning phase, your key, like, when you think of, let's say, like a Void, right? You get your 6, your first TP to mid lane, boom, that should turn into a kill. Same with Gyro. You have a good lane, you should utilize that. You have such a large amount of early game damage, you should be able to take objectives with it. And he's being very farm orientated right now. So, which is fine. Like, if he wants to farm, sure. But I say it's fine. Like, I don't think it is. I think he should be forcing it a little bit. But if he can farm really well and then get those items, then sure. But he's kind of middle of the pack on the net worth. So I feel like the lack of aggression plus the lack of like insane farm, he's kind of like in the middle ground where he might try and do stuff like.
To me, it always comes down to the drums. If you're buying drums, I always expect you to be playing with your team, going aggressive, making movements, which this push at mid definitely is.
Yeah, for sure.
If you go straight for the Maelstrom or something like that, you know, it's always a bit risky, or even straight for the Ags rush, then... Uh-oh, this is a dead ledge. They found him in the trees, but they're looking for the revenge here as they toss up Overlom. Overlom with the shield, going by him a tiny bit of time, but not really making a difference as Tiny does kill him off. Arrow being used for scouting purposes and allows him to get the homing missile onto Tree, but Tree is well on the run. He's going to be absolutely fine.
And that, yeah, forced all 5 heroes to that jungle. Weaver still hitting mid. Cryzen was just kind of pushing out bot one more time, and yeah, so... Again, it's the... Oh, okay. Gyro's got his axe now. So there is a point where he has the items to be able to farm quite a lot. So he is deciding to go for that, and he's not wanting to be super aggressive. It's... Where does he go now with his build? What items does he want to buy? Where does he want to go?
Weaver just built an Midas. Huh.
He had the diffusal blade already.
1 second as we're fighting up, down in the bottom right now as that Ice Blast coming through beautifully with the Chain Frost as well. Hitting up on Cryson and Tree as they both gonna get dropped here, I think. Tree being chased, he's got goo, he's got anti-armor, and he's got a ton of damage coming down as Icky snipes him with the arrow. Rhyme coming in though, looking for revenge perhaps. He's finding Icky on the backlines here. Icky, he's able to be defended by Azantic as Azantic tries to come in, getting the toss onto the wrong hero actually as Overlord finds himself flying across the map. Weaver gets the time lapse out, should be able to play okay here as he's jumping back into the backlines here. He's going to be the target right now. Can he finish the job though? I'm not sure they can. Never mind. Mobor forces himself forward into the fight. Sky as well. Dropping low. Mobor's hunting right now, but he can't finish off Sky. He doesn't have the mana for a plasma field, doesn't look like, but he's got the range anyway. Ultra kill for Mobor. And now, well, Rhyme's getting very carried away right now. Zantic's going to be the target, and down he goes. Tiny gets killed off, and it's a full team wipe for the Aghanim's heroes. And I'm pretty disappointed as well because Mobor did say that he would take his top off if he got a rampage in this series.
I think the key thing here is the Razor had an ultra kill. Did he have a TP to be able to actually TP and get the rampage?
Yeah, that's something we need to check. Why don't you?
Razor? Okay.
I feel like imagine not buying a TP and losing out on your rampage.
Of course it's terrible. I'd never want that to ever happen. But the TP into rampage, has there been a rampage on the skirmish stage yet?
Not yet. Not today.
No.
Man, that was a seriously tasty Ice Blast bouncing around between the two and that little choke point there, Cryson and Tree. And also what it does is it forces Tree away from Cryson. Therefore, he can't come in as easily with the heals and the shields. So.
And I think that the issue here is simply the itemization from the Gyro doesn't allow him to have this big man fight. And then the Weaver, if he gets caught by the Tiny right there on the toss, he dies. But Overlord went in for the blink. I feel like he accidentally then jumped and got the lift. So the lift, like he was going for a stun, then saves the Weaver from that play.
Yeah.
Which then leads into Weaver then being able to completely dominate the fight because they have no way of actually locking him down at this point. So I feel this fight would have been completely different if the Slaughter hadn't blinked into that toss avalanche combo.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously it's well, I mean, it wasn't just him jumping into it, but it was also the Weaver, you know, playing around it nicely and just jumping really far forward and making sure that he's not going to get caught out with the avalanche.
But yeah, I am worried though. It's Gyro's itemization. He's going for an Ag, he's now going for a Maelstrom. He's committing like 6-7k gold into just wanting to farm. And this lineup of Aghanim is going to come to a point where they're going to have a blink. They're going to have diffuse. They've got diffuse already on Weaver. He's going for a Might as well, so he's going to have some big items as well coming up soon. Razor's obviously a very active early hero. Rubik's having a very good game. Like, this Gyro should die. And at that point, I'm worried how they're going to be able to take these key fights if the Tiny doesn't get the good jump.
Well, Smoke Train is leaving the station. Next stop is going to be the Radiant Jungle, but unfortunately there's no passengers for them to destroy here. I'm not sure that's how trains generally work, but still, they are looking.
I need to take one back home, so...
Cryson going to try and steal the creeps, but Mobor's like, no, these are mine.
Oh, smoke on smoke action.
That's what we like to see, and they might be colliding in the middle lane. Weaver pretty far away from this engagement right now, so if it does break out, he's going to have to make his way over pretty quickly, but it looks like everybody's kind of chilling. They're saying, yeah, okay, you can take the middle lane for a bit. We had it for a little bit. Overlom, though, he's running straight into them right now. Stuns them, runs away. He needs to get himself to safety. Thankfully, he's got Tree right behind him to offer him some shields, offer him a little bit of safety here as they go on the backline. This might be a dead Rubik. Can they bring Kryzen down in time yet? Kryzen is dead immediately. The call
have an active shrine as well.
It's doing a ton of damage right now, especially with the Chain Frost jumping around. They've killed off Overlom. Kryzen already in the grave, and now they look for more. Mobile going for the TP to safety. He's not going to make it out though. Moist grabs a kill. Tree dead as well, and that is 4 heroes just popped open like little eggs, one by one. 4 heroes dead. Crimson Guard take the victory there. A terrible, terrible place for them to fight as well. With that cooldown coming down, with the Chain Frost on top of everybody as well.
Like right here, right? You already know that they got a D-Ward there. You have an active shrine. The whole team fight is all about the initial jump. You blow up the Rubik, and Kryzen has been carrying the last 2 or 3 engagements with some of his spell steals and etc. So now, as soon as he's dead, like, where's your team fight? Your Slardar also died in the initial engagement, and the Gyro is able to sit at the back lines and obviously just throw out all his spells. No one's touching him. He's not getting punished for his build. He's able to blow out so much damage, which is exactly what Gyro does from minute 1 all the way up to the end of the game. That's why he's such a strong hero right now.
Yeah, trying to control the team fight there, but it wasn't able to do so. Losing 4 heroes on the tree is pretty catastrophic.
And especially the positioning of that fight as well. It's like they were just like, there was a smoke coming in, so obviously you can't predict it, but then they were just not even on the high ground, and like they were kind of on the low ground as well. It was just like, it was very awkward to die. Like maybe there was like calls being made and they were just kind of getting into
the
it.
Stolen arrow. Mirana, she's fallen into a coma, finally wakes up, and Overlom with the questionable stun. Didn't quite grab the range for that one. Moist throws in the cheeky tip. Arrow responded. Just shots across the bow here.
Moist is feeling it now. He had that last fight. He's like, yep, this is my time.
This is my game, baby.
Yep, get out.
Yeah, tipping out, expecting voice lines. We were pretty weak on the voice lines, actually. Must have a talk with everybody about that.
I think only Mode Boar's really attempted to be kind of like the all-chat man. He's had 3 tips, 2 all-chats. Ryan's had 1 all-chat, and that's been it for the all-chat side of it. So
yeah, I'm fairly sure Mode Boar was like on it with the voice lines. Or maybe that was Blinks, actually, in the group stages. Someone was just voice lining, like, literally every minute of every game.
The thing is that if you voice line when you're ahead and then don't when you're behind, you look salty. And if you
do look salty,
and if you do it when you're behind but then don't, you know, it's like it's a fine balance. You just need to maintain it.
Need the consistency.
Exactly.
Like all things in life.
Oh, another smoke.
Illness.
Are they going to do... This time there's not an active shrine. And Dire doesn't have any control down here. Like any vision right now. But they're going to try and move in and get the high ground ward.
Nope. Yeah, they're constantly just kind of playing this do-si-do around each other.
I just don't like right now that they haven't utilized the scan. They've gone for a smoke. They have the scan up. If you use the scan as soon as you smoke, you can kind of like use like odds and be like, okay, well, they're not farming the tri-camp, which is assumed where they should be. We should now naturally assume they're bottom. So the smoke kind of didn't actually give them anything. They just moved to an area that they already kind of could have just walked to.
Yeah, an empty smoke is a sad prospect indeed, as Rhyme just comes. He's just going to Sakuchi through everybody. No big deal. What up, guys? I'm here. Tree's taking a ton of damage. He gets a borrowed time pop, but still chasing forward. Mobor's actually taking all the Moist damage.
Doesn't have a BKB right now.
He's not going to be able to do any damage in this fight, so I think this has to be back time. But they're still seeing what they could do here as Sky's just running down Mobor. Nice 4-star, duking out everybody, but I think he will still drop here. Mobor is dead. Ratboy was killed at the back line by Tree, however. And Icky, he's looking low. He needs to get the chance, but he doesn't have one for 7 seconds, and that spells his death. Rhyme grabs another kill, and it's a 2 for 2. But I'd say that favors Crimson Guard.
Yeah, like 2 supports die on Crimson, 2 cores die on Aghanims. That was surprisingly good for Crimson. I was worried that would be a lot worse, yeah.
It's never a nice start to the fight when your Gyrocopter gets all his damage taken away. That's the one way I would say they can lose team fights really convincingly, but it still didn't matter. They played around it nicely. They recognized that other members of the team were going to offer damage, and they can still threaten the Razor's life, which was exactly what they did. Look, they're just targeting him down, Icky and Sky on top of him together in seconds.
Yeah, I think right here it was the Rhyme focusing on the supports was actually quite a poor choice. I think if he just focused on the Gyro from the get-go, like, sure, there's a Bristle running at you, but you just ignore the Bristle. You go for the Gyro. He doesn't have a BKB up. You have a BKB. He will die. As soon as he dies, the entire fight is then over. You sure you have... Like, Bristle won't do much damage. So I think Rhyme needs to focus on the right targets in these fights. Like, he's so far ahead. He has a Diffusal, a Midas, and a BKB. He has to pressure with this. And that doesn't happen when you jump a Lich. You can just frost shield himself and waste his entire BKB.
Yeah, peace out. It's very costly, and that is I mean, Lich has actually been a huge effect on this game. Like, you don't really feel it, but his skill usage has been pretty on point.
Yeah, it's been good. He's been able to like tank a little bit of damage. Again, it was a good pick in the draft, but quite a lot of their damage outside of Razor, and Rubik as well, is going to be this physical damage. So if they do jump this Lich, he can just shield himself, and he's going to buy so much time. Another key point in this game actually is when these heroes invade after he jumps high. Actually, is he going to die? Probably not. He's a bristleback. It's a good land.
Yeah, he's a bristleback with the ice armor as well. Frost shield. It's pretty terrifying. Tree takes a nice heal from
Weaver on the back line, dies from the tiny.
No, that is really, really bad. They're trying to follow for more here. And Tree, he doesn't actually get to TP out. Sky grabs that kill as well. 2 heroes dead. They look forward for more, but everybody's already scarpered. But still, Aghanim's heroes taking heavy losses here. This tiny counterpick to the Weaver is doing so much.
Yeah, it's again, it's the whole tiny v Weaver aspect. If the jump is there, the fight will be won. And especially if you do get that initial jump on the Weaver, he won't be able to get that BKB off.
Yeah, exactly.
And Sky buying these team items, getting the Solar Crest, allowing them to go do Roshan. They get this one pick off, it instantly translates into an objective.
Yeah, and they're looking towards the middle lane right now. With this Aegis in hand, it is very, very hard for them to feel scared. Aghanim's heroes have just been falling. It feels like they haven't won a team fight. I mean, they've had a lot of kills. It's 27-22 on the scoreline, but when it comes to the actual 5-on-5 fights, they've been close-ish, but you've always felt like Crimson Guards have had the better engagements.
Yeah, so at the start of this game, when I was looking at the draft, I was worried that Crimson wouldn't be able to actually actually take these real fights outside of like the Bristle running in and stuff. But now with the Tiny pick, you now have like a very coherent way of taking a fight. It's like if Tiny jumps, and gets a kill, you take the fight. Bristle runs in, Gyro runs in, go. Aghanims, they have this Slardar Weaver where the Weaver needs to focus the right people. The Slardar needs to, you know, have at least a Blink Dagger, which he now does, and he's just kind of chilling in the trees. And like Aghanim's lineup is very critical on like if we need to go on the right target at the right time. Crimson is a little bit more kind of like bullish, where they just they can just throw stuff out there outside of the Tiny jump. So Radiant, all they have to do is if the Tiny jumps, now we can fight. If he jumps, so it's all about Atlantic and if he makes the play.
Lon jumping on Sky right now. Ryan helping out as well, and they've got the Abaddon helping also. So a lot of heroes coming on this, but they managed to take down Mode 4 on the back lines of this fight. They realize that their mid laner is gone, and they know they need to get out. So the gank is unsuccessful on. They might be losing more. Overlong way. This whole thing started is where it will end as well. As Moist grabs a kill, and Overlong is dead.
Yep, Moist has got to the point where he's not gonna be dying now. He's like, well, maybe if he's like by himself, you know, 1v5 situation, but if he plays behind his Bristle, plays behind his Tiny jump, it's really hard to kill him. Especially now if he then progresses into potentially like a butterfly, I don't see him dying. He's getting to the same stage he was in the last game where he can just kind of run down lanes and A-click. And it's the power of the Gyro. Like, we said this at the start of the entire day, Skirmish is all about having the easier to pull off draft, right? And easier for like all these players that haven't practiced together and what they can do in a short amount of time. And this draft, as much as it looks very janky, it does have its way of being a simple to execute draft. It scales at all points.
Eloquently put, indeed. Yeah, it's a little bit disconnected, but when they all play in their kind of this way, it's pretty good. Zanzati just gets a kill onto Kryson. A buyback from Kryson, though, going to bring them back into this fight. They still want to be able to defend this, I think, but how? It's already gone. Thank God that arrow didn't connect. That might have just been a kill. Ryan going in deep with the BKB coverage, BKB. But it's just the charge gone for nothing. And they might even re-engage now that the BKB is down.
Yeah, it's been...
No, they've all teamed.
Everyone pieced out, yeah. The last BKB reveal.
Icky didn't get the memo, but he's just going to leap himself to safety. He's got one more available as
like
well.
70,000 leaps. He's fine, man. Don't worry.
Not quite so it's accurate, but it's definitely a lot.
It's fine. He's a good chap. Even if he dies, whatever. They got a rack. It's all good.
What about now?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This is a little bit too late to claim you died getting the racks, you know? Tree just waiting in the trees, but actually, if they go on the Weaver and Icky takes down Tree, then that's going to be very awkward indeed. And yeah, Icky's just like, give me your bird type.
He's just trying to be annoying, because again, if he can tank one stun or one anything, there's no real stuns. So if those stuns are gone, you can just go, right? Like, it's...
Yeah, and Kryson, he had such a good start to this game, and since then, we haven't really felt a whole lot from him. He has been targeted very hard, you know, he's currently sitting on 9 deaths, which is not where you want to be as Rubik, obviously. They've been focusing him hard, but his teamfight impact went from, like, winning them every fight to not doing anything.
Yeah, I think that was a product of, again, the poor positioning in the Shrine fight, and then also rhymed with some questionable BKB usages, not in terms of actually pressing it, but, like, who he's targeting with it. And from that, you just can't win some of these fights. Like, how scary is this now? Now that you have Farm Gyro, a Bristle who's now back in the game, and the jump potential of this Tiny. It's really scary if you want to try and go.
Yeah, I'm spooked. They're going to force Moist into everybody to steal some more of his damage, but he's just going to pop that BKB and turn around with a cooldown. Meanwhile, Overlong trying to focus up Sky. It goes at Xantic though, and Xantic looking for the kills. Weaver focusing everybody else, trying to force them back. Beauport just in the middle of everybody though, with all of the damage with the BKB. Moist is trying to fight up into him, but he's got the Aegis, so he's going to let himself fall once. In order to keep this fight going, come back with his damage with that split shot. That is the plan here. They jump forwards though. Cryson's actually on the back lines, though, able to take down the Lich, but now finds himself staring down the barrels of Moist guns. Meanwhile, Sky getting his damage taken away, and they bring down Icky as well. So far, it is 3 heroes dead, 2 on the Crimson Guard, 1 on the Aghanims heroes. But they are going to put an end to this fight. They did take the Aegis on the side of the Aghanims heroes. However, they did lose the ranks. Just the range ranks, though.
Let's do a reset. You can take a Shrine, maybe. This is kind of scary, where they should actually feel pressured if they try and hit the Shrine. Good, I was going to say if they did that, that was really potentially bad. But no, just a nice reset, go again. Like, sure, they had a couple deaths, but again, it's just a support duo. Like, the biggest key fights, right? The fight at this Shrine and the fight mid, Lich and Mirana are the only ones that die. Like, they're able to... These 3 cores have now got to a stage where they have all the items necessary, that it's not too scary that there's this Weaver in the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering when this Tiny's going to be going for his Aghanim Scepter as well. Is that coming up next, or is he hoping for other sources, maybe a Roshan? No, he's going for it. Beautiful.
Yeah, it would be the... Yeah, you got the big burst potential, so you need... The Aghanims is good in normal games. When you're against the Weaver and you've got this like Echo Saber already, you need to have insane damage for the Echo Saber and the Toss combo. So the Daedalus Rush just enables that, so he can keep scaling and killing the Weaver.
Yeah.
The Aghanims then allows him to take the team fights. If he went Aghs first, he wouldn't have any kill potential on the Weaver because it gets to the later portion of the game and you kind of fall off. Sure, it lets him farm, but you don't want to farm right now. You want to go.
Yeah, it's not a game where you want to settle into a farmer for them.
Oh, there's the butterfly. Nice.
Beautiful.
Good job, Moist.
Pretty little butterfly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How much long? I mean, what criteria needs to be fulfilled for Aghanim Heroes to make the turnaround here?
I keep saying Crimson. I don't mean that. I mean Crimson. So if Crimson go take a fight and like they get the jump on the Slardar like on the Tiny, or yeah, it's on the Tiny pretty much. Like, if they get the Tiny kill and the Bristle can't kind of jump into the ranks, then yeah, it should be fine. But Crimson should play so close to each other and behind the Bristleback that they should never allow for this to ever occur.
And Cryson's actually just picked up on the backlines once again, on going around the side there at Xantic, just finding the pickoffs. That is a dieback on the Rubik as well. This is
it's the power of this warding as well. Like, they've left that entire area. The Radiant Ward is still there the entire time. Dire hasn't dewarded it. A very classic ward, which then means when Cryson pops his head out of base just a little bit, probably shouldn't even in the first place. Tiny instantly capitalized on that.
And now wants the BKB though, trying to turn this one around and using the time lapse to throw himself alive, but Overlong's one who's dropping to Icky. Ratboy will die though. A buyback from Overlong going to bring him back into the fight as Tree is finished off. Beauport fighting in the front lines. He's got the Spirit Vessel on him, trying to fight up, but Moist is just running him down, but the shield going to keep him alive. Now stun comes in. Moist can be in trouble, but Icky actually connects with the arrow. Can't finish the job though, even with the Spirit Vessel. Has to get himself to safety, and this is going to end with actually just supports fooling. Overlong as well buying back though.
I mean, Lich died again. It's like the classic Crimson Guard team fight. Like,
sorry, Lich, but
can't kill these. You just can't kill these cores. Like, you have Bristle just runs in. Gyro's already got to the point where he's now got the Butterfly, the BKB, like the unkillable items. And yeah, Tiny's never in a position where he's the one getting jumped. So this is a really scary spot for Aghanims. I just feel like their draft has now fallen off to the point where they don't have insane pick-off potential. They don't have insane lane push. Also, maybe the Weaver. Like, the Slardar's having a rough game. Like, they need to somehow find a perfect pick-off.
Tiny and might one-shot the Abaddon. Tree's like, oh god, my borrowed time doesn't seem that good right now.
There's another tree wildly being thrown out. But like, Sky's just chilling, doing his own thing. Tiny's doing their thing. I'd prefer if they all just kind of went top right now.
Run!
Like, this is the one time Sky can die. He is fully by himself. Lich is mid, Gyro's mid as well. Tiny's bottom. Sky could potentially die top lane. Potentially, but he is very tanky. This is a very much a potential.
Tanky with the Gyro on top of him as well. And they just tank through that arrow, but the damage is there. Voice is manning up though, but I mean, Mobor has all of the damage right now, but he does take him down. Gets a kill to Mobor, but dies himself with Static coming in with a huge street off. He's taken down one. Rhyme as well, having to run himself back on the sideline.
Finally died.
Sky does die. Rhyme goes down as well. They get Sky, but 3 heroes, 3 cores, all dead for it. It's not worth it. But the buyback from Sky was suggesting they really want to try and take these barracks right now. They need some damage to come in because the cores don't have buyback. It's just a support duo. Leap on the Rubik. What can that do? Not a whole lot.
And yeah, like you see all these heroes running at the abandoned bottom. Like if they was quicker, then of course jumping the bristle sounds really bad. But it took so long for them to actually get the kill that it then didn't like translate into anything. And I think the lack of a vessel purchase on the Dire side meant that even this bristleback had a bad game. He could have had no game at all if a vessel was even present in this game.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I think yeah, it's just a Crimson win.
Yeah.
There's no way Aghanims can win this now. This is over.
No buybacks.
No
not
buybacks,
money
nothing.
on the Razor and the Weaver. That's a costly mistake right there. And the tier 4s are falling. The GGs should be coming out soon. They might want to see if they can somehow hold for one final defense here. As Tiny has a Meteor Hammer. He's trying to make some plays in the base. Maybe extending his welcome. Does Kryzen have any more stuns?
I hope he dies for doing that.
Yeah. Feels like it would be poetic.
In game, that is, just make it clear.
Yeah, 5 seconds left until the Razor is back
And
realizing
it's
they probably
over.
need to kill the Ancient, but they do so. Your GGs come out, and there is the victory. Game number 3 goes towards the Crimson Guard, making it a 2-1 in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, the drafting is a lot better from Crimson Guard now, and they're just playing around like their comfort picks. Sure, Sky has a terrible lane, but he buys the right items and he goes to the correct aggression at that mid-game point. I think both of these teams are showing that their early game I don't think is too strong, but the mid-game and the ability to group up at the right time if they're confident in their draft does show, which is allowing them to get the wins. The first game, of course, Aghanims, they grouped up really well. The second and third game, Crimson is grouping up at that mid to late game and applying that pressure. They're not letting it go. So I think that is the key takeaway from both these games is don't focus so heavily on trying to win the game at the laning phase. Have strong lanes and to take it into the mid game and just try and take these logical, good engagements.
What is Icky doing?
He's getting his cup of tea, maybe, no?
Oh, okay. Oh, just playing around under the desk. Who knows? But that looks like a very happy Crimson Guard team. Aghanims heroes, well, they need to find them way to get themselves back into this series. Of course,
that's the
taking
cuppa.
game
Look
one.
at that fine
There it
cuppa.
is. He's found the tea.
Oh,
He's found the tea.
Beautiful.
Tea Governor approved?
Tea Governor approved.
Beautiful. Well, I mean, that was a great performance from, and again, you know, no one really stood out particularly strongly. I mean, Tiny was doing work, you know, 16 kills he had in the end of that game. Pretty insane, but no one was really like, you know, outstanding. Everyone was just all around good, and the performance index suggests that as well. You know, everyone was around the kind of same to 20-point marks. So yeah, very impressive performance across the board. They're showing great team play there from Crimson Guard.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, well, we are going to throw it over to a short break, and then we can resume this best of 5 and possibly finding out who's going to be the winner. If Crimson Guard can take the final game here, then they will be the winners. However, Aghanims Heroes still stand a chance of bringing it back, but they will have to win 2 more games in a row, backed against the wall for them. Can they withstand the pressure? We'll find out soon here at the ESL Premiership.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership, where we are halfway, or like kind of 3/5 of the way, or maybe 4/5 of the way. Who knows how far away we are into this, but we are a way into this best of 5. See, we've had 3 games so far.
Yep, that is correct. We've had 3 games. We've had 2 go into one team, 1 go into another team.
We haven't.
We have one team improving over time, one team potentially falling off and needing to find their footing again. So, like to see how it goes in game 4.
Yeah, all right. Well, we do have some replays to have a look back upon to refresh us of how things have gone so far.
The excellent arrow from Icky to start with. No need of the rocket, like, because the arrow hit, but, you know, ideally it'd be rocket to arrow, but it's very nice.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, when you just throw out the arrow earlier, then you catch the stun earlier, therefore they're closer to you when they get locked down, so.
I think the key thing was this tri-lane bottom was like the winning factor. This fight in general was one of the game-changing fights where Agnes weren't in a position to deal with this. There's the active shrine. Moist was able to kind of get a lot of damage off from the back lines, not getting jumped, which was again what the Weaver and Sala kind of want to do to get onto that gyro. And again, the Bristol had already farmed up. He had a terrible start to the game, but he was able to ignore a lot of the early engagements and just keep sitting in that top lane. And the items he bought compared to the Slada when he was also doing the free farm catch-up, the items favor the Bristle back. You get these auras. The Slaughter goes for this blink. It's like this very weak initiation, like just because you don't have any other tank items.
Yeah. So one of the initiation points are extremely limited as well. You know, you're relying on Overlom to do all of your lockdown, all of your jumping in, and then hoping that Kryson can find some good spells in order to kind of influence a team fight in that manner. And Overlom wasn't able to do that. He was getting beaten down as well. He wasn't tanky enough. He didn't have enough farm to be able to be the frontliner they really needed in this fight. And throughout the game, really, and that's just kind of spelt the end for them, unable to keep their heads above the water. And as well, the Weaver just completely bullied by the Tiny 24/7.
Yeah, the Agnum's draft was all about having really good positioning at all times. And again, we've said this so many times, the Skirmish is like an in-house league. These players don't practice together. Unless they're really understanding their heroes and what they need to do, and as together, they're not always going to be in the right position at the right time to understand what the team needs to do at the right to win. So you can't have these kind of cuter drafts where you have this Rubik who has to always get the spell steals off, the Weaver who needs to kind of delicately get throughout the fight. If the Rubik's stunned once, this fight is already heavily Crimson favored. So again, I'd like to see simpler drafts put into place. That's exactly what Crimson done after the first game. They simplified their draft. They've used the Gyrocopter 2 games in a row just because its laning phase is strong and it can then eventually progress into having these unkillable items, right? It's just like a easy to execute hero. And having this foundation on top of a big playmaker, which is Atlantic and or Icky, it then makes your game easy. And I'd like to see Agnes find out how to simplify their kind of lineup to then get to a game 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's going to be the key to it, isn't it? Finding these ways to play easy, straightforward checkbox Dota. That is the plan. Alrighty, well, we do have a special guest once again joining us here in the casting booth, and from the team of the Crimson Guards, we have Mr. Moist joining us. How's it going, Moist?
It's going good, thank you. Yeah, I had a bad first game, second game, and I came right back, man. I'm absolutely loving it here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to talk about that first game, actually, because I know that you guys didn't come out so well, but what was the group's kind of mentality after that one? Because you were really positive throughout the day, and actually yesterday as well. You know, you guys were seemed like the much more positive team coming into it, but then you take that initial loss. Was that gone? Did you have to rebuild that, or was everybody still pretty upbeat about losing?
So in the first game, we were pretty down, to be fair, and I just got the team morale up. At the end, I was like, it's game 1, it's a best of 5. You just got to leave it in the past. And since after game 1, I feel like team synergy's up, communication's up. We're all just loving. We're actually playing for fun, and we're just not even worrying. I've played 1,000 games of Dota, and I'll play 1,000 more. That's how it is.
Yeah, exactly. There's been a lot of smiles in the side of the map, which has been really good to see. You also got a lot of fans here in the audience. So who is here exactly supporting you?
Hey, I have my friends from home. I've got a friend from uni, my little brother, little sister, and my grandmother's here as well, my girlfriend. Yeah, it's they would not pass up on the opportunity to come up and see me, which is so good. I love my family, man.
Team Moist showing up in force. That's fantastic. Is that making you play better? Is that making you feel the pressure a little bit?
Nah, there's no pressure at all. I love it. I look up and I see them all there and they're all cheering. It really helps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. All right, so I want to talk about this Gyrocopter as well, because obviously it's a hero you're quite comfortable with. We've seen you playing it through the group stages a little bit. Do you feel like you know, we said that we would like to see you being more aggressive earlier on with that drums in the third game. Was that something which you were doing actively? You know, you were saying like, I'm going to farm a bit more. Did someone tell you to farm a bit more, or is that something that was clocked, or was it just kind of, you know?
So that game, I was against a Slardar, so I built the Ring of Basilius, and that in turn just disassembles into the Drum of Endurance. I feel like you need Drum for mana sustain on Gyrocopter. It also really helps with the chase. I'd be surprised if Gyro gets through again. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that hero does seem to be quite comfortable for you. Finally, if you could play any hero next, which hero would it be?
Oscar, mid. I'll do it mid.
Oscar mid, okay.
I'll push ads to 5 and we'll do Oscar mid.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us, Moist. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck. You go and get yourself into the lobby. Best of luck in the next games, and we shall see you very shortly playing in game number 4. Talking of game number 4, there's two sides to every story, and you know, the Aghanim's heroes, Crimson Guards, you know, fighting against one another. Look at that walk. Hear that noise as well.
Honestly, look at that.
Yeah,
majestic.
Majestic indeed. Yeah, so the other team, you know, Ryan going to be leading them, trying to bring them back and find a victory here in game number 4. What would you like? We you know, playing easier. We'll put that into action. What heroes are going to be easier for them to play? What kind of?
It's just about having the reliable low cooldown stuns that give you that fight. Like, you think of Gyrocopter, it is, when I say low, ignore the stun part when I say Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter is like the carry that allows you just to utilize these stuns, right? Then you think of the supporting cast, which then has the low cooldown stuns to enable it, right? That's kind of what you need. You need to have a win condition plus an easy ability to have these fights and take these, you know, skirmishes.
Oh, he
slap of the knee.
There, yeah.
Exactly. And that's what you like. I want Abaddon ignored fully. Abaddon hasn't won a game yet out of these 3 games. Stop picking it. It is terrible. It does not allow you to do anything. If you play it 3 and you play it in a good situation, then it's fine. But playing it as 5 is so pointless. Just stop it.
I mean, I'm not really. I've always loved Abaddon. You know, I'm actually a Abaddon player myself. But like, it's very.
It has good times, like when he TP's mid and saves the Razor. It has its like moments, but overall, it doesn't like win you the fight. It doesn't give you that insane like pick-off potential that you do need in these games. You need to get that key pick-off on like think of the first game, right? When Moist was playing the CK. Obviously it was like a hard CK game, he was against his counters. But like multiple times he was like out of position, being a little bit greedy, trying to catch up because the game was hard. And then he got picked off by the ability of all these stuns available in like, the arsenal of Aghanims. And then when you move into these later games, they rely on 1 or 2 heroes, and if they're not there or not on the same page or feeling pressured, they don't have this pick-off potential that you can have when you have 2 or 3 heroes that can kind of come to the ganks. Like right now, Aghanims force like so many rotations to get a kill because their drafts are like tailored towards that. While Crimson, they had obviously the Tiny that could come and connect all the dots, and they had the strong lanes. So it's just a way of answering it. You can answer it in different ways. Right now, Aghanims isn't even trying to answer it at all, just because of how delicate they're trying to be. You can't be delicate in these games.
No, you can't be delicate. You got to be ham-fisted. You got to be just simple, you know, Ogre Magi style Dota, just straight.
Not that simple. Ogre also is a terrible hero.
Really? Ogre Magi is a terrible hero?
Yeah, I think he's like a walking. So he's an enabler of a court carry, and then he's a really good way of like scouting high grounds, being that frontline 5 who just finds out information, right? He's like a knowledge obtainer. And again, that's what you don't need that in these games.
Yeah.
You need brawlers, you need brutes, you need real kind of stuff. I don't know how to word it any better.
Yeah. What about a centaur in the offlane? Is that enough? Is that
maybe.
what you want?
No,
for Overlom?
Yeah, for Overlom maybe. Like, but I still think his hero pool, like the Legion, the Axe, even going back into a Skirmish Classic, which was the Sand King, these heroes, these are the perfect, even the Night Stalker was always going to be banned, 100%. These type of heroes just allow you to have a very clean way of going, if we want to fight, this is how we fight. Again, previous drafts, the answer to how we fight isn't as simple as like, you go in. It's, you go in, but we need this, we need that, etc. So again, the Tiny game, it was simple, because as Antic, if he makes the calls, it's like, I'm going, you follow me. And if he makes the correct play, which you would assume he would do, then it's very easy for the team to make a very good team fight out of it, right? Like, that's an easy way to play around the 5 players that you have, again, with minimal practice.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this Chen ban, though, is... I think they've done it every game, and I just don't think there's enough pressure from the other side picking Chen. I think the what's his name? Rat Boy now? Okay, Rat Boy. He keeps changing it. from the group stage. So Ratboy, he doesn't actually play any Chen games. I literally heard him talking about it. He played one pub game this morning. Was like, yeah, I can try it, mate. You know, but, like, he's not like a
He's playing
yeah.
Chen.
He's not
Oh
like,
no, he's playing Chen.
ban it, get it out.
Oh, goes that here.
Yeah, it's like the fear is maybe like some Chen Necro, because of course if Sky's a Necro player, then you have Chen Necro, you have immense amount of heal, and then suddenly it's like this threat. But like that type of draft is good, because then you don't have Sky on this like easy initiator. You have him back on this hero that if he has a bad game, he really won't contribute much. Like, you want to force Crimson into his position, and I honestly think even banning towards Sky, just forcing him onto like, or even just allowing him to play more comfort heroes, allowing him to play his Pugna, his Necro or whatever, might actually be worse for Crimson, because it just disrupts the whole playstyle of what they have been doing to win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just throwing spanners in the works and hoping beyond hope that hopefully Crimson Guard kind of 200 IQ themselves into a really difficult to pull off draft here. You gotta lead this one really strong on Crimson Guard and try and just not give Aghanim's heroes that opportunity.
Just now picking up just a very classic, safe first pick Bane. Crimson, please do not pick Abaddon. Please do not Abaddon +1.
But it's so tempting into the Bane.
Pick fighting offlaner plus a Lina or something. That sounds great. That sounds...
You can purge off the Bane ulti.
Oh,
You can do it.
Okay, there's no Legion. So like, Legion Lina would have been a very good answer here. Sure, yeah, technically Abaddon Lina, because of course, yeah, Abaddon v Bane is very, you know, Abaddon favoured, etc. with this purge, but I just don't think it's doing that well in Skirmish, and I would value a better pick. Gyro, nice. Keep it going, get the momentum. Let's get Moist a 3-0 on Gyrocopter at this best of 5.
Yeah, he did say he'd be surprised if Gyrocopter gets through, and look what happens, he gets through, so there you go. Just sneaking on through there. Second pickup.
I would like to see a support with a save, so they don't have to force out this Abaddon type hero. 100% that you need to have this saves, like a Shadow Demon or...
Shadow Demon could work well, yeah.
Because then you can potentially set up later down the line for any kind of stun hero, like any Tiny or anything like that can just play into it as well.
Is Oracle garbage? I always feel like Oracle feels really nice when you're trying to play these kinds of games.
Jakiro.
Right, they go for Jericho, so long-range lockdown instead is going to be the answer to try and interrupt that Bane ultimate. It works.
Yeah, it works. And again, they have a strong lane if they want to choose to lane it together. And now Overlom getting another comfort pick. So, yeah, we're just playing very safe with our picks right now. And I would like to hope that they adjust the way that they played last time. Because last time they played against Snax, they actually laned the Gyro away from him and put some melee guy there. I'd like to see the Gyro and the Jakiro play the lane together, play into the Axe, and actually punish him for being an Axe against a dual magic damage orientated early game kind of ranged kind of duo. So I'd like to see that punishment in place.
Yeah, I agree. You can definitely play around this Axe very nicely with ranged heroes, but yeah, last time weirdly they put the Legion into the Axe, which is a horrible matchup. It sounds nice on paper, like I think everybody falls into that trap once or twice where they're like, oh yeah, Legion versus Axe, that sounds sick, I can purge off his Battle Hunger, but it's like, no, you don't want to use that to purge off Battle Hunger. It's like a complete horrible mana trade, and also you don't win the trades when you're right-clicking each other either.
The question here now is Rubik and Lina are put through, and Rubik normally wins the matchup between obviously the Lina, because if you steal his spells, just a ton better. So if the Crimson want to pick their +4 right now, they either might be forced to pick the Rubik to prevent maybe the Lina pick from Aghanims, or they can just ignore it entirely, and then Aghanims will just have free choice between the two, because Aghanims does need this ranged hero to enable this Axe. How does Crimson answer that? We'll find out. The Rubik would block pick the scenario, but do they want to pick up a Rubik?
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I would really like to see some AoE damage coming out from Aghanim's heroes as well. Obviously, Lina can do that a little bit with two Q and W spells, but I don't know. I kind of feel like a core which can follow up on the Axe core would be really nice for them.
Because again, when they picked the Axe last time, they had the Invoker, so this like very big Sunstrike. They had a very like it was a blink core. When he eventually got to Blade Mail, then it was a little bit scary. Okay, so there's the Rubik pick, which again should potentially block the Lina. Okay, yes, they're just going for Lifesteal instead.
Oh wow, they were so ready for that one. Yeah, so now this kind of works, you know, Axe with the Infest Bomb, jump in, call, Lifesteal pops out, everybody's scared.
It's just a very solid hero. It allows Rhyme to play, because again, I'm assuming now Rhyme is now back to the carry role. He's gonna from the last game.
Rhyme does not want to play Lifestealer.
No, Pango went its whole way through. Okay.
Oh yeah, interesting. Cool. All right, Sky gets his Pango.
Okay, so there is a fear right now. Simply that Lifesteal in lane with a Bane. If the Pango and the Root play together and zone out the Bane to start with, then it can allow for them to then pressure the Lifestealer. If they try and pressure the Lifestealer straight away, and the Bane can get a little bit of damage, the Pango is very weak. So that lane can be scary. And then the Invoker pick up as well, so... Mode Boar, I believe, has played one Invoker game during Skirmish, so he could...
What were you going to say in his life? And I was like,
in his life.
Oh no.
So yeah, potentially...
No, this is Ryan Voker. I would put my my dog on this.
Maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it is a... If Rhyme thinks he needs to win, his hero pool is like Morphling, Invoker, Naga, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anti-Mage as well. That's like the go-to Rhyme. He's kind of slowly tilting his way out of Oblivion, so he'll pick up one of those heroes. So this Invoker is kind of a showing that if he plays it, he's like, I need to 1v9 this game. That's his mentality.
Yeah. Pick up. It's going to be the Tiny for the Aghanims heroes this time around, and that will be the final hero to round off their draft. Tiny in the 4 position, Lycia in the 1, Invoker in the 2, and Axe in the off lane.
This is going to be a very awkward game for this Tiny, simply because there's no kill potential with the Axe, there's no kill potential with the Lifestealer, and there's no real kill potential with the Invoker until later parts of the game.
This is because I know the Axe is going to get ruined in lane, so they just don't want it. They're just like, we don't need a blink. We've got Toss.
Right now, the way that they can make this lane work is if the... So do you know how Tiny can toss neutrals onto the high ground for the first couple waves, the range creeps?
Yes. Yeah.
So the key high ground ward spots on both the off lane, the Axe just hugs the hill, and then you toss the range creep up. You do that for 1 or 2 waves, which enables the Axe to get to like level 2, level 3. And after that point, he can either then go skip, or he can just keep playing the lane. Ideally, in this scenario, he'd go skip, because obviously he'd have level advantage, he would have battle hunger, and he can zone out the Jakiro.
Yeah.
This type of play would enable this dual melee offlane. If they don't do that type of play, I feel like they're going to struggle, because if it's Jakiro Gyro in the same lane, these two heroes, they suffer from early magic damage. Whereas if Tiny gets, let's say he gets Tree to get some early denies, he's just going to get zoned out. What's that going to, if he battle hungers, they're just going to run at him, he doesn't care. So I'm very scared just from the laning phase, but overall in terms of draft, they have a very clean draft. They've got future initiation from Tiny, they've got a Lifestealer bomb with Tiny and Axe, they've got the big damage obviously from Sunstrike and all this. They have a very clean draft. They got BKB Piercing Sun from the Bane. It's nice.
It's much easier to play around, it's very straightforward, this is not too complicated, and everybody can play their own game and they're still going to find success.
But it has a very mid to late game timing. So
yeah, it's greedy as hell.
So now, okay, so Crimson now pick this tempo hero, and they have the same scenario again, where as long as Pangolier isn't really underleveled and struggling, and as long as the Gyrocopter doesn't try and go for a very heavy farm, I just want to sit back and do whatever build, they can roll over them. They can just constantly be aggressive. So I think this game, this is one of the first games where Aghanims actually has a nice kind of, how they put Crimson on a timer. Sorry, that's the way of wording it. And Crimson might feel the pressure from this. If their early rotations don't work out, they might feel like they are going to struggle to get these kills later on. When the Axe buys the pipe, when he has this BKB, when Mode Boar's actually playing, oh, it's actually position 4 Invoker. So that's good.
Damn it, who gets my dog then?
Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. But this is good. I was worried that the Invoker, this would be too slow, but this actually then kind of solves that problem, where the Invoker, who will have this early aggression running around trying to get these cold snaps, is it the range tier that can play with the Axe? Still not great, but it's still a better option than the Tiny. And Tiny, if he has a good lane, which he should against the Ember, in that matchup, Tiny should be able to get the farm. If he gets that early blink, it will then mitigate those problems and might bring back their kind of timings a little bit earlier. But still, it's a greedier lineup.
Yeah, it's certainly greedy. It's certainly going to be not as greedy though. That's for sure. I think that's the main thing.
That is the key thing. Yes.
Yeah. So it kind of amps back a little bit, and Invoker is a really nice 4th position against hard initiation heroes. Against Ember Spirit, for example, he can tornado him, take away that shield, and make him a little bit vulnerable in some situations, especially if you can get the EMP off onto him. That is tricky. Crescent's had enough. He's taken mid. I think that might be a bait.
I think it is a bait.
I think it's a bait. It's cheeky. It's cheeky. Get out of my lane. Full into character. Love it. Anyway, yeah, so Invoker, Tornado, good against Ember, kind of good against Pangolier if you can control him up before he gets the ultimate off.
It's all about...
Pretty much it.
Fights are now a lot simpler for Aghanims. They have so much team fight, so much ability to win once they get to that 25-minute mark. And that's a 25-minute mark of like just decent enough farming and not losing too much map control. Crimson, like, again, an earlier timing. I think this is Crimson's whole lineup and the way that they've been playing so far. It's all around about Sky. If Sky can get a good start to the game, then I think it will be a very even game. If Sky struggles, I think Axe might get
By the rune right now, 3-on-3. Overlom taking quite a lot of damage, but Moist as well, getting kind of low here. Really wants to find the kill onto Overlom here. Will not be able to do so, so still has that battle hunger taken away, but the Rocket Barrage is really scary to do into. He's actually turning it around, but the double breath is out of Kryson. Kryson trying to TP out, will not be able to do it. 2 kills go their way, and that is a great start to the game for the Crimson Guard. Very fortunate to be able to grab that last one there, just on the very last tick of that TP. My goodness, that was close. You always know it was close when the just corpses spawn on the TP point, which will happen.
It feels bad, man. I think, but that is a demonstration of how strong this lane is now that they put together. Like the Gyro and Jakiro, it will punish this Axe lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Moist has to play on very low HP.
And he has to use the Kura as well. Like, the Kura's coming out right now for the Gyro, so...
It doesn't get it. You're right, you're right. All these small little costs, but still totes worth it.
For sure.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. I didn't fully commit to you.
So, up in the top lane, it's Sky and Icky versus Rhyme and Tree. Oh, we didn't have a usual Patrolayer and Kryson mandate. It's kind of disappointing, but there you go.
He was dying this time, poor old Kryson.
Oh. Makes a nice change though. Every single other game we had those two just battling it out, and the strength of the Bazzi has won through. Maybe this is just Patchler, like Ratboy preparing for the new patch, assuming that Bazzi's going to get nerfed, and he's like, okay, well I need to start playing as if it's been nerfed already. So
that's true. Yeah, he's
fight into them. It doesn't matter.
I think this, the lane we just saw, it's just such an easy lane for Aghanim's to play. Life Stealer Bane, very simple. No threat of kills, always some pressure.
Yeah, you can just hang out, steal some lives, steal some creeps, get some money. Probably go for this Midas Radiance build, I would imagine. It's not great, but it's good enough versus the 2 cores they've got on the enemy team. Does near enough nothing to Pangolier, but the other 2 it's definitely important.
Yeah, I think the important thing is actually how Atlantic plays up against Boar in this lane. It's one of those, like the Tiny should be able to have a decent start to the lane. And again, Ad's already with one of the earlier leads. Luckily, Boar already had the salve anyway, so it's not too bad.
Will spread thrice.
They're pretty equal in CS, so I think this is like, both of these heroes have the same style where it's like they're going to farm a little bit and then they're going to want to try and do something. If they get an active rune, they're going to try and make a play. If they get good farm and get that early item, so the Emperor like phase drums and the Tiny will be a blink. If they get those items, they're going to want to make kills. So if one of these guys can get the upper hand, get that tempo control, then again, they're going to put their team in a good position to get through to that kind of the timings that they want to hit.
Absolutely. Is this the first time Modeball's played against Atlantic at mid, or was this, did he do it as the Razor last game? I can't see.
Yeah, he put it in the Razor last game, so
okay.
Currently the second time.
Yeah, it's funny because it's one of the things I was saying yesterday that I think would be their strength, is that they are able to swap up between the mid and safe lane with Rhyme and...
Yeah, the only the key difference in this swap though is like you can see the mannerisms of when they go mid, where for example like when Rhyme was mid, he was able to be active and make moves, and then like Boar, he might be a little bit more passive, like he played Razor. He's playing on the edge. Yeah. He has to. It's like all about this early pressure. Like this is how you can win these lanes. It's the early fortification into them not having any regen and just being in their face.
Oh, I get this. A few more right clicks, but the trees, the creeps, they're blocking him quite nicely, but he's still closing this gap now. One more right click with a very fire that makes it two. Toss ready. The avalanche. He goes for the avalanche instead, holding him back, and the creep will kill him off. If he goes for the tosses, you get the kill.
If he goes for the toss, he saves himself from dying. Is the key part there, but again, he would have no regen, would have to walk back to base. So at that point, it's probably better just to let him kill you because you already put yourself in such an awkward position. Yeah. Just die, lol. This Axe is getting quite a lot from bot lane. You're expecting him to feel a little bit more pressure. Again, it's one of those situations where you'd want to go on the Invoker first, make him feel like he can't be part of the lane, and then you go for the Axe.
Yeah, Kryson, he's doing a pretty good job of like zoning here. See Invoker, he's alright as the 4th position when it comes to trade.
Oh, here's the battle that we want.
Here we go, yeah. Ratboy versus Kryson, this is it. Oh, there is an EMP coming out onto him with a Battle Hunger as well, but Overlom's going to chill out for now as Moist comes over with that Rocket Barrage, chasing off his teammate. Get off Ratboy.
Again, just the Rhyme just free farming top lane. Gyro like only got 15 CS, so you've got already disparity between the cores right now. You've got Rhyme who's having a good game, and the only time Rhyme had a really good game like was obviously in the first game, and then he had a good showing with the Weaver, and then it kind of fell off. But this hero, it's not going to fall off.
Oh, Tree was so close to just juking the hell out of Icky there, but didn't quite happen in the end.
And Moist also finding a kind of cries during the bounty room situation.
Yeah. Oh, Overlord getting real low here. Zantic trying to chase him down. He's got no more remnants or not enough mana to work with. And now Kryzen rotates over. There's 2 kills for the taking if he wants them, but now Zantic's going to fill up his bottle. EMP is out onto him. Kryzen's still chasing. There's no mana, but he has got the bottle. No, he doesn't. Actually, that was his last charge. So he's just going to have to run away. Kryzen here, not quite fast enough to chase him. I think Zantic might want to just consider suicide at this point.
The issue right now is like...
They can have the courier on him, yeah, because with Mobile coming over, this is just going to be a kill now. So Kryzen grabs it.
That's great for Kryzen.
Yeah.
I was expecting that to be like a really big time-wasting scenario where like maybe Mobile plays mid, but actually it's really good that he came over and just secured the kill. Like just stop with the shenanigans, get the kill move on, get back to lanes.
Yeah, I mean, of all the heroes to be able to just stop it, Tiny is definitely the best one. Just Avalanche, you know, I don't need to aim this. I just put it in the general area and I'm probably going to kill you.
And look, Icky going back to mid. Ember want to make move. Icky wants to farm.
They're going on to Axe once again, and this time Overlord will not survive. The Axe is brought down.
And this is what you want to see for like when you have these players that have a good playstyle, you like put Icky mid, get him his early 6. Don't rely on the 10-minute mark for the book. It allows you to take these early fights. You know that Ember wants to make these moves. So it is just the balance of, is Mode Ball making moves? He made one move on Ember, but Ember's still Ember's moves are allowing for his team to make advantages. Mode Ball's moves, or the Tiny's moves, are only allowing for himself to have like advantages, right? So that's the difference in the players.
Yeah, I think we see. Zantic's damage is pretty off the charts right now, top 1%. The hero damage at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's from these rotations, a product of how the players are playing and the playstyle from like Icky and Zantic. And like Sky is able to play top. He's not getting a lot, he's getting something. He's not really shutting down the lifestealer, but he's able to kind of run around and do his thing, which then means Icky can go to his lane, Zantic can go make moves. And now you can see Zantic moving top, Rubik going top. It's like they've accepted that Tiny's just going to free farm mid, and we're going to try and create enough like space and farm on the side lanes that when the Tiny does get his blink, we're not going to feel too threatened, because we're going to have like equal timings across multiple heroes.
Yeah, it's always nice to try and get your timings hitting at the same time. It sounds silly, but it really is effective if you can just kind of make sure that everybody's picking up these big items at the same point and prioritize the farm correctly in order to make that happen. And they're actually trying to turn this fight around here, I think, but Sky has no mana happening. Oh, Mode Ball comes in from behind, though, and that is going to be a pick-off onto Sky. Pangolier sent off into the heavens.
Again, that was a good rotation from Tiny. That was the type of rotation you need from your mid lane. Like, it's going to be sloppy. Like, if he doesn't come there, then they might chase him for a long time. Just come, get the kill, right, move, go next.
He's under a ward here. He can push someone forward, and Kryzen is going to be that person. Kryzen does have the tornado. He's going to throw it down here, and that'll be the kill coming in. However, Ratboy turning it around, but Zantic as well, jumping in deep, finds 1, finds 2, trying to turn it around to Mo 4 as well. With his haste rune, he's going to try and run him in circles, but can't really burn him down with that flame guard. A little bit too big of an ask here, and well, they'll take the 2 supports instead, but still a very, very nice trade there.
I'd like to see at some point maybe potentially like this Axer. I know he's having a pretty good game. I expected him to have quite a hard lane, especially with Jakiro Gyro, but he's been able to get quite a lot of farm from this. So I think as well, him trying to keep that farm up, maybe like dying right now would be one of the worst things. Like the Invoker coming to lane, if he does get kind of jumped, that could be dangerous for him, but progressing into these early aggressive items just to mitigate the fact that Lifestealer doesn't, like Lifestealer can't do anything in this game until he gets -+1.
Yeah, he's pretty weak.
And this is not a Radiance game, to be clear. We've had some Lifestealers in Skirmish that go for Radiance when it's not a Radiance game. That's a Skirmish classic, lads. But this game, this is all about the explosive jump. You want to have like maybe Armlet, Deslo, you know, these big items, and Abyssal. You get that jump on the Ember, you get that cool. You don't have to rely on just the cool, because then the Lifestealer has all this insane damage.
Meanwhile, Overlord's having a bit of trouble over here, and he's going to get run down by Moist. That is going to be a kill for him. Overlord dropped dead in the bottom lane once again. They're really focusing hard on this Axe. Take down the 3, take down the team. Get rid of that backbone. Stop that think, Dagger. So many great reasons to kill this Axe as many times as possible. But they are coming very hard onto him.
They are coming in very hard, which I don't mind if that was the sole source of initiation. But there's still the Tiny in the game.
Yeah.
And it's a core Tiny, which means he's still going to be able to farm. And that blink timing will still come into play. And when his blink timing comes in, he'll allow the room to come in for the accident and get his timing back in.
Hello, Chryson. Going for the solo kill onto Ratboy here, but not quite able to finish off. Meanwhile, Tree might not be so lucky as he's being chased down by Xantic and Moist. With the Gerd's going to have to use one more Remnant to make sure that happens. Overlong thinking of coming forward onto Moist here, but he's been pinged out by his teammate. As Chryson says, there's a Jakira here, I think. A Jakira trying to secure the bounce. That's not going to happen. Chryson sneaks it out from under 3 heroes. And he's just going to stay on top of him. He's watching him burn. He's taunting him.
Slow.
Oh, God.
A powerful play.
Chryson the Chad.
That's a UK chat war right there.
They'll get themselves back. Chryson survives. No sentries, no vision, no dust, nothing like that coming out to reveal the Invoker. So he's going to be alright. 9-4 is currently the scoreline. A very, very busy early game, resulting in a lot of really, really high damage outputs from these players. You know, Xantic at 6,200 damage already, which is crazy for 11 minutes into the game. That is extremely high.
I'd like to see this Jakira. I think the last game when he played Jakira in the series, he went for a 3-1-1 build. He's doing it again. I was going to say, I like this game if he maybe went for a an Ice Path build, because his whole team, as much as it has like it doesn't have a lot of lockdown. It has a Root, it has a Rolling Thunder, maybe a Lift Rubik, but it doesn't have a lot of stun. And especially against Lifesteal, you need a part of the stun.
Oh, he's in some trouble. Did try to use the Nightmare on himself, and Sky's actually unable to find him right now. He is throw down the ultimate. Uh-oh. Sky in some real trouble, surrounded by 4 heroes, and there's another tip coming out. Good night, Mr. Sky. He is put to sleep in the harshest way possible, trying to grab a solo kill onto a bait, getting too damn greedy. Now it's Xantic, also playing around mode board a little bit here, but nothing's going to happen, just a trading of spells.
And yeah, Sky, one of his favorite heroes is Pango, so if you first pick a Bane, you're already kind of preemptively countering what you would expect a comfort pick to come in. So, very nice.
Yep. Chryson doesn't want that. He'll leave it for Tiny. Kill possibility is real. Meanwhile, the Midas is finished up on the life stealers. Oh dear, Ratboy, well, getting jumped upon by Chryson, but Mobor's coming over to help out as well. Ratboy should be put to sleep by this toss combo. A cooldown comes in from Moist, though, with Xantic coming in the front as well. They're looking for Chryson, but they'll find the Tiny instead. The damage has to come in through pretty quickly, because he can turn around and stun them all up into... No, won't come down. Mobor is going to drop here, and Xantic grabs himself yet another kill.
And again, the Lifestealer just can't take these fights. So if you... Alright, still with the York chat, this one. Like, when you go for these moves, like, you have to know that it's always going to be a 4v5. Like, you can't play for big fights until that later time. Oh. Oh, Sky.
He was playing it to the line there, and unfortunately he stepped over that line just a little bit.
Sky tries going for top, gets grip, dies, gets tipped. He then watches mode board dies, doesn't contribute really to the kill, he tips him, he then runs into their side of the map and just dies, gets tipped. So right now in terms of tip war, Sky's down a heavy 2, and that 1 is a light 1, so it's kind of like, it's more like a 2 to a half kind of tip, kind of warfare.
Yeah. So all the important analysis coming out from you.
Oh no, there's literally nothing else to say right now. They're going to farm, mate.
Rubik has Tree Throw, very nice.
Ooh, nice.
Probably the worst spell to steal.
That is true. But he's going to change it up, don't worry. He's going to throw the tree, use the tree to eat. Oh, he's just going to die instead.
Yeah, or he could do that. That's also an option. Probably not a great option, but what he's going to make.
It's because he knew it's like his punishment for getting the tree spell. Because like, I have to kill myself now. There's literally no way I can change the spell.
Ah, well.
Like, Aghanim's just need to play the slow farm game, TP if they're diving towers, and then that's it. If they go for these aggressive, like, near a shrine, near a tower plays where Radiant can TP, Radiant want to be as potentially as a 4 or 5 unit in these early fights to then force map control, right? Aghanim don't need to do that. Just need to be calm with them.
We're having some baked Tiny for dinner right now as he's stuck in the fire, lifted up through it as well. Mobor trying to make his way out of this one, but that's not going to happen. Down goes the Tiny. They're going to look for more, but Tree, he's making his way over 2 said trees, his brethren. trying to offer some safety. Zantic will not be able to find him, but we'll focus on this tower instead. The tier 1 tower going down at mid would be a huge bonus for them, but their side lanes need some attention as well. But I'd really like it if they were able to bring down the tier 1 at mid. It would open up the map a lot for them.
Sky's dying top as well, potentially.
Angelier in the top lane, getting very low, but being bottled up by Zantic and brought to safety. And he's thinking of coming back into this one with the Rolling Thunder. Kryson, though, he's looking. He's trying to see if he can maybe find a kill here. Sky.
They know
he's here, and he's got more than enough.
Oh, the grip again.
The grip, though, they comes in. Tree, he's going to be able to do it with the help of the Sunstrike from Kryson. They bring him down. Sky's picked off in a very, very nice manner as well. That was pretty. Meanwhile, Modeboar, he's being chased a little bit here. Maybe in some trouble.
You have the environment up potentially native save.
Another day, another Macropyre, another Big Tiny. He's going to get finished off by Ratboy. Ratboy, I think he's going to survive this one as well.
Yeah, right now, the way that this Tiny is playing...
Oh, Sunstrike, Sunstrike, Sunstrike!
Oh. There's no way he's dying from that Sunstrike. But I think right now, Tiny is the one on Agnes who's doing, like, forcing the agenda too much. He's crossed the river once and died, and he's just run to look at a rune that wasn't there. You don't actually have no rune vision, but anyway, like, he's looking for runes and stuff. Like, he just needs to sit back on his side of the river. Like, the fact that you lose this mid-early tower means that it is scary. Like, you shouldn't lose your tower. You shouldn't be, like, crossing the river. You just need to be chill. Just calm. Wait. Farm an item. Wait for everyone to be ready. Like, when you draft heroes that have all different timings, you need to find the timing which they all meet and you can really punish with, right? And Crimson, they don't really have this issue. They have all very, like, they crosses over so many times and so many ways that they can all join fights, so it's fine. So, Aghanims, like the Tiny, especially, everyone else is kind of following that playstyle, right? But Tiny is the only one right now that's not following, or not buying in to what they need to do. Rhyme's fully invested in that. He's just AFK top for the last 17 minutes nearly.
Yeah, he's playing the economy game pretty nicely as well, and they're also able to deal with Sky pretty easily every time he comes up here to try and make something happen. Sky, not enough mana for anything as the Meteor comes crashing down and securing Kryson the kill.
He is a master of getting those last hits.
Meanwhile, Bane is in a pretty bad position right now, and he's going to get finished off, and they look for more with Overlord with the call, though, and holding them in position as Modeboar comes around the side, but he's tossing up the Ember Spirit. That's just going to get rid of his shield, and that's about it, but still eliminating the aggressive potential from the team as Modeboar gets himself to safety.
But overall, this is still good. Your life is farming, you're getting a core kill. Meanwhile, you're only killing a support on the side of, or Crimson only killing the support on Aghanim, so
yes, the trade is
still fine to mount. And look, the Axe keeping up with net worth. The Tiny, so it's kind of like the Tiny's now just kind of shifted to position 3, and you can basically say your Axe now is your mid laner.
Yeah.
Like, sure, like Tiny's had a rough game, but Axe potentially should be able to still provide
nice tornado, catching onto Zantic, getting rid of that shield and buying him a little bit more time, but Moist is coming into the front line, seeing if he can finish off Overlord by himself. The taunt comes out, but it's not enough. They'll bring down Overlord and now look towards more. Modeboar held still. Can they find the follow-up though? The damage is coming in thick and fast. A beautiful ulti though onto Zantic. Rhyme is here, tearing through the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit's getting low. Can they finish the job though? He's still got HP. They need to finish the job, but they can't quite do so. He's running away on the sidelines. I think Zantic is going to live, and Rhyme gripped, killed off. That is going to be a big kill onto Zantic to turn this one in their favor, maybe. But still, it's going to take a lot more than that. Zantic going down is not enough even to save their tower. They're still chipping away at it right now. The tier 2 falling down low and finished off by the Radiant.
I just don't know why. I don't know why they're trying to take this fight here. Lifestealer is still farming top. He's going for a Radiance, which is honestly one of the worst items you can buy right now in this type of game. But then the Axe is in a position where he gets killed. Then they try to go on the Ember, when in reality you don't have any damage because obviously you're going for a Radiance and not going for these earlier items. So, like, why are you fighting here? Just, if the Axe is out of position, let him die. Keep farming. Like, the fact that you fight there, it's like, I'm upset, Nomad. I am upset, to say the least, with Aghanim's heroes.
Sky doesn't walk into that Sunstrike, thankfully.
Did I hear a
little bit of voice lines this time around. Nice to see it. And
they're feeling themselves, you know. They're feeling like, all right. We're taking some early fights. We've got it. We're going.
Final game, you know. Got to get the hype real. So, yeah, they're definitely on the back foot here on the Aghanim's heroes.
But again, it is key to note. Sure, they are taking weird fights, but there will be a point in the game where they will have their items and where the fights will be like potentially Aghanim's favoured because the Axe, he's not had a presence in the game yet. He's not hit those calls. They've not had any jumps. The Tiny, same again, hasn't got any jumps. Once they get to their Blink, their Blade Mail, the lifesteal, whatever item build he wants to eventually go, once he has some damage, right? Like, if they get to that 30-minute mark, let's say, because that's what it's looking like right now, these fights could be close. So as long as they don't lose high ground by that 30-minute mark, it will come back to being a close game. Just right now, it's very scary that it could slip away to next Roshan being Radiant, jungle being Radiant, controlling the map, you know? So we'll see.
You know what? Let's give some love to the supports because we don't see it too often.
Yeah, sure.
But Rat Boy doing pretty well. Getting themselves top 4% of kills at 20 minutes on the Jakira. Meanwhile, Tree gets eaten down, and Zantic, he's jumping in for more right now. He's looking for him. Overlord going for the call, but interrupted by the Ice Blast. He did actually get it off, but Zantic was just out of the range. Meanwhile, Moist is thrown back, but he's just in a great position now to cut off Overlord. Overlord throws down the Quelling Blade. Oh, the Tree! Oh, no!
Tiny is back. He just got 900 gold.
All right, lads. We got a game. He's got the Blink coming out to him soon. I mean, Sky's playing around here. If Zantic comes back him up as well, this fight might not be over. They're trying to find the swashbuckle, unable to do so. Sky now needs to get to safety, but they're tossing him into Christ, and the damage is so severe from this Tiny with the DD. Sky's going to be finished off as well. EMP not doing much since Sky was already dead, but that's a kill from Rhyme also, so that's going to help Lifestealer get towards that Radiance.
Yeah, it started out as a potentially sloppy engagement, but then the dive and then over-committing behind the tower and not really respecting the opponent, then it led to kind of swinging back to Aghanim's heroes. So we're kind of slowly building towards that time where maybe it's going to become very even. The over-aggression of Crimson Guard might allow for like this Lifestealer to just keep finding that farm. And maybe that's why Ryan went for this build, where like if this was a team game, for example, an Armlet Deso build, big tempo, big pick-off, go, it's good. But in this game with Skirmish, if Ryan potentially he's in a position where he feels like backs against the wall and he needs to, you know, win the game by himself, because again, Ryan, he sometimes has those feelings in Skirmish where he feels like he needs to 1v9. The Radiance does allow him to farm and independently get to his late game items, right? So
that's true.
It's not great for this game, but it's great for like his player style and what he thinks he needs to do for his team.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mobile's actually been caught out, and it looks like the Axe is going to be following as well. Can they keep him alive? No, they cannot. Moist will find it with the Aghanim Scepter. Now looking towards Bane as well. Bane dropped down. Tree is dead. Chryson missing his spells, and it's a bit of a disaster for the Aghanim heroes. It looked like they were back on the map. However, they do come into the backlines looking for something. There's so many low heroes, but they can't finish anybody off. Moist will be killed, though, and that is a big enough kill for them.
But this comes from the disconnect in the call from Aghanim's, right? You've got your Radiance now, you've got a Blink on Tiny. This should be, like, Rhyme used his Infest on a Catapult. This play should be, like, if they're grouping up like that, you deal with the area, you smoke, you infest into anyone, and you try and make a play. Right now, they're being so passive and allowing for, like, some Tiny to initiate by himself or an Axe to pull by himself. There's no damage when they just jump by themselves. They have to play together, and they're not playing together right now. So they're just, like, some want to fight, some want to farm. Like, what does the whole team want to do? They need to get on the same page right now. But luckily...
They need to have a team cuddle.
Yeah, exactly. Without the team cuddle, they're relying on the misplays of Crimson and then getting these, like I want to say accidental kills because they come from, like, over-aggression, right? So, like, Moist in both in these games, he's died, right? So, Aghanims are kind of not being punished for their kind of poor team choices based on them being able to kill Moist each fight.
Yeah. I agree with that synopsis. I said at the start of the game I'm happy with Radiance, which I thought was going to come out because they love these Radiances.
They do. I just think it's like you look at these heroes and like if you wanted to fight, which the 4 out of the 5 players do, then changing up the build on the lifesteal allows for that fight to occur, right? Yeah. So that's where I feel like you can see from the way that they're playing. Now they're making the right play. This is perfect.
Yeah,
this you should 100% be killing the gyro here.
Was just about
this gyro
to block it, but Moisty's in some trouble. They see him. They throw down the Observer. Moist is actually going to stop and farm this camp, and that should be his death. They know he's there. Oh, just on the edge of the taunt there, but they will get the kill. Moist assassinated in the jungle. Can they turn it into an objective? Maybe the middle tower can go down here. Yeah,
we have a game on our hands now.
We do.
They're doing the thing. And that, to be fair, that call was like max range. He was like clicking past the gyro and he was like hovering on his blink like, oh, can I make the blink? Can I make the blink? Okay, I can make the blink. Go, go, go.
Yeah.
It's good.
Very much on the edge there for everyone. But beautifully done all the same, but they're actually...
And there should instantly be more objectives. They should
They're trying to
instantly
TP out. Can they cancel any of them?
No, none.
What?
He tried chaining inside a massive creep wave, right? Like RNG was not on his side there.
Well, Roots don't cancel TPs anymore, do they? So, Pangolier, meanwhile, he's looking like he's having some woes. By woes, I mean he's absolutely dead. Sky sent to the grave once again. 45 seconds without their Pangolier. Is there anything else they can do? The Dire are finding some serious momentum right now. The Agnim's heroes have actually brought the net worth back into their favor as well.
Yeah, like I said, we're getting to that point. We're getting to the point where the items are coming in so that they can make these plays. The pickoff on the gyro is instrumental in them being able to run across the map with no cares, right? Like, sure you have...
Nice force. Really nice force. Nice lift as well. Oh, nice dual breath. Nice macro fire.
This is your new
nice
type of casting.
Wall. Yeah, this is me.
Where it's like, it's not a real fight. Oh, there you go.
Well, it's
nice kill.
to finish the job. Nice kill.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just bait them into throwing spells at you. Like you just bait them in. Ha, we're just playing a game. You know, we're just playing catch, and then Dad comes out with a sledgehammer and beats you to death.
Yikes. All right. More importantly, see how the last game, right, when Crimson had their timing and their kills,
He wants to minus
and it's
it.
gone.
Oh, he gets it.
They want to fight because they knew they were strong, and they go again. From this Aghanim's pick off from the gyro, that should put into them that they can go again. They should be able to take these fights continuously. So they should stop farming, stop getting picked off, and move together now. Like, they're at a very strong timing.
These timings, of course, all important to making your team work how you want them to. You can't have everybody on the same page, and those timings are the things which can allow you to be stronger, you know? It's a very kind of simple way to play Dota. When you have your item, that means that more of your net worth will be translated into an actual physical advantage over your opponent. So net worth doesn't actually mean that much if you're saving gold or building a big item, because that gold is not being put to use. So if you're only like 2k ahead, yeah, you've got like 3k in the bank looking for a BKB, then you're actually behind. So always want to fight with timings.
Right here.
What?
No, I'm just trying to think. Just trying to think what they
okay.
should do, you know?
It's always
Investing into an ancient, probably a weird play.
Oh, Sky getting away with it. A very
Whilst
risky
Icky's
TP.
dying bottom.
Mid, that was,
Or
yeah.
mid. Anywhere on the map, he's dead.
He's dead. Zanti's coming in on this one. They buy back on Icky. They want to take this fight right now. In comes Rhyme from behind. Oh no, he's frozen. He's frozen. He wants to get the root off, and then comes Mo4 from the side. The Jakiro ripped Limb from Limb. They're looking for Moist right now. Rhyme looking for the sports. Actually, Icky forced off down to the low ground. Meanwhile, the Tiny's getting dropped. Sky doing so much work with the Diffusal Blade and the Swashbuckles. Chryson does kill Icky for a second time, but it's not really... Oh dear, that wasn't the man to dodge you were looking for.
He was trying to get a highlight play.
yeah, it didn't quite work out, unfortunately.
Aghanims are just on such a disconnect right now.
Yeah.
The first game that they played in this series, they were like fluid, aggressive, and together. They've just second to third game, they're just crumbling game to game. And in this game, like the Tiny is killing Icky, good. Then they don't respect the potential buyback. He already has 4 staff. Ryan then tries to commit on the Rubik. He has a 4 staff on the Rubik. You're never killing him. Atlantic is now at a BKB timing. Like, the only way you kill people is from infesting and getting a jump on a core. When you are infesting an ancient, you're not killing anyone. Ever. Like, they're like Aghanims right now. They are just doing some random stuff.
Hey man, I enjoyed the ancient play. Don't knock it,
It's
you know.
so bad, man. No.
We got the root off.
We should... Casting, sometimes, you know, you think you have to always be constructive. No, this is outright terrible from Aghanims right now. They really need to focus and think about how they want to win together. And I just think that they're just crumbled at this point. I'm just worried that Crimson, from how you can see them out of game, how they talk, communicate, have fun, laugh, chill, talk, this is what wins you games.
A little bit of an even one, but kill on Chryson might make that not so much. He's caught in the death elbow, but the death elbow is called so because it's okay to die there. If you're pushing out the lane that far and getting that much information and even like drawing some spells, etc., your death is going to be worth it down there.
Oh, the creep wave though, look at it. It's all the way back. They ping it like,
oh no.
Oh, what we could go.
Waiting a long time.
They should just backdoor this tower, especially if they kill the invoker.
Backdoor, is it? It's just, it's a tier 1.
It's the phrase. Just kill it, you know?
Just kill it.
Just get rid of it.
Get it.
It's fine though. They should have killed it, but oh god, Tree.
Tree, what are you doing,
sacrificing
buddy?
himself. Oh no.
Yeah, Chryson's death. You know, they all reveal
It's whatever. Yeah,
themselves.
that's fine. It's a pick.
Freeze
Great.
was a bit like a lamb walking into a wolf den.
Dire's bottom tower is
Meanwhile,
under
Rhyme,
attack.
he's bought a Shadow Blade.
Actually.
Dire's bottom
I
tower
hope that was the groans and cries of this crowd.
Dire's bottom
I'm
tower
just thinking
is
of
under
Mo
attack.
Farah crying profusely. No, again, there's always avenues and routes back into this game. Agnes, of course, has those routes to get back into the game.
Good for me. Well,
oh, that ward is a very good ward during this push. Because the way that an Aghanims initiate is from these blinks, and when you blink, you want to either come from the tree line or from control of that high ground. So they don't have control of the high ground, so try and take away half the initiation routes.
I kind of feel like they don't even want to fight right now. Rhyme is playing his own game, I think.
No, he's back.
He's back. I'm sorry, Rhyme. Didn't mean it. Just having a bit of JKs with you. And the Ice Path comes out, but a great call onto 2. Might actually set up for a decent fight with the Sunstrike coming down.
Going low.
They need to finish the job though. Meanwhile, Rhyme will have to turn around.
Okay.
But down goes Exantic with the Culling Flame. Moist trying to fight up on the front lines, but he's taking so much damage from Rhyme. He needs to get himself out, but unfortunately, his BKB is going to end, but they just about get the glimmer on him. A buyback from Exantic jumping into this fight. Crescent trying to chase him down. He's got the Spirit Vessel, and there should be a kill. Can he get out of this? He's got nothing left in the tank. He's going to drop. Meanwhile, over on the main side of the fight, things have come to an end. Rhyme gonna still on top of Rap Boy here as down comes Sunstrike and a kill goes his way as well. Never mind. I don't know what the Shadow Blade pickup is about, but Rhyme is here to play some Dota, and his team just took an emphatic victory down here at bottom, which is gonna put them back on the map once again.
I'm speechless, mate. I don't know what's happening now. It's just such a back and forth.
Come on, speak your mind. It's okay.
Okay, can I have permission to speak my mind?
Speak your mind. Go for it.
Okay, so
give us the critical, the T-Gov
critical.
angle.
So Crimson Guard, they're going to push mid the bottom tower. They put the ward there. They think they have control. They have no control of the tri-camp. They have a deep ward, and they don't respect the high ground. Then they all stand in low ground. Of course, in terms of Dota, the fundamentals are high ground good, low ground bad. Right? They stand the low ground, try and take a fight. Like they're so far ahead together. Atlantic then gets picked off by a very good call from Overlum, getting him low. And so, like, Axis just carried that fight just with that pick-off alone, forcing the buyback. Like, if they just played into their vision on the right-hand side, forced them to come to them, force the objective, then they probably would have won the fight. Atlantic would have played into the vision, not get caught. But instead, they're sloppy and move into the low-ground area. Like, they literally control that lane. Why have they not just played in a lane? Okay, that's my... Whew.
All right, well, nice to get that out of your system.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm back now.
Like
I'm just
infinitely calm.
The thing is, though, like, we're allowed to vent, because this is a skirmish, you know? This is like, this is just the ragtag lads playing the game, you know? We're allowed to say some things.
Out to beat each other up. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. The smoke coming forward. Now, don't forget, Xantic does not have a buyback. He used it in the last engagement, so that's not going to stop them wanting to be aggressive. And Rhyme is going to be the target, but he's immediately going to rage himself, get himself back. Maybe jump into something as a cataclysm. Oh, no! That is a lot of damage coming down. Sky finished off, and they're looking for more. Luckily, they did have managed to evade it on someone as in goes onto the Axe. Axe finished off. How did someone... Which one of those three avoided all the damage from the cataclysm? Didn't they?
Yeah. I believe he used himself.
Okay. Oof. Just catching himself on the tail end of the tool. Oh, thank you.
That's all right. No, he didn't.
The nightmare
he didn't. No, yeah.
From the
Wait, what?
Teammate. From the... It wasn't even yours. Oh,
I was trying to give respect to the Radiant. Going, oh, maybe they're yours. Maybe they don't something cool.
Oh,
nope. Okay.
God. Okay, so
it's fine. It's whatever.
The Invoker's teammate dodged his own cataclysm. That's
it. Like, you're not killing him anyway. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Misplays happen. It's allowed.
Yeah.
But it was cool. They're that is a showing of how they can take fights in the future, though. Like, they cool. They cataclysm.
Yep.
It's cool. It's going to be damage.
It was very cool and fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Plenty more of that to come, please.
But again, Radiant is taking a fight in the idea that their vision allows them to own the area, but they don't. They just see it, right? Like, vision doesn't instantly translate to your your trusted lands, you know? And they just keep running up into the high ground. 2 fights in a row now. The first fight, they actually get punished. The second fight, they nearly get punished. Both going from low ground into high ground without any cares of what's up there. So they need to calm down a bit. They've been very aggressive for the first 30 minutes, which has been good. It's been very nice. It has put Aghanims on the back foot. but they need to like now put their aggression into like smokes with vision, with purpose.
But this is much more scary now because Rhyme with the +2 seconds in rage duration is actually an insanely good 25 talent, especially in these kinds of games where you can
100%, yes.
just frontline and you can pop it defensively and you still have the time to run at someone afterwards and use it aggressively in the same usage, which is
going for the
pretty
call
sick.
as
They
well.
go in again, another Cataclysm coming down. The Sky is just deleted off the map. But Moy's still looking for this one. He's coming up onto the high ground, but put to sleep immediately. Right with the Shadow Blade, sneaking through onto the back, finds a kill onto Icky as they ultimate up at Xantic Tree, gives his life to hold him still, trying to allow Moborn to get out of this one. This fight is looking messy right now as Chryson's going to be finished
Double BKB though.
and now Rhyme on the front lines. He is going to be put to sleep. That's going to be another one, and all it costs them is a buyback on Sky. But still, the game has plenty more to come as 3 deaths, all come through onto the Crimson Guard and 4 deaths onto the Aghanim's heroes. Makes things very, very tricky.
It's like when you make this jump, and it's like with the supports, of course, supports never have their items. They always need like a cushion to like sit behind, right? So Bane, he wants to like have a cool, have all the focus on the axe, and let him get a grip on the side.
Yeah.
They made this jump so deep, and like Ryan's running around chasing heroes, that the Bane, he's about to get picked off. Chrysson, he's by the shrine by himself, he gets picked off. Like, they're going for the right jumps, but they're not thinking about the rest of the team. They're going, okay, I can get onto this guy, I can kill this guy. But it's like, well, because of that play, now your Bane's dead, your Invoker's dead, and you're outnumbered, you're going to be losing this fight. So, like, the idea is good. The way that they moved in, got the vision out, it's good. They just need to make sure it's slow. Like, you see here, right? They're all propped down in this low ground area. Axe is already pushed down to the bottom, and now you've already segregated the fight in half, right? Both the cores instantly focus. Bane, and then the Tiny. And then you've got Rhyme, if you look at the minimap right now, he's already off of the bottom. Axe has already jumped away, and it's a full disconnect. Rhyme's by himself, still actively disengaged, Tiny's fully disengaged, and it's simply, when you already had them in a choke point, you've let them out of the choke point, up into the high ground, and just fully disperse and cut you in half.
But at the same time, like, I think Rhyme had every opportunity to disappear from that fight. You know, he's got speed.
He's got a Shadow
range,
Blade.
He's got a shadow, yeah, exactly. He could have just pieced out of that one, but instead he tried to chase into the backlines there.
No, it's about.
I'm not too sure.
It's about just like overcommitting. Like, so when you think about when they come up, it's Rhyme focus seems to go down, but he should be always like, you should just try and play together. It doesn't in these games. As long as you jump one target, it should be fine. Like, you jump the Ember together, he should die. You jump the Gyro together, he should die. There's no saves on Radiant. Yeah. So as long as you're together and you don't have a complete line drawn in your ranks, then your fight should be more even.
Oh dear, Moborn in a pretty bad position right now. No BKB on him to get him out of this situation. However, Tree goes for a fantastic ultimate, and Xantic taking a ton of damage with the Cataclysm coming down on him as well. Icky as well, also getting low. Rubik steals it, though, turning it around onto the Lifestealer. Icky, God, holding him still, but still they will bring him down with the Radiance and a little bit of spread damage there.
Sentry, though.
Point in the middle of everybody getting on top of Rhyme, and they get the kill onto Rhyme. The big Lifestealer brought down for 100 seconds, no buyback, as they look towards Chrysson as well. The homing missiles following him, but it's Overlord who dies in the tree lines. That was a real target all along. And Donk suggests that this guy's been stunned, but there's no follow-up. They don't need him. They're going for the towers right now. They are marching down that bottom lane. No buybacks on the side of the Aghanim's heroes. Crimson Guard. They can maybe take lane. Well, I think they break high ground here. I don't think they take any barracks.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think they are going up. They're taking a Rax. They're probably taking half another Rax, and they're not leaving. Like,
yeah.
This whole game, it's always been very close on net worth. It's about who makes the jump first, who makes it like well. And like you just saw, it's Radiant in the last 2 fights have had the better kind of re-engagements. Otherwise, one re-engagement, one engagement, which now allows them to take high ground. If Aghanim's had just kind of been a little bit more on the same page, net worth alone, if they'd made these correct plays together, they would be taking high ground.
Yeah.
So this fundamentally boils down to Radiant is just, as a team, as a skirmish group of random 5 players, they've merged together quicker than Aghanim's heroes has.
Yeah, they just needed that one game to get into their steps. Now they're here and they're looking scary as hell.
And look, they take Rax, and take half Rax and leave just so just half. Not a full one, just half, mate. Or they're just going to fully commit.
They're
just going to end the game, maybe.
The Sleep's going to buy them a little bit more time, but I think Chrysson might be dead all the same. Trying to run away here as the call comes in. Holding it, Xantic still at Xantic under the tier 4s. He's going to go down. Oh dear, and now they look for more. Overlord being tossed into the creep waves. Not sure that was a plan. Big Boy maybe. Ooh, doesn't go for the blind call.
Hey, Nomad. How many racks were taken, mate?
Well, they took.
How many times? Like,
But Atlantic
1.5?
didn't die. If they did what I said and just took the tower and left, then,
yeah, but like,
Atlantic would be
I
fine.
factored that into my prediction.
Oh, okay.
It's 1.5, right?
See, I feel very flexed on right now.
It's fine, no worries, man. So that's my one flex for the entire.
They're looking more. Oh, they can't find Sky though. Very, very close, but Sky manages to skip himself away with the little shield crash there. Bryson just pushing down the creeps with the mid, but I mean they don't want to commit to anything here. They have to have a look at these
middle tower is under
these
attack.
buybacks, and they have to respect that. Ember Spirit as well. He's a disgusting buyback character, though. Icky does get killed going for a crazy push.
But that's it. Icky always does this. He just keeps pushing out the lanes, and he doesn't care. Like if you don't care what other people are, you normally can get an extra wave. And Lifesteal has opted to buy BKB over having buyback, because in his mind right now, if they can force the buyback, but continue the fight on their side of the map, they could potentially win the game in this scenario, right? They don't want the game to go longer because it's getting sloppier as it goes on. Right now, though, take a fight, force a buyback. Potentially, they can produce themselves a win condition.
Yeah, Icky managed to get those 38-minute boots of travel in. Plus, it's 10% out of professional matches. Well, not bad. Not bad. Definitely fun to see.
I honestly would like to see just an Abyssal picked up on the Lifestealer. Just get the Abyssal. You can Silver Edge in. Just try and start the fight, and then...
Did he really prioritize AC here? That seems crazy. He doesn't have the space. Oh, he wants to like switch out BKB?
Maybe BKB slash AC.
Right.
I think the Abyssal could be good. It just allows for like he can start the fight. Like if he refuses to get infest into his Axe or Tiny, which it seems like he is refusing to do, if he wants, he can start the fight himself. Then you can have this Axe reinitiate when the Gyro, because you saw in all the fights, Gyro and Ember, they always clump up together, right? They're always getting really close. You do that, get the call, and then you have a good fight. You've got this engagement. They're gonna like the cores will be on like low HP.
Yeah. By the way, one thing I would... Oh, Overlom when attacking Proc's counter helix. Interesting. Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well is that when they were... Icky did that steal onto the Fiend's Grip a while ago, there was someone desperately pinging Icky, and I assumed it was Rhyme at the time, but it wasn't. It was Icky. Icky was desperately pinging himself. He was like, I did it!
I stole it!
I stole it! Look how sick I am!
But that is where Rubik v Bane is, like, it's a very easy spell to steal.
Yeah.
So that's why in the engagement, earlier when I spoke about this cushion, Bane wants to have so much confusion in front of him that when he ults, Rubik isn't able to simply find, steal, and then re-ult, you know?
Yeah, Icky having a really nice performance here as well, just being, like, pretty... huge with the game impact, and look at that, like, what, 23 assists at 42 minutes, putting him in the top 1% of professional players. It's fairly nice, I would
That's
say.
the Sky Icky combo coming into full force.
Yeah,
Sky
Sky's making so much space for
3.
Icky this game, my god.
Icky, please take half of my number. So it's like Icky's playing 3.5, a new role. Kind of like the Yapsor role in the old Secret.
Absolutely. 18 and 4 on the Ember is nothing to shake a stick at.
He's having a good game, had really good rotations, had a good BKB timing, and implemented that into some really key fights.
Yeah, Rhyme is now going on towards that the old Spit and Sawdust Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see.
Mm-hmm. You went for Silver Edge as well.
I'm just more. I'm actually kind of shocked that this game's been equal net worth the entire time.
What does Silver Edge do?
It breaks, mate.
Yeah, no, I mean in this game.
It can't get disarmed from Pango.
Oh, to be fair.
Yeah, that's literally
That's actually pretty sick.
Rubik doesn't stun for longer. No, it's more. I think it's more like he wanted Shadow Blade just so he could run around, I guess, to maybe get the pick off, and he wanted to be able to, you know, tank up, and it's just a free upgrade, get some more stats in here. So if he does have Silver Edge Abyssal, he is kind of getting to that point of being like fully slotted. So this play here is really crucial. Like it's again shocking that they've actually been able to keep up in net worth the entire time. Tiny had a really bad start to the game. He's now up there. Kryzen having a really good game. Axe, he's at the point where he can have contribution. Like this is so close, but even though they're racked up, I still think...
Oh, Kryzen caught out whilst the rest of the team is smoking. That is going to be a death for him. The rest of the team making their way over. Rhyme, is he going to infest into Overlom, though? That's my question.
Ooh.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. No.
No.
They have
Literally, as long as they
buyback
don't
on
get
Vivo.
picked off, then this could be a good fight. But they have the buyback, so I think if they can somehow... Is the shrine still up for Dire? I would assume so. It is, and it's active. So this could be the best fight Agnes can take right now.
Such a huge opportunity for them, but they need
But
to
the
get him.
creep,
Now they
so
all
it's-
TP back.
Yeah, the creep's kind of showing that they had to go straight away and utilize the buyback. As they waited so long, deciding, am I infesting? Am I not? Is there an ancient near me that I can infest in? There's no ancient near me. I'm not going to infest. Then, you know, it kind of delays that play.
It's probably the best opportunity that we're going to get for a play there, I think, but there you go.
Like, this is like the worst thing. Like, when you're out of the map like that, the value of being outside your base when your rack's down is insanely high. Like, of course you could assume that they're there, but like the fact that you even got to that very deep position is so strong. And then, like, as soon as you go back to your base, you now have this vision up. You now have to de-ward. If you don't de-ward, now there's a ward that always scouts you. You're back into a corner, which means Crimson should be able to start building a lead for the first time in this game. Like, Aghanims were close to 2k lead, and now, boom, boom, it's 3 to 4k to Crimson. So, it's, can Aghanim, they need to make a play. They have to smoke. Okay, they got the D-ward, that's crucial. They now need to group up, smoke, get a play, try and get good vision, and try and take the fight somewhere where they can instantly turn it into objective. Be it Roshan, be it bot tower, into maybe an attempt at tier 3 bottom. But they should, like, ideally, they should be focusing at Roshan as the next big objective. If they can get an Aegis or a Cheese on their team, then these fights should go in Aghanim's favor if they can group up and fight properly.
Well, Cataclysm comes down here, but doesn't actually seem to land. Oh, Moist was the target off it, yeah, but they're looking for more. They have to run themselves back, actually. Overlong with this BKB, but spends the entire duration of it just running away. Throws in the core, manages to get one. Right with a fashion. Oh, no, an ultimate as well. Retreat from the sidelines, but cancelled out by Ratboy. And they go with it. Polar grip onto Rhyme. Rhyme with his BKB, now in his Rage and BKB form. Too much makes this one man to handle as Tree's finished off by Moist. They're holding together on the Radiant side, playing as a unit and trying to look for Rhyme here, but Rhyme is up on the high ground. He's going to be okay and gets himself to safety.
But where's the team's engagement? If you've got this grip going, you need to have the tiny jumping, you need to have the evoker casting spells. You need something so that the Rubik can't freeze
Sky, he's dropping real low here with the wants him forwards, and he's actually bought out Moist as well, not sitting on a whole load of HP. Gotta be himself careful here as he's popping the Satanic with the lift onto Lighty. They're catching in that small window of vulnerability when he doesn't have that BKB or the Rage up, but he just manages and runs away. He gets himself to safety mode. Board tries to find some trees to throw into this, but doesn't find a target. The Radiant are backing themselves out. The Crimson Guard are gonna get away, having only lost the Pangolier, taking down 2 heroes themselves. Putting constant pressure, making them sweat, and this Roshan is going to be a huge opportunity for them. They can take this Aegis, take this Cheese.
And the blessed DD. Without DD, this could be potentially awkward, where it might, actually no, it would never transpire to a fight actually, DD or not, but there's a DD nonetheless.
It would have been a lot of time for the Axe to maybe come back and then all smoke over together, but yeah, doesn't happen that way. Gaben blesses the Moist.
Taketh the Aegis, taketh the Cheese.
Yes, taketh my cheese, child.
I blessed thee on you. This is becoming, again, the net worth still isn't at a point where it's like, whoa, that's impressive, Crimson. You're really, you know, forcing this one. There's still, when like anything sub 10k at this point in the game is an even game. Even like 15k is still kind of, depending on your hero matchups, it doesn't really matter too much. It's all about these fights. And again, from the fight that we just watched, Aghanims just aren't together.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean,
I
the
think
individual performance indexes, you know,
it very much. I would like to say it would highlight that in terms of mainly like the Axe. I think the Axe have been over aggressive multiple times and has potentially forced the team around the place. I think that is one of the, like, a good indicator.
Yeah, and as well, like the Rubik and having an insane impact on the fights as well, especially with the stealings and just constantly forcing focus onto him. I think Jakira's been doing a great job as well. You know, one of the lower ones.
In the last fight, he ice pathed the grip, so he was in a good position to be able to do that. But that's because Crimson, when they went for that engagement, they were already grouped up making that move together. Whilst Aghanims, they were like all kind of coming to the fight at different times. So again, that's the difference right now.
And it kind of feels like they're in a bit of a boiling pot, the Aghanims heroes. A pressure cooker. They're just letting them brew for the time being, but pretty soon they're going to come in with that ladle and take a big scoop out of their base.
It's not going to taste nice either. It's going to be very salty.
There's a very salty stew brewing up over there. Here we go. Gathering up as 5 for the final push up in the top lane. This could be over very shortly.
It's going to be a great defense.
And look at Overlord jump into the backlines. Cataclysm coming down as well, but they managed to avoid it out. Icky does tank it. They're actually not able to finish off Icky though. Meanwhile, on the front lines, they're so split up. The Aegis is dropped though. They managed to bring down Moist. Zantic coming in on the backlines. They're looking towards Overlord. Overlord's going to be the target. Overlord gets killed. Doesn't have buyback on the Axe. The fight resets and they have an opportunity. They jump in, the Hex comes out. Mobil's on top of him as well. The damage is there.
He has buyback.
Killed. He does have the buyback. Can come back. Moist as well, fighting on the front lines. He's got the cheese tree. Doesn't really stand much of a chance here. Although he does actually use the Nightmare well, which he does. Meanwhile, Icky, he's finished off in the back. Sky trying to get himself away. He's actually going to live here so close.
Moist is out of condition now.
And look at Moist. He's all alone, but a team come charging back in to try and help him out. It's Rhyme who's in trouble, but he backs himself away. It's a hokey-cokey fight where we're going in, out, and now Rhyme's trying to shake it all about, looking for Ratboy, but Ratboy turns around, throws down the ice path onto 2. Mobile looking for some targets with his throws. Only doesn't really find anyone as they jump back onto the Evoker. Evoker's going to get dropped. He has the buyback to turn back into this one. As Zantic's just fighting and fighting, and they're all back together. All 5 heroes coming up onto the high ground, but Rhyme is surviving with the BKB. Going in this, trying to turn around onto the
man fight.
Moist is dead. Moist does have the buyback, but the Tiny, he's going to be dropped. He does have the buyback. Use it immediately. They're still fighting up.
If they get Zantic right now, he doesn't have buyback.
Ball coming back, and Zantic is dead. 125 seconds. They could look for more. He's trying to TP up. That's not going to happen. He tries to throw down the full stop, but it's not enough.
There's no tree.
No! In comes a Nightmare, and they will finish the job. Ratboy brought down as well. 3 heroes dead. Rhyme dealing with the mess that is their base right now. A horribly messy fight in every sense of the word, but they do somehow hold. The Agnim's heroes from an Aegis cheese push are holding their high ground now, marching down middle, looking for a response.
Did you know there's a direct correlation between the times Rhyme infested his Axe and 1 fights? Because currently I think it's 1-on-1 right now for that. But no, that was, yeah, very over-aggressive from Crimson. They go in, they start the fight. The Gyro's out very deep when he loses Aegis, which means his team can't save him. And then as Zantic buys back, prolongs the fight more. Like, Rhyme, low HP,
hello.
so good.
Missile coming down onto Ratboy right now, and they're trying to throw some trees his way as well, but they're chilling out, they're relaxing, but oh my god, this tower. Rhyme's got some damage, not afraid to use it.
He has the DD rune, potentially the game-ending DD rune.
They're going for it right honestly now. 50 seconds. No Ember Spirit. They need to hold with just 4 heroes. Rhyme's trying to end the game. Everybody is, in fact, they're all focusing these tier 4 towers. The engine will be exposed to one more as they manage by themselves to call down onto Sky. Sky getting ulted up.
He has buyback
just to make sure. But yeah, he can come back into this one, and he has an ultimate as well. The BKBs have been popped. Maybe an opportunity to turn this fight around. They jump back into it. The Axe getting low. Overlord needs to be careful. The call comes in. Is enough to hold him still. No.
The Cataclysm.
There's a Cataclysm. Moist.
Gyro's buyback though.
Buys back into it. Moist, they're still trying to focus on the tier 4s. The Ancient now exposed. They got to go for this one, but they don't have the opportunity. Rhyme's on the run. Rhyme has buyback, but he is going to die. Has the buyback into one. Crisis does not, and neither does the Tiny. It's Moist with the ultra kill. 2 dead without buyback. The shoe is well and truly on the other foot as the 4-man hold is successful. And now they just come running straight back down, and I think, T-Governor, I think it might be over. A 3-man defense, it's too much to ask for against 5 heroes.
This game is like the epitome of what Skirmish has been, you know, such a back and forth and such wild plays, to say the least. I think, yeah, Aghanims, they won that fight, they go mid, they could have taken a Rax, you know, potentially take some shrines, reset, get some kind of map control, but instead they're like, you know what, let's go end, we got a DD rune, but outside of Lifestealer, they don't, and maybe Tiny, Tiny, I mean, they have no real tower damage. So to try and take tier 3, 2 tier 4s and Ancient within the small time Gyro had with a buyback, it's like, it was very good. Very Moist not buybacking and holding it for like the second life was very key.
Yeah, 100%.
But I think now it's going to be very hard for them to hold all 5 heroes up.
Right, on the front line, he needs to be saved. The Nightmare comes in, but he's getting real low. It's getting real hot, and that is going to be Rhyme dead. 122 seconds.
And that's
this
it. They have won.
Going to be the end. Cryson calls in the good game. Well played. And this is going to be the Crimson Guard taking the best of 5 finals 3-1.
What a game, what a final game. It was looking real close at several stages. Both teams playing it on the line.
This was the flag.
And they hold it together. Sri Lanka pride from Icky.
Yeah, I just think, again, this team, when you look at the two teams, of course, they're just random players having to play together. They were able to get some chemistry, understand what the individual players needed to do to win. And with that, of course, the plays aren't going to be perfect. You're going to have these sloppy choices, but overall, as a team, they were able to like play together and get like the necessary wins and good kind of calls overall. But then, Aghanim's, they had their good moments, but they just weren't able to kind of gel in time.
Goodness gracious, what a performance though. I mean,
they're going for a handshake.
From game one, yeah, they're going for the handshakes. With a hug there as well. Feeling the love. Yeah, I mean, it was so
beautiful.
So like back and forth, and you know, the very first game when they lost, you know, it's really easy to just lose your cool from there and just break, but they held the mental fortitude, you know. That's where this kind of team play comes from.
This is the turning point for UK Dota. You hear the music, you hear them hugging, you know, out with the old are out, you know. There's no more old UK Dota, they're gone. This is a new age. These players, sure, they might not be the highest MMR, but there is like potential. There is like, in a year to come maybe, they hit up some MMR, they really focus, potential tournaments in the coming year, they're gonna be there. We might have in the future, I'm not saying today, we have to be realistic here, lads. Today is not our day. Today is like Crimson Guard's day for their UK win. But right now, in a year's time, with this promise, we could maybe get somewhere, you know?
Maybe, but for now we will be happy. Crimson Guards do take the victory. Let's hear it one last time. Give a big cheer for the Crimson Guards making their way through that final and taking the victory 3-1 today. Moist, Xantic, Sky, Icky, and Ratboy. A very nice performance all around.
Yeah, and also again, Aghanim as well. Those 5, they qualified, they beat the other lads who played online. They still got here, props to them. They had a very good showing, and yeah, well, in the first game nonetheless, but overall it's still good. Good.
Guess what? Here's their prize coming out as well.
Oh, what are they getting?
Mo Farah is handing out some lovely commemorative coins.
Nice. That is it. What colour's the coin? Is it a silver coin, golden coin?
Let's see the coins, boys. We want to see the coins.
Open up the coins. Oh, they're actually listening. And now pat your head, rub your stomach, clap your hands. Good on them. Well done, lads.
Well done, Sky. Able to follow it.
That was a mighty zoom. No, Sky, if you can hear us, lad, I know you can. Show it to the camera. Like forward, straight forward. Sky, just hold it forward. Forward, hold.
Yeah, there you go.
Stay still, mate. We're zooming. That is, ESL Premiership. Oh,
ESL
beautiful.
Premiership coins. Look at that lovely stuff. Of course, they get money
Excellent
for their
work,
win
Sky.
as
Thank
well.
you.
Is it £60 per win they get?
I don't know, mate. They just, you know what? Money doesn't matter. Esports is not about the money. It's about the pride and what you can take away from the event. They learned a lot of lessons, friendships were formed, and nonetheless, they got to play Dota at a LAN tournament.
Yeah, and
don't think of the money, mate.
I think it was like a great indicator of like you know, like the UK scene growing here as well, because it was a team which was able to stick together, which was able to, like, you know, smile and laugh through everything. And, you know, they were the ones that came out on top in the end, you know. They were the ones who yesterday in the hotel were, like, this morning as well, you know, together and talking and just kind of, like, laughing and planning, and that did pay off in the end.
Yeah, being relaxed, being comfortable, and just enjoying the Dota is the key thing.
Well, we'll see through some highlights of this final game now, as it was close. You know, there were mistakes made. There was a couple of crazy overextensions, and then this was a great one here. Is you know, Icky didn't have the lift, and Tree gets almost like a full duration ultimate off, but then he steals it, and he can use it now on the lifestealer to ensure this kill, which is, I mean, so much value here. And so many times as well, you know, we just see the Fiend script being passed to and fro, as it was used almost better by Icky in the tournament, I think, than by Triumph.
I think over the entire series, these Rubik picks, it was like a Rubik into a Lina, a Rubik into a Bane. It was just a very solid pick, which had a very clean, like, need in the fight, right? Like, Rubik's a very good hero when there's a very, like, an understanding of what you need to do, like stealing a black hole, filling grip.
Yeah, yeah.
the complexity of Rubik comes when you play it into like a low cooldown lineup where you need to get like the correct stuns at the right times.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and this was the fight, which was like, Dire should be winning this if they had the correct jump, and unfortunately, Radiant would have to drive that wedge in between the entire Dire lineup and getting the necessary kills.
Yeah, really doing a good job on splitting this fight up, and it's so tempting to go in when you see Cries and your big controller being targeted like that. You just see him calling out for help, surrounded by heroes. You're like, I must help him.
And especially when the BKBs weren't even used until the very end, it was.
Yeah. You don't expect like that many BKBs to come out that late.
And this fight as well, it's like they just want a fight where they re-engage, and then Dire for some reason are hugging some tree line in the bottom corner of the map for no reason, and then they just get fully jumped by Radiant. It's like these two key moves were actually what made probably Agni and Hero be on the back foot for no reason.
This might be the end of the first season of the ESL Premiership, but we have more coming in January 2020. More details will be released closer to the time, but teams will be able to turn up and play, and that's about all the information we can give. So of course, follow on the social medias to catch the updates there.
Well, it's important. You're from the UK, you want to play some Dota. You get a team, you play, and you just try and win. You enjoy it, like these lads did, like they're trying to lift Atlantic. This is what we want. We want to have, it doesn't matter what skill you are, it doesn't matter like what level you are, you just need to try and turn up and have a showing for UK. You might not qualify for the event, but just playing and trying and building something.
Yeah, and you meet people, like you meet people and you maybe make some friends, or maybe get into things in another way. There's so much to do, so much to get involved in as well. It's we're coming back, baby.
It's wonderful.
Coming back.
1 year. It might take us like 7 years, but let's start now, lads.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, looking at who we have in the UK right now, obviously we've got Orion and Xantic, which are like the big MMR players right now. You casting alongside me, and you're looking very offended. What's wrong with you?
I was going to say, I'd like to think I'm a player too, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't hit me with a casting brush. That's fine. No, I'm joking.
And, who else outside the tournament?
Okay.
Sudal, we got.
Okay. I'll give you the fresh up. I'll give you the fresh line. So in terms of players, we got for like 8K players, we got Xantic, we got Symmetrical, we have Meep. All of these 3 players, they have showings on big teams. We then have, outside of that, we have Talera. He's like an offlane player, support position 4 player. Position 5, I guess shout out to myself, go me. That's like captain draft or whatever. And then on top of that, we then have the high 6K players that are soon to be jumping in potentially 7K. And then of course all these players that, to be honest, I didn't really know many of these players. I think in maybe half a year's time, they could gain the necessary MMR to really be like a strong showing in these future tournaments that we have coming on with ESL UK.
Final question for you, Tigo. So I'm going to make it 2 questions. First one, who do you think out of the guys, excluding Rhyme and Xantic, because we already know they're very good players, do you think you could see making it as like the next big UK player?
So in terms of like the UK tournaments, I think out of these 10, I think for just attitude and philosophy and like what you're trying to achieve, I think Icky's pretty there. I think Icky's like really got a good showing. I think for like general experience, of course, like you have to say like Kryzen's been around for quite some time. I don't know how committed he is to playing Dota outside like for like team wise. If he is, then I think his name should also be there. But no, I think the rest of them, they're all like.
And who's improved the most throughout the tournament?
Improved the most.
It's a big question. I mean, I
do some small talk for 10 seconds. I'm going to think real good.
Small talk for 10 seconds. I'm British, so small talk is my speciality. But for me, it's easy to say Icky. It's easy to say Moist. Obviously, being on the winning team at the end always lends you that big kind of credibility. I think honestly, like. Modeball had a bit of a slow start, and seeing him really pick it up was quite impressive for me.
I think, there's some sloppy choices from Modeball, but overall, MMR-wise, I think he was like low to mid 5K. He doesn't play much Dota. He said to me, like, he doesn't have much time to play Dota right now or whatever, but like, he still had a good showing in these games, and I think from the first week and his ability to flex onto other roles and just be present in these games, I think like he was equal, like he was playing against Xantic, right? Who's like potentially 8K, maybe 3K higher than him.
Yeah,
he was and he was like, and he was equal in CS in some points. Sure, some of the rotations were bad, but he still had a good showing. So I think Modeball for like improvements and being able to turn up and actually have a good performance and give his team like a way to potentially win, I think he would kind of win that title. But overall, I think Icky is the one that is like the the nice little gem from this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Alrighty, well, we are just about ready to wrap things up. Of course, big thank you to our sponsors, Mercedes-Benz, AOC Gaming, and PaySafeCard. Whole thing powered by Intel. That's going to be it from the ESL Premiership for this season, but we will see you guys in the new year. For us, it's going to be goodbye, and thank you so much for watching.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Easy boy, eh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.